terus, Peng. Kalau kita tinggiin gimana, Peng? Nanti si white-nya nggak dapet. Yang penting kan di bawah lensa aja. Di bawah lensa yang white jangan dulu ya.
Karena takutnya ini biarin aja dulu cuma naikin kalinya doang.
Yang penting dah. Ini backup kelasnya.
Okay, folks, the ball has been made. It is the winner of the Grand Prix, 2 first in the water. 7:30 will be kick-off time, but will be followed by the 2 men. The winner will be back in the water at around 16 after that. The winner to round the day off the quarterfinals of the 3 men. Second in the water is Mike about 16 minutes to kick-off time. Going to be a great day. The ball has gone anywhere. Krui Pro 2022 quick day 5.
Aman sih.
Ini something to.
Ada?
Ini something to.
White ya.
Sekali main 25 menit kan?
Itu 25 menit.
Kalau ngeliat di drone ngomong keren. This is called protect first, yeah?
Right?
This is called protect first, and then when you little bit down,
Yeah. Top of the tide right now, yeah. They're not using that though. They were using guns though.
the water and get it going in about 13 minutes time. So free surfers start thinking about coming in, please. Put a feet in the water in the red. So, like that. Take it right into the blue. Wakita, Sarah Wakita in the red. Put it in right in the blue. Straight line to the right. Somebody put it into the green. Everyone has checked in the big pass for Jocko. And we are looking to get going just over 10 minutes. So those persons who want to come on to our point or come on into the beach, you know the drill. Well, students to the wall, 10 minutes in the morning. They're getting notice if you like. Please, free surfers, clean the line up.
Oh, tim di atas muka mama nih. Di broadcast.
Toto.
Okay, the Finnish government has seen all currents in the water. Ready to go for heat number 1 of day 5. We're going to go at 7:30. You know what I'm saying next? All 3 circles, 3 quarter line. Everybody put your eyes into the water, sunset coming. Okay, everyone line up. There's no little time. Line up the time to play with. Have to move inside 1. Very morning. Good idea. No step coming down the time 1. 5:30 until we start day number 5. 5 minutes. Start coming down the point for the servers. Will come in.
Non-stop. That's a hole. Let's set this up. Sam.
That's it, 4 minutes.
You there, Sam? You got time?
No one can step away. Hold down the point to the second corner.
Kotor ya.
Ryan, can you talk to Sam to switch to one? I'm gonna watch this one.
You unplug the... Oh, he can hear.
Huh?
Okay, 2 minutes, quick seconds. You've got 2 minutes and you've got the little medium side wave. That's awesome work. Looks like Junie's up it. Doing the right thing. So Emily Burke.
Yo, good morning everybody. Welcome back here to the Krui Pro 5000 men's and women's, and also Pro Junior men's and women's attached to it. There's an overview of what we're looking at this morning. That is Ujong Bochorda Reef. We are at Tanjung, Setia is the beach itself, and as you can see, the swell hasn't dropped. There's plenty of it. It's rolling on down this point. My name is Mark Clift. I'm joined this morning by Jess Starling, and the women's round is on. Jess, so firstly, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you going this morning?
Yeah, good. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. So, my name's Jessie, as you said, and I'm a competitor on the QS. Unfortunately, I got knocked out of this event yesterday, and this is actually my first time competing internationally, so it was a bit of fun. And my sister and I co-own a female surf magazine called Mama, so I'm all about surf journalism, and
All right.
commentating is so fun for me.
All right, we might just get that a little closer. There we go. Okay, so you were in the round yesterday. What
Yes.
heat were we in? Just
I was in Heat 6 yesterday.
Okay, so here you are over here. All right, righto. So tell me what happened.
It was probably the slowest heat of the morning. Actually, my coach said it was the slowest heat of the morning, and for the first 10 minutes, no one got a wave, and then we all got a wave at the same time, really similar scores, and then all got back out, and everyone got another round of waves at like 3 minutes to go,
Ooh.
and it was just the battle of the backups, and
Yep.
unfortunately, I didn't capitalize on my wave as much as I should have, so, but that's just the sport of surfing. Learn from it, move
Yeah.
on, and take it to Nias.
Well, here's our beach here at the moment for all the people that are watching online. We're just passing the judging tower. You can see the boys up there frantically just trying to get their groove on. First heat of the morning. There's our priority board, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The tide's pretty maxed out. Look at it slapping right up against the break wall. Competitors area is just to the right of the big blue judging tower. You can see a few crew milling around right there. This is heat 1, the round of 32 of the women's. So Jess, do you want to just have a little look at our heat? Do you want to tell us who we got in this heat?
Yeah, so this morning in the red we have Sarah Wakita. In the blue we have Kobe Enright from Australia. Simon Nawa in the white and Amelie Burke in the green. So 2 Japanese surfers and 2 Australian surfers, all extremely talented. So it's going to be a great heat this
All
morning.
right, so I imagine you know something about the Australians. So tell me a little bit about, say, Kobe first
I
up.
do. So Kobe's been in the competition realm for quite some time. She is a very experienced competitor. She has competed in the World Junior titles, the Challenger Series last year. She just fell short, I think maybe 10 spots short of qualifying. So she's right in the mix. Unfortunately didn't make the Challenger Series this year, but we know she'll be back there soon enough. And she's from the Gold Coast. And then Amelie Burke, she is from Newcastle.
All right.
About the same age as me, 19, and she is, a really strong, powerful goofy footer, and she's still in the juniors, doing really well on the juniors as well. And
Yeah, I saw her the other day. She's quite tall, isn't she?
yeah, she's
Yeah.
super tall.
Yeah,
She's probably one of the tallest girls. Same as Kobe. Kobe's quite tall as well.
So that was, how we started things off. As soon as we got onto the live action on the broadcast here, Amelie was riding that first wave.
Yeah.
Turned into a 5-point ride, so a great start with just 4 minutes off the clock, already locking in a 5, really good. Have you been watching the free surfing this morning?
I actually was out there this morning.
You?
Yeah, so
Jess.
I got a couple this morning, but then the sets have still got a bunch of power in them, and my friend Charlie and I, we got washed all the way down to past Lani's, so
All right.
we did the long paddle back in, but it was super fun. I actually saw Sai. So Sai lives in Australia, but represents Japan. So last year she actually flew back to Japan to try and qualify for the Challenger Series via Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And she is a very talented surfer. And when it was big and maxing out on these lefts, there was one day I went out there and I was quite nervous, but she was up the inside charging on some of the biggest waves.
I remember she got through that first heat the other day when we ran one of the women's heats.
Yeah.
She was in it. She won that heat. She said, no, it was all right. It was pretty, testing, and there were some big sets, but she wasn't too phased.
Yeah, she's not scared.
So here we are in the round of 32. The format today for everybody online that's listening in, we have 8 of these heats, the round of 32 of the women's. We then switch to the men's pro junior for the first 4 heats of that opening round, which is kind of like a semi-trials round, I guess. The seeded surfers will be coming into play next time we reboot the Pro Junior Men, which is probably hopefully tomorrow. We'll then switch back to 8 heats of the women's, I believe, and then finishing off with men's quarterfinals and man-on-man action. So those quarters will be stacked, and the drone footage looks unreal. You can see these big old things just starting up the point and just grinding down, zoning in on the competitors. There's a lot of motion in the ocean this morning, and sometimes it looks a bit grumpy out there, Jess.
Yeah, this morning there was a lot of bump on the face, so it can be quite hard, a bit difficult to, turn with all the bump under the face. But I feel like in some instances, maybe the goofy footers have a bit of an advantage out there this morning with the extra bump on the face. They just seem like they can hold their rail that little bit more, but we'll see how the natural footers go out there this morning. I'm sure the wind will back off and we'll get another day of perfect waves.
Yeah, it just, I walked down here in the dark with my board this morning. I'm looking at it and I just saw the biggest set come through the wind. All the flags were facing, out of the wind was coming from the northwest. I'm looking at it and I just saw this endless set. It was linking up with where the caddies were yesterday. It looked horrible. I was in the dark and I'm looking around, there's no one else, and I had a coffee and milled around, and then I just went, you know what? I'm going home, I'm going to have a stretch.
Yeah.
So I pulled the pin on the free surf and bailed out, but I kind of chickened out because I come back, seeing all these young girls out there having a free surf, little Raja who's 12 years old, and I went, probably should have gone out.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It's always worth going out.
Yeah, all right, well remind me that.
Yeah.
Remind me that again, and I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, but it was definitely challenging this morning, and we watched it, we checked in from our little campsite just up the road, and we saw a couple of solid ones too, but unfortunately I dinged my step up yesterday, so I was on my shortboard this morning and didn't handle as well as the step up.
Alright, so there's us right here. That's what Jess Starling looks like for the crew online that haven't seen her before. Going to help us out with some duties in here today. We'll see how much we get, Jess, because I believe you're here for half a day. Let's see what happens. Oni's going to be doing a few of the beach announcing duties. Billy Hagan will be helping us out a little bit later on. Giada will be floating in and out as well. Some drone footage there of the girls' heat 1, 25-minute heats all day today. We've got 20 heats scheduled in. So once again, everyone online, we've got a pretty big program. We've got to try and get through this stuff. Today's day 5 of a 7-day waiting period, and then sort of it's a no messing around. I think we're straight out on Friday night, driving to the airport for an 8 a.m. Saturday morning flight.
Yep. I believe I'm on the same flight.
Oh, okay, so it's a bit of a horror run, but we'll
Yep.
get there and we'll get the job done. For all the crew that are watching, tell us exactly what it took to get to this part of the world where we are right now in South Sumatra. What did you do?
Okay, so I live in Cabarita, so I flew from the Gold Coast to Sydney International Airport, and then from Sydney International Airport to Jakarta, then had an overnight in Jakarta, then from Jakarta flew to Bandar Lampung.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then from there we had the 6-hour car drive here, but we came in quite late at night,
Oh,
so
it's a
we
bummer.
didn't get here till around 1 in the morning.
It's such a cool drive over that ridge, because it's massive, wild Sumatran jungle. So hopefully,
Yeah.
and you're not going to get to see it on the way
No,
out either. We're going to be leaving
no.
at midnight, dole. But it is really cool for those people that are thinking of coming here. It's a great drive over. I remember once we stopped the car, and there's signs on the side of the road. We're going up this gigantic ridge. Stop the car, and there's a sign there that says, "Do not step into the jungle. No one will come and save you." No one will come looking for you. Do you know what I mean? It's such wild, thick, raw Sumatran jungle that there's some beasts that live in there, and it's like, probably not a good idea to step in there and
definitely not.
go and try and do anything. But get back in the car and nick off and save it for when you get down here. All right, so you can see green there, one of our goofy footers. That'd be Amelie, is
That's
that her name?
Amelie, yeah,
Amelie?
she just went up and over on that one, unfortunately. Did she lose her board? Oh no, there it is. I was a little nervous for a second then, but lucky that every surfer gets a caddy in the water in this event.
Speaking of that, I did see the caddies get absolutely cleaned up a few times yesterday.
I was one of them.
Were you?
Yeah, I caddied for my older sister True, who is coming up in one of the heats, and yeah, we got cleaned up wide. Here we see Kobe Enright.
All right, so I have heard of this name a bunch of times. She's been doing the rounds for a while,
Yeah,
chasing
she
QS
has.
points.
She's a really talented surfer, and she has a really strong forehand carve, which she can go to and get big points any day, really. So it's actually really nice to see her on her backhand. Usually we see her on right-hand point breaks like Snap a Rock.
All right, okay. And you were saying your ranking's standing up pretty well at this stage.
Yeah, for the 2023 series, I did well in the first 2 QSs. So I think I'm sitting around 10th so far, but unfortunately with the knockout yesterday, I think that might change a little bit, but come back swinging at NIAS and keep that ranking the same, hopefully.
Well, allegedly the forecast for NIAS, there's some 10-foot stuff on the radar, and it's a mate of mine who lives there, Mark Flint. If you're watching this morning, Mark, rock. Good morning, and to all the crew up there that'll probably be warming up and pretty keen to see a start up there in about a week's time. He sent me a forecast. He said, man, it's going to be pumping. Get here. It's all looking good. The last couple of swells that have rolled through there, he said, were classic NIAS, which means hitting the right spot, barreling for 7, 8, 10 seconds. And he said the swell forecast is looking really good. So
Yeah, wow.
be on guard.
It was so funny before we were coming here. The swell forecast for here was saying like 4 to 5 foot, maybe a week out before we came, and I was like, oh yeah, that's like fun, playful size. And we've got here, and it's been consistent, solid 8 foot plus the entire time.
There's been 10-foot nuggets rolled through. There's been multiple clean-up sets. So here goes Sarah Wakita.
So Sarah's been in the game for quite some time as well. She, I believe, is from. She spends a lot of time in Hawaii.
Okay.
So she's pretty comfortable in the bigger stuff. Beautiful style, as we can see on this wave.
Great looking wave.
Yeah.
Really used some good strength in the rail work she's doing. It's a bigger wave. She's got probably 4 or 5 decent manoeuvres out of this one. So I didn't see all of Amelie's opening 5-point ride, which is what the judges will be sort of comparing this wave against, I suppose. But for me, I liked it. She really sort of, there was no wobbling. She was quite convincing in all the moves. So I think she's off to a ripping start, and will probably go at least to first or second.
And we saw that last wave of Kobe Enright come through at a 5.5. So only 2 to 3 turns on that last wave for Kobe, but the judges liked it, that strong committed surfing. So she's looking good. If she can back that up, she'll be sitting pretty to make this heat.
Yeah, well, the action replay, here we go. So as we were confirming, some strong rail work, took a bit of a high line speed run there just to get back to some semi-clean green face. That was a better move. Yeah, I think the judges will, really enjoy this wave as well, because she did quite a few top-to-bottom moves, used the whole wave face. There was plenty of surfing that went on, and it was done on a bigger wave, so tick, tick, tick.
Yeah, she really got that back knee rolled in to be able to push hard off those top sections, and as we were talking about before, there's a lot of bump on the face this morning, so she did really well to manage the bump on that wave.
So when we look through the draw here, Jess, who do you see as major threats for the remaining competitors?
So out of Australia, Sophie McCulloch is probably the strongest surfer out of Australia.
A lot of people have asked this question, have gone there straight away, so obviously a favourite right there.
Yeah, we call her the pocket rocket. She is.
Okay.
She's such a strong competitor, and she has a good forehand and backhand. I can't go too far past my sister True.
All right, you've got to keep the sisterly thing going on.
But if not, I think Safi Vetti for me has been a really big standout. Her backhand is super strong. So she's from New Zealand, and she got a 7 for 2 turns yesterday.
I know. I kept on. I made note of that. I wrote down the number, and we kept referring to it because for 2 turns it was pretty sick. What about someone like who I've seen walking around the contest site? Someone who I've seen a bit of over the years. Someone like Philippa Anderson. She's been going around for a long time.
Yeah. So Philippa is, I think, in her 13th year of competing.
Yeah.
I believe. So I actually saw her out there this morning. She's just ticks all the boxes in a heat. Like, she just knows how to surf a great heat. She's a really great competitor, so she's definitely a threat for all the girls in the event. I also think that Ziggy Aloha, she's from Bali. She charges.
What a name, Ziggy
Yeah.
Aloha.
She's been charging, and she did really well in the QS in Bali last year, and in the free surf she's been surfing really strong as well. So yeah, it'll be a great day of competing. I'm interested to see what women make it through. And
yeah, me too. So Sarah Wakita just put together a 6.5. So as we're confirming that judges were going to like it, there was a lot of good surfing. A long wave, a big wave, a 6.50 becomes the benchmark for today's action in the women's side of the draw. So a good number, still plenty of room to go above, plenty of room to go under, but we've already had a 6.5, a 5.5 and a 5 early on in this heat. 15 minutes off the clock, so the requirements, as you can see on the side of our screen, Amelie, to move up into the lead, just has got to improve on a 1.51 will do it. A couple of low numbers required for Kobe and Maniwa.
Sai hasn't really got started in this heat. Like we were talking about before, it comes and goes with the sets. There are big lulls after the sets, so hopefully Sai can find herself a good medium-sized one just to tag a couple times.
And they're kind of in short supply, I think, today. Watching the free surfing, there seems to be some big banging sets, some tiny little 2-footers that hug the reef, and not much else in between. So you've kind of got to... I imagine everybody's watching this first heat just to see how many waves are getting caught, listening to the numbers dropping out of the judging tower, and trying to use this heat to get their tactics together.
You'd be surprised the amount of mornings we've checked and we're like, oh yeah, it's only like 4 foot out there, and then we paddle out and there's 8-footers coming through.
You can see the swell on the horizon, Jess, as you know, when we pan off into the distance. A great overview again of the whole beachfront here at Tanjung, Setia. That's the name of the beach we're parked up on here. We come to Ombak Indah, this blue fence here. This is our camp, where our work days happen. Ombak Indah also has some rooms there. A lot of the competitors are staying here. We've got the restaurant there, our broadcast area just at the back of the blue restaurant there you can see. There's our judging tower. The break wall at the front is getting slammed by this heavy high tide this morning. A few logs in the lineup. You can see some debris washed up there. Big log right in front of the judges tower.
It was actually quite hard to... I'm staying at Samacha Surf Resort, which is just up a little bit, and it was quite hard to walk back with that high tide. It was everything just kept getting washed up against the wall. As we see Kobe, beautiful first opening turn.
Is she riding a slightly longer board today?
Yeah, I believe she was on a step up. I think most of the girls this morning were opting for the step up.
So what would a step up equate to for someone like Kobe? What sort of size?
So I'm just going off me. So I ride a 5'11" step up, and Kobe's quite a bit taller than me. So I would say in the 6s, 6'0" to 6'2" probably.
Wow, you see the bomby in the background flaring up. So we'll watch this replay again. She was sitting, I think, in 3rd spot, probably not chasing much to go to 2nd, so that would have happened with this wave.
Yeah, she only needed a 0.53.
Yeah, well, she's definitely got that, so she'll move up the leaderboard. Might even go to 1st place. I think she will.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she is a talented surfer, like I said, and looks like there wasn't too many bombs after it. It's a bit like a stomach drop moment when you when those sets come. It's like, okay.
Yeah, like seriously this morning, maybe it's already starting to settle, which would be kind of good for the competitors, but this morning when I rocked up, it was like some 10-wave sets. It was still pushing wide.
Yep.
The wind was kind of out of the northwest, a little stronger than it is now, so the wind's back down, which is a good thing. The ocean still seems fairly relentless and a little bit on the grumpy side, so hopefully a touch of the wobbles come out of it and it becomes much better for the surfers. So here goes Simon Ewa now. She's in 4th spot, needing close to 4 points to advance up into a qualifying second. Some pretty strong surfing right there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful second turn.
And this was the surfer we were talking about that advanced out of that one heat we surfed on the big day that got called off after that one heat because stuff just maxed out. It got a little dangerous. But she's really stringing it together. She looks rock solid on her feet.
Yeah, she's pretty grounded surfer, and she's not scared. As I said earlier, she will hit any section, as we saw her take on that pretty throaty section. I think she might have rode out of that one
Yeah,
too.
she
So
did.
that'll be a good score. That'll put her straight back in the heat. So it's tightening up.
That'll put her right into the mix because you can see the other best numbers from the other three. There's 6s and 5s and blah, blah, blah. She'll fall into that range and she'll lock into, match those girls with her best number. So it's going to come down to who's got the better backup score. The clock is ticking away, though. That's going to become a little bit of an issue here at the back end. But it's a well-matched heat right now. I think all these girls are starting to really find their groove and they've all got at least one good number that they can be happy with.
Yeah, we saw Kobe lock in that 4.2, but I think as well it's important to take into consideration the paddle out.
It's long, isn't it?
It's long. It's at least, I mean, if you're super fit, you could probably do it in 5 to 6 minutes, but yesterday I know one of my paddle outs took me at least 8 minutes.
Yep.
I was right
There's
down
quite
the
a
point.
bit of current as well that deals with it, especially at the end of the reef. That was a bit of a pity there for Amelie. But it can be quite a daunting paddle back out, quite long. As the day wears on as well and in the middle of the afternoon, and people have got to do that in the blazing sunshine. Like there's been people come and sit in here after the heats and have a chat with us and they're still sweating, seriously.
Yeah, one of the boys who was competing, Oscar Berry, I remember watching his heat, not yesterday, the day before, the really solid day, and he made his heat, he opened up with a 7.5, I believe, but then got so washed in, got out, and just as he got out, got washed all the way back in again.
God.
And he came in and he was exhausted. He was like, that was crazy.
Yeah. So the elements take care of a lot of people here. The blazing sun, a lot of people have come straight out of wetsuits and cold water. They're thrown into 29-degree water, which is great, but it does take its toll. It's pretty hard work. It's a long paddle, blazing sun in the middle of the arvo as well, sort of taxing and sapping your energy. So a lot of people have come in and said, man, that was hard work, and they ride 3 waves.
Yeah, as we see Sarah Kia taking off on this one. Bit of a carving first turn. Oh, there we go. That's a better angle of the wave. Back up, another carving maneuver. This one looks like it might taper off a little bit, but she's going to manage it pretty well.
It's only a second wave with 3 minutes to go. She'll probably ride this all the way as far as possible because it's probably going to be a last opportunity.
That was a bit unfortunate for Sarah. It just kind of had that tapering shoulder. It didn't really hit the reef properly, as we see Kobe. So this is Kobe's 3rd wave, so she's stayed the most busy out of all the girls in this heat.
Yep, just trying to burn off a 4.2 to increase the lead. That may or may not have happened, but I think Sarah Wakita will go into 1st place. It was a pretty well surfed wave. It was only a second ride, so it's right into, what was her second best wave? Needing only a 3.2, she'll definitely go to 1st position here. So Kobe does need to do something to answer back and fend off Amelie. You can see Amelie right there in the green, and Maniwa will be somewhere out there looking for a backup number as well, which only needs to be a high 3. But this is a good looking wave just to kick things off here for Kobe.
Yeah, this is hopefully what she's trying to replace the 4.2 on. So 2 nice turns so far. It is one of the bigger waves. As you can see, her board just chattering down. It does show there's a little bit of wind on the face this morning. A nice looking section. And then I think she does a little bit of tactics off the end of this wave. She pulls off just
In front of Red.
Sarah.
All right.
Try and get back out.
This is Sarah's second wave, remembering she does have a 6.5, the best number of the heat. So this score here is probably potentially her last chance to add to a 2-wave total. She's done some pretty good work on a solid wave again. And just keeping it real, nothing too fancy, just keeping the, you know, your basic turns done really well, really strong. Hasn't made any errors, so it's all tick as far as your coaching manual goes, and should be, I reckon, straight into first place.
Yes, so Sarah Wakita locked in at 3.5, and Simon Nawa got a 6.73 for that last wave of her, so she only needs a 2.97, and it looks like she's just getting back out into the lineup. So if 2 waves come and Sai and Amelie get another option, we could see a bit of a change in the situation.
Well, the 6.73 wave of the heat, good work. Just chasing about 3 points at this stage to boost up into second place. Kobe Enright will be feeling a little nervous as she hears the beach announcer belt out the requirements. A good looking inside wave now for the surfer in white, this looks like. So this is that Sai again? That is white, isn't it?
Yeah. Only looking for a 2.97, so not a big score.
Not a great wave, but some stuff has happened. Kobe will be nervous either way, wherever she is. Surfer in blue who's in second. Maniwa needing only a small number. You know, a good tactic just to jump on a wave. Better to sit, you know, ride a wave than sit there and just have the clock wind down. She had to do something. She did something. It wasn't great, but yeah.
So she actually needed a bigger score now. So she needed a 3.27 because Kobe increased on her situation with that last wave coming in at a 4.77. And it looks like we've got some clean-up sets. And Amelie might not get another chance to get away.
25 seconds, yeah.
She can
Doubtful.
Get onto this one.
Has to go this way.
Yeah.
If she's
I think she might be a bit further up the point in the lineup though.
It's going to have lots of fluffy green stuff on it from the wave before, so it would be a hard wave to ride. She needing a 5.01 in fourth. Does have priority. The clock's just about to wind out though, so the Australian Amelie Burke is going to be on the sideline. She's going to have to settle for a fourth. Simon Ewa with the best wave of the heat. I think we're still chasing a number there that's not locked in yet, the 3.27. So I'm not sure, and I'm not positive exactly where Sai sits. She may still move up, but that heat is over and out. So I'm going to shake your hand, Jess, and say thanks for that this morning. We'll get you back after this next heat, but we'll throw to a quick break and bring in Billy Hangin. Righto, we're back. Heat 2, the round of 32 of the women's QS 5000. Been joined by Billy Hangin this morning. Did some beach announcing there this morning, Billy. How hard was it to clear the lineup this morning?
It was pretty easy. Everyone was keen to come in with those big bombing sets. They just had to wait and not get cleaned up on the way in. But yep, everyone playing ball, and we are underway for day 5. Heat 2 of the round of 32 of the women. I think I overheard you before saying it may be settling down. I think that will be the case. A bit of a few of big sets like this still coming through, but not in sets of 5 or 6, like in sets of 1 or 2 now.
Well, as you know, I walked up here in the dark this morning, and I was really keen on having a surf, but all the flags were facing the wrong way. There's some big old whitewash things were rolling through. So I started going through my list of excuses. I think I might have left the bathroom light on. I've got to go back and turn that off. Maybe I forgot to lock the door. Then I realised you were still in the room. And I thought, well, I don't have my sunscreen, but the sun's not out yet. And I went, oh, bugger it, I'll just go home and have a stretch. It was pretty big and ugly. There was no one around, man. The tide was pretty high. There's another good excuse. And I went, nah, bugger it, I'll go and have a stretch and just settle in for a day. We've got a long day again, mate. 20 heats on our format.
Bring it on.
So after this round, we will cross to the Pro Junior men's first appearance. I believe that is their very first round, which is kind of like a semi-trials kind of round, I guess. But the seated surfers come in a little bit later on in the next round, so we will be seeing a few of these crew kick off a little bit later on. After that, we'll then have back to the women's, and then we finish today with the men's quarterfinals and man-on-man stuff.
It's going to be a good day.
Yep, 20 heats. Meanwhile, this heat, who we got in it there, Billy?
All right, we have Holly Williams for the red, Rena Matsuonga for the white, I'm pretty sure. Safi Vetti in the green, and my correction, it is Nanaho Tsuzuki in the white, and Rena is in the blue.
So some whirly waves have been ridden, which is good stuff for the girls in heat 2. And I think flashing back to that last heat, I'm pretty sure that the surfer needing that number did not get it. So it was Enright in first, the Australian, and Sarah Wakita in second. I think that was Simon Ewa that was chasing a score there at the end, took a small little wave, cranked a few turns around, did not get the number she needed, so third. So a few people milling around out there this morning, mate. How's it looking around the comp site?
Well, yeah, a bit of a full-on Indo-techno first thing at 6:30 in the morning that woke everybody up.
I saw you walk away holding your ears.
And yeah, a few local crew coming through, but as the surfers get knocked out, I'm sure they'll be exploring the wonderful beaches and point breaks around here. So a few less competitors, but the general public absolutely loving the action.
Well, those beaches will be firing with this breeze. There's other opportunities up around Krui town. I know Elliot Parada Reid has been hunting some slabs and he's been getting plenty of them, so he's happy with his free surfs. There is another big bossy wave just around the corner, Wajambu, which I saw a carload of crew heading to. It's not for everybody, but it is a serious good left-hander just around the corner to the south of here.
Is that what they call Sumatran pipe?
Yeah, that's it. Yep. The numbers starting to drop. I can see a 5 there for blue. Pretty worthy start. Williams has locked in a 4-5. A 4 there for Suzuki. Safi Vet at this stage waveless, but top priority, plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, Rena Masunaga coming up with that 5-0-0. Replay of whites here. Good looking sized wave. These medium sized ones seem to be running down the reef a whole lot better than the bomb sets, and they also for that steep wall to get some points. This one a little bit white watery and a little bit foamy, but sticking with it is Suzuki. And why not down the bottom there? She'd want to create a little bit of drama at the end to capture the judge's attention, and she does that, rides out in front, so well done our surfer in white.
Cool. All right, well, we're off and racing heat 2 here at the women's, and as we're confirming our heat draw a little bit later on, 20 heats formatted, finishing up with our men's quarterfinals later on today. So for the people online that might be tuning in, I'll give you a little insight as to who they are. It's Jarvis Earl, the Australian, taking on Mike Clayton Brown in quarter 1 for the men's. Quarter 2, Taj Stokes, another Aussie, up against the Italian Jesse Mendez. Rio Wider, Solly Bailey. There's been some betting and some debate on that heat, about to go down as quarterfinal 3 later on. Billy Stammen, Reef Hazelwood, another solid matchup right there. So that's on the men's side of the draw. That's our last 2 hours of competition later on today, everybody. So got a to look forward to. The men's rounds yesterday, we got through 2 of those rounds, Billy. It was outstanding. The surfers that have made their way through to the man-on-man action are absolute boss surfers.
Yep, no passengers there. So Holly going on her second wave. First one, a 4.50. Nice and slicey under the lip. There is Holly.
Matching red board.
One turn only.
Right, so we'll have a look at our Pro Junior boys and get a little preview as to who we see this morning as well. I'm sure dads online and the parents involved will no doubt know exactly what's going on, but we've got Axel Rose, we've got Jamie Thompson, who's staying down with us at Lavina. He's been lording it up down there, ruling the pool table, doesn't mind a bit of time around the bar as well.
Yep, he's feeling better. He was a little under the weather last night, but I saw him this morning and back full of beans, no problem.
Bodie Williams, we've got Oscar Berry also there, who was also featuring in the men's round earlier. Marlon Harrison, Saxon Reba, who also fronted up in the men's draw. So a couple of these crew doubling up. There goes Leo Castle, who did a really good job in the men's round. He's 17. He's also in the juniors.
Wow.
Oscar Salt, Zane Ussink. A couple of these crew all getting a crack at it this afternoon. So there's a lot going on. Actually, they'll get a go this morning right after these women's rounds. And there's a whole bunch of seated surfers in the round of 32 yet to get their hair wet. Look at that. Jarvis Earl is also in the Pro Juniors. He's also in the quarterfinals of the men's. The guy's an absolute demon. Wow. That is a dead set name to watch out for. Anyway,
just found a new favourite.
That kid's got a big future.
Yep. All right, back to the action is Holly Williams, who skipped out to an early lead, a 4.50 and a 2.93. She'll be looking to absolutely delete that 2.93 as soon as she can. And Arena is that solitary 5.00. And Nahoa. And Oha. Yep. Sorry about that. Nahoa with a 4. Safi yet to open her account.
Wow. 10 minutes off the clock. Did some of the best surfing yesterday, mate. I remember a backhand wave she put together. 2 hits. I think it was a 7.33 off the top of my head. So we know she can do it. She's just got to cash in that priority, as we see Blue now dropping into a pretty decent wave. It's only a second right. Japanese surfer here. Hoping this thing cleans up a little bit. She's got some chop and bump to deal with early on in the wave. It starts to grow a little now, Billy, so this is looking better.
Yeah, starting to steepen up on the inside. There's really her first turn near the lip, but goes over the handlebars on that one. Well, that's a second wave. Good news is there's over 14.5 minutes remaining.
Yep, didn't need a big score to go to first. And not a lot happened before she fell, so just sort of cruising here, just feeling it out, still trying to get her groove on. The wave didn't offer a lot early. It did start to look really good as she finished up this manoeuvre now. That's probably her better turn of the wave. Hits this inside track, starts to get clean, and she took this opportunity but didn't quite nail it. So not a big number. It may be enough for the lead, but either way she'll be sitting in shaky territory with a low second score. Safi Vet though needs to get a move on, down to 14 minutes. Stuff can get away from you pretty quick smart if you don't get off to a good start. We've seen a lot of that happening. So the Japanese surfer does in fact move up into the lead, 3.5.
Okay.
Look at these lines coming through at the back. Hutty girls.
Yeah, Safi will be tapping her toes underwater in anticipation for this set wave out the back.
Looks like it's one of them things that's going to push pretty wide, Billy. Look at it to the right of our screen, starting to ramp up.
Nanaho Tsuzuki, second priority, and she is looking to back up that 4 as well. So it's going to be a bit of action in this set, I'm predicting.
Look at the sweep on the inside with that big old high tide, mate. There's a lot of water moving around here this morning. The sets are sort of hitting 3 or 4 different takeoff corners today. It hasn't really settled down and behaved itself too much at this point, so it's a tricky lineup to read. The wind is sort of coming up the face a little bit still out of the north, which will be favouring the beaches down there. I imagine there's a lot of people that got knocked out yesterday down there having a barrel fest. Oh, that was her, up and down. All right, so that'll turn into maybe an 05 or something. Score on the board, not much time to write about. There it is, the 0.5. Now, I've been asking the female surfers, everyone that's come in here and sat down and had an interview with me, mate, who to watch out for in the draw. Everybody's first pick has been Sophie McCulloch.
Oh, really?
Everybody's first pick.
Really? Can't
And
wait
I'm
to
like,
see
all
that.
right. And that Jess said the same thing, and it reminded me, I went, well, everybody seems to be saying that. So it's got to be a good reason. All the other competitors are fearing this Sophie McCulloch.
She's up in heat number 5.
Yep. I know there was a heap of praise coming Philippa Anderson's way. Who else? Elise Cooper, Kalani Johnson, Paige Harp. There goes another name
Wow.
out of the championship tour a bunch of years ago. Won at Margaret's.
That's right.
Yep, she
Yep.
won at Margaret's the year we were over at Southside. But she has won a CT event. Or when it was, she probably wasn't a CT then. It might have still been a high prime. Anyway, she's good. We know her stuff. She's a goofy footer out of New Zealand. We are going to see all these surfers come up in the draw a little later on. Willow Hardy still in there as well, mate, out of Margie's.
Yep, she's up next, I'm
Won a
pretty
couple
sure.
of heats. Yep, she is. Freya Proom, I know her quite well. I shared accommodation with her over at Cloud 9 during one event. So all the seeded surfers get their first appearance here today in the women's draw. 10 minutes, Safi Vet, 0.5. 693 to advance. A little bit of work to do.
Here she goes. Yep, this is Safi on a backhand. Oh, it's really overcooking thing. Maybe she's getting a little bit desperate, trying to extract a score out of any wave that comes her way. Still 9.5 minutes remaining. You know, we've seen people get a couple of waves in that time. No worries. We don't have those big sets to paddle around in this heat thus far. So maybe she can get out there and get a couple of waves.
Blue. So let's have a look at our heat leader, trying to burn off a 350. Pretty sure this is Rena.
Yep, that is.
The wave just starting to taper off a little. This inside track may do something if it hugs the reef. Pretty hard to tell when you can only see, can't see off the side of our screen. Here she goes now, starting to wind up. Pretty good wave choice at the end of the day, really. Quite a long one. Couple of sections, there's another one. Gives it a little tag. I think that improves on her lead, but only just. Plenty of surfing done on that wave anyway. She'll be quite happy at least. She is surfing and holding the lead. White now, Suzuki.
Yeah, that is Suzuki. That's a good looking turn straight off the bat. Grabs hold of a rail for that bottom turn. That's an even better turn. Second one. Hits the lip on the third. She rides this out. It's going to be a big score. She can't quite do it. But got to love her intent there.
Well, she got quite adventurous because she was doing a really good job. So
Yeah.
she was starting to build a confidence, and she really took it to the next level, and that was what drew the error. And Red there as well, trying to spice things up, but down for the count. But I did like White. I reckon she's on the way to the best score of the heat because she did some really strong surfing, even though she fell. Doesn't matter. I think it's better than the 5 we saw out of Blue at the start. We'll probably have another look in the replay of Suzuki. She already had a 4. She didn't need much for second. Potentially goes to first with that last wave.
Yep.
I reckon it was pretty good.
Yeah, we haven't seen turns like that in this heat so far. I didn't quite see the first heat. I was a little bit busy out the front. But how's it stack up against this one?
I think our best number was a 6-7 or something in that last heat. So it's probably right there. It was really strong surfing. As we alluded to, she was getting her confidence up after those first real good hits and really took on a third section that didn't quite go the way she wanted to, but the surfing she did before she fell, I really liked it. So Suzuki will factor in and go straight into a first or second spot.
Good looking fun waves rifling through.
Tricky lineup, mate. They're kind of moving around a lot. They're keeping the girls guessing. As we noticed this morning as well, there was kind of a lot of big sets, not much medium stuff, but it is starting to behave itself a little more as we go on. But it's still tough. It's not an easy lineup to read.
Yeah, we see that by Holly almost getting to her feet and changing her mind halfway down the face.
Judges still having a good think about Suzuki's wave. So the surfer in blue did improve her lead with the 4.6. There's our lineup, our overview, taken from the back of our restaurant area here, looking at our work site at Ombak Indah. The wave itself is called Ujong Bachor, everybody online. The beachfront is called Tanjung Setia. That's about where the caddies hang down, where that wide wave just broke down there to the right of screen. So tough job picking a caddy today and getting somebody to say yes to the chore. And that thing broke right off the reef. You can see it's out there in deep burgery water. It didn't hit the ideal spot, but nice overview anyway.
That score of
Suzuki.
6.67 did hit the spot though. It is Suzuki straight into the lead. Wow. That's the sort of surfing that the judges want. They want to send a message. So 2 turns, a 6.67. She landed that last one. One would venture would have gone up a point or a point and a half.
Oh, more 8.5s, 9s even. Like it was a pretty bossy section. It was going to be her best turn on that wave. So would have been looking at 8.5s plus even. I'm thinking for that wave had she really got it together there. Either way, she's in the lead. She'll be stoked. And out the back with second priority. So Suzuki surfing a good heat. 5 minutes to go. Here it is.
Here goes Nanaho. Good looking, kind of a little bit lateral on that first turn. This one's the money though. Really cranks it around. Goes for it, which I love on that third turn. But just almost made it. Almost made it. Just gobbled up by the white water.
Yep, that's some good thinking. Some positive surfing. Gaining confidence as she went down the line on that wave. So I'm hoping she gets another one. I'm really interested to see what she can bring next wave. Pretty good heat going on here for all except Safi. Vet down there in the green does have top priority. She's chasing an 8.67 while she needs a whopping score. She's going to have to bring her absolute A grade surfing. We know she's got a pretty heavy backhand attack. She just needs the right clean sort of wave next heat.
Looks like Holly here from the drone shot. Yeah, our surfer in red opens up with a really snazzy top turn there and comes into the full part of the wave and it gets the better of her.
Snazzy turn, I haven't heard that terminology for a while.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Is that in the judge's handbook of judging criteria?
It's in
snazzy. Look for some snazzy turns.
It's in the notes that Tim Payne gave me.
On you, Tim. Alright, so the overview looking pretty good. Red went down for the count. She's chasing a 5.1. Definitely not it. So the result will remain the same at this stage. Priority switches to Suzuki in the white, who we just saw her surf a really good wave. And look what's coming their way. Boom.
Yep, Rena and Nanaho will be licking their lips at this. They sit out there with first and second priority. Not an Australian in sight. And it is Suzuki which pulls the trigger. A little bit fat, that wave. But she's not even going to stick with it. Bunny hop out onto the shoulder.
Trying to head wide. There's something coming.
Wide.
A bit of a clean up there for the crew. 3 minutes to go. I think even that next heat paddling out got a little bit walloped by that wide one.
A little bit stuck. That's a really good angle to see how far you get dragged back every time you duck dive. You don't really know it when you're underwater. But
Oops, look at her.
that aerial view, she's not even going to duck dive on that. Bails the board and trusts in the strength of her leg rope.
Yep, there she is, getting washed backwards as you're confirming, Billy, especially with this high tide. There's a lot of water moving off the reef now. It's kind of a fairly unsettled ocean. Yep, she got mowed down right then and will probably be the last we see of her on a wave for Suzuki. Probably didn't really improve on a total, but when you're in the lead, kind of the pressure's off a little. Rena in second, needing a 5.68 and a couple of healthy numbers there needed for the other two surfers to get up. So 2 minutes remaining. Let's say job well done to Suzuki. Watching heat 2, the round of 32 here this morning. Up next in heat 3, I think we have, is it Willow coming up next?
Yep,
our
she
friend?
is next, and Freya.
And who are they up against?
It is Ziggy and Nixie Ryan, from what I can see from that small print.
All right, let me get my goggles on and confirm all that. Willow, Freya, Nixie, Ziggy. Wow, how's some of those names?
That's fantastic. I think it's Jake's daughter, Ziggy.
All right. I think that might have been Sean or Fed just swimming around out there getting some shots. 90 seconds. Safi Vet will be ruining this heat after what she's done yesterday.
Yeah, really showing some good form in the previous round. It's a funny thing, pro surfing. Just can't find a wave, even though there's only 4 of you out there. 25 minutes to get 2 waves. It's frustrating, but you've got to stick with it, learn from it, and take it into the next competition that you're involved in. Try not to do it again.
Just sort of be in the moment, you know, because the ocean is changing non-stop. You can't rest on your laurels. You've just got to work out what's going on right there and then, and get your head around that. Here goes Holly Williams chasing a 5. Got the matching red board with 45 seconds to go. She needs something serious to happen on the back end of this wave to have a chance. The wave does grow. Oops.
She does. Yes.
Hangs
no.
on. Probably won't get credit for that last move. Blue gets smashed as well. So I'm not sure Holly convinced the judges that she deserves to go into second place, chasing the 5-1. 20 seconds. Really needed to hit that last turn and make it a little better than the way it ended there for red. Safi Vet though, 10 seconds to go, nowhere to be sighted. This thing will mow down the remaining competitors. That will stand as our result, I'm pretty sure. So we'll pencil Suzuki into first. And I imagine Blue would have done enough to hold on to second spot there.
Yep, Rena's second for sure, I'd
So
say.
the 2 Japanese surfers doing the 1-2 over the Aussie and the Kiwi. That's the end of Heat 2, Billy, so I'll ramp out of here for a spell and we'll be back in a moment with Heat 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the round of 32. This is heat number 3. I'm joined by Jess Starling in the commentary booth. It's great to have you on board today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Anytime. Have a look at this heat. Run us through the names and tell us if you know any of them.
Yes, I actually know all of them. So this is an all-Australian heat, so go the Aussies. So Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie actually resides in Bali, Indonesia. Her dad owns a restaurant over there called Drifter. Not sure if you've been there. It's up in Bingin and near Uluwatu. It's a great
Yes, she's
restaurant.
the daughter of Jake.
Yeah, yep. And Ziggy, she's a charger. She rips. So I'm excited to see how she goes in this heat. Nixie Ryan was a powerhouse in the Australian QS Regional Series that we've just finished. She won 2 of the 6 events, I believe. And she's got a pretty strong backhand from Lennox Head. Willow Hardy from WA, she charges. She was absolutely ripping yesterday, so it'll be cool to see her go back to back. I'm actually staying with her, so a bit of household support. And
Right on.
Freya Prum, she has been in the competitive game for quite some time, and she's a really experienced campaigner, so I'm excited to see what she can do in this heat too.
Me too. A good overview of all our surfers. And you're staying with Jean as well, I imagine, staying in the same house?
Yeah, so we've actually got a big group of girls, and most of them are still in, unfortunately. So it's Sage, Goldsbury, Charlie Hurst, myself, Mia Huppert, Ellie Harrison, and Willow Hardy. So all the girls are still in. Unfortunately, Sage and I got knocked yesterday, but all the other 4 are still in. So they're coming up soon, I believe. So it'll be good to see how the girls go.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, Willow Hardy looks like she has just got onto a real quick up and down, the 0.57, kicking things off though, so no restart, that's good.
Yeah, no restart. Yeah, but they can get quite slow out there. Just got to pick the heat and everything. So we say hi to everyone.
There we are. Yep. Hola, good to see you this morning. I hope you are enjoying it wherever you're joined in with us around the world. I'm not sure what time it is over in America and Europe and stuff like that, but
no idea.
I've found myself getting up early in the morning to watch some QS 2000s and stuff like that. So welcome wherever you are around the world.
Yeah, everyone back home in Australia too. That's not too much of a time difference. I found the first week when I was here that I was getting up really early because I was still on Australian time.
Oh, you're on Eastern State time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Pretty lucky in West Australia. We come up to Bali and it's the exact same time.
Exact same.
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
So it's quite strange. You come from Western Australia to Bali, it's the same time zone, and then you go to Java and you've got to change time zones.
Wow. It's not too far from Western Australia. It's pretty close.
3.5 hours on the plane, so you can either finish work in Perth and drive down to Margaret River, or get on a plane and come to Bali same time.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You wonder why there are so many West Australians that are hanging out in Indonesia. It's a beautiful part of the world, and this one up at Krui, no exception.
Yeah, this is my first time here at Krui, and I'm pretty in love with the place. I actually think I will be making a trip back very shortly after, hopefully before the end of the year. I'm really falling in love with the place and the community, and yeah, I really want to come back, bring my family back. As it looks like red. So this is Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie up and riding on her first wave. Beautiful opening turn. As we see her going up for a second. A little bit of bump maybe.
Yep, it is hard to tell from that high drone angle, the steepness of the wave, but it does offer a good insight into the little body mechanics that you have to employ to do those turns.
As
This is Nixie Ryan on a backhand. Go for it.
Yeah, Nixie. Oh, just coming unstuck. Couldn't bring that board around under her to get the momentum out of that turn, but she is a really strong backhand surfer. And another little insight on Ziggy, she was charging out here on one of the big days before the event started, and she pulled into this barrel and hit the reef and has a pretty nasty cut on her foot. So
I saw her dad taping that up this morning. She put the
Yeah.
booty on and then taped the booty onto her foot.
she is such a trooper. So good on you, Ziggy.
Yeah, she has been kicking around the contest scene around the Kuta Beaches and the Legian Beaches for quite some time now. And she kind of came out of nowhere. She was Jake's daughter that hung around, and then all of a sudden, she's ripping.
Yeah, she rips, and I've seen some pretty great footage of her charging some pretty big ulus.
Ulus, yep, well, that's where she grew up and learnt to surf, so why not? Also getting access to some of the world's best surfers. He's got a great restaurant and a great surf shop up there. If you're ever in the area, go check it out. And all the surfers love watching cool movies there, and no doubt they've all had a little word into Ziggy's ear. So a blessed life, and she's not taken for granted. She's a great, great young lady.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't charging big ulus when I was 13, so...
No, I was still playing footy.
I don't think I was out past the shore. I was like, nope.
All right, Ziggy has pulled up a 3.57 for that first wave. So the judges making it pretty clear what they want. They want to see surfers going near the lip, and it's song remains the same, doesn't it, for the criteria? Speed, power, flow, criticalness.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know too much about surfing in the internet land, they want to see you do manoeuvres where it's really dangerous part of the wave, where it's easy to fall off.
Yeah, risk versus reward on those ones. As we see Willow up and riding, beautiful first turn. She was on that board yesterday and did some damage out there. So hopefully she can get around this section, which she does, straight up into the lip again. She just looks pretty stable on her feet, used to charging those big waves in WA. Beautiful third turn. It looks like she might get a little bonus section through the inside there. And maybe enough room for one more. And up she goes.
Let's see if she can ride out in front of that white water. She does. I reckon she jumped off there. We can
Yep.
see the back of her head.
Yep.
That is Willow Hardy from Margaret River.
Yeah.
And got to tell you, I've been watching this young lady since she was very small in West Australia, getting around the state rounds and all that sort of stuff. Very well spoken. As
Yeah.
is Olive, her younger daughter. Have you met younger sister? Sorry, have you met her?
I haven't met Olive. My sister met her at the Urban Surf in Victoria, and
Yep.
she only spoke highly of the entire family.
Well, you take Willow and shrink her down a couple of feet. That's Olive.
I'm sure we'd get along quite well then. Love
That was a
Willow.
good turn. I like that. She attacked a lip and had that big roller coaster ride down the face of the wave. And yeah, like you mentioned, just that bonus section on the inside. I reckon this, if it's a close heat, is very well worth your effort. You see her just right out there and jump off before that section hits her.
Yeah, she got pretty rewarded for that type of surfing yesterday, so it'd be good to see if the judges are still liking that today. I'm sure they are. As we see a big clean-up set come through the lineup. Still a lot of size today.
Yeah, there is a lot of size. That horizon seems to be a bit more in order than it was yesterday, and the sets don't seem to be coming in sets of 3 or 4, 6 maybe. Just maybe, ooh, there goes Iggy. Just in sets of like 2 or 3 maybe today.
Yeah. This morning I went for a free surf before I jumped in here, and I must have just mistimed it horribly. And I just got sets on the head, and there was that first wide reef, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm in the rip, and then I got more sets on the head and got washed all the way in. There's the Indonesian team.
Yep, there's the gang, Tiana, and looks like young Suri there, and there's the national coach Dylan, and also Aria. Have you met Aria in the white shirt there?
Yeah, they're all staying where we're staying, that
Beautiful.
crew, so they're all so lovely. Been nothing but welcoming, which has been great.
Yeah, that's a very indicative of Indonesian people. It's a great scene to be around, and I'm super stoked that there are 2 QS 5000s back to back. These people like Aria and Dylan and Tippy and Tim have been working really hard for, you don't see it for the 10, 15 years, and to be rewarded with the chance to put these events on, I'm really happy for them.
I reckon the opening ceremony that we had here just a few days ago was probably one of the coolest things I've ever been to.
How cool is all
It
the
was
dancers?
amazing. Just the community getting behind, just the love for surfing. It was just
It looked
so
like
cool.
it looked like a festival out there, didn't it? The traffic jam, the police.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was unreal. And then we were all just sitting under this tent watching, the display go down, and then all the dancers came and pulled us up, and we were all dancing,
Yes.
doing this dance. It was so fun.
That was awesome, and good on you for taking part in that. You and your sister, blonde hair,
Yes.
blue eyes.
Blue
So you
eyes.
must have been stopped a million times for a selfie.
Oh, Yep, way to make a girl feel special. I've been getting stopped so much this week. We actually got swamped the other day. It was so funny, but it was. If I'm walking around with my sister or my friends who I'm staying with, we all have blonde hair, blue eyes, so we get stopped for big group photos.
Yeah, well, that is part of being a pro surfer, and Jess Starling, you better get used to it.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it so far. Can't wait. It looks like Freya paddling into it.
Oh, just missing that. She might lose priority if the.
Yeah,
Yes,
she
she does.
did.
Yep. Straight up to Nixie Ryan now. Willow Hardy came up with a 6.50 for that big long left-hander, up there with one of the highest scores we've seen today, and she'll be looking to get rid of that 0.57.
I think it's interesting to note as well that when it can be really slow out there. It's 12 minutes have gone by in this heat, and really only Willow has a score. So it's going to be a pretty tough back end of the heat for all the girls who don't really have a score on the board yet, because there isn't too many waves coming through.
There's not.
So it'll be interesting to see who can capitalise on their next wave. And Freya, lucky to get that second priority, so she's still high up in the priority line. But no takers on this one either.
Now, are you still living in the Narrabeen area?
So I recently moved to Cabarita about a year
okay.
ago,
Yep.
but Narrabeen will always be my home.
Right.
Definitely still a Narrabeen girl.
And coaches in your life?
Yes, so I've been working with Matty Cattle this trip.
Oh,
a bunch
wow.
of us pulled him over. We all pitched in and got him over here, and he is a standout human, and he does a lot for all the surfers. But
Awesome surfer.
Yeah, oh yeah, he is. Yeah, if you haven't seen his surf movie Sultans of Speed with Hot Buttered, it's a great surf movie. But other than Maddie, I usually just work with my dad, Daniel Starling. He's probably watching, so hi Dad.
Yeah, right on.
And a bit of Stace Galbraith too, but he's just got a new role, being the Quicksilver team manager.
Well, he's a bit of a rock star, isn't he?
Oh, Stace he just does everything.
Good coach. He was coaching Malia Emanuel for a while there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed working with Stace, and hopefully we can still do a few things in between his work and every other thing he does as well.
Yeah, well, big tip to the hat to Stace. He's a good-looking lad with a big personality,
Yep.
and let's hope he has big things in his future.
Yeah, he definitely does.
He was pretty funny at G-Land doing the Jungle TV, I can tell you.
I loved the Jungle TV. I watched every single episode.
He was he didn't have the microphone out of his hand for the whole 14 days, how long we were there for.
Oh, were you over in G-Land?
Yep, Mark and I were there.
Amazing.
Working for Tim and Tippy. It was an amazing experience, I've got to say. Really cool. Good to see everyone staying in the same area, and everyone on tour was pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's not anyone you'd see coming down the road and go, oh, I want to avoid that person.
No, I think most surfers are pretty cool, but I want to pick your brain, I think for myself and probably a lot of people watching as well. How does this wave compare to G-Land?
This wave is a playful wave compared to G-Land. Especially, we didn't see it this time around, but if Speed Reef starts to break, it's a whole different animal at G-Land. So the waves you saw ridden there were up at Money Trees. Awesome wave in its own right. Still, this wave is playful compared to Money Trees when it's on. But Speed Reef is a whole different animal. It's you take off at launching pads there. You can either go kind of backdoor it on your big longboard, or you can take that big scary drop, and then it runs into Speed Reef, and it's do I take on that 20 metre section or do I not? Because I know it's really shallow in there, and you will really hope it goes next year, because I'd love to see the world's best surfers pull into those tubes.
Yeah, it was such a great event to watch as we see Freya just getting clean.
Can't get her rhythm together, can she?
10 minutes to go. Unfortunately, we saw Safi Vetti do the same. And she was my pick for the win.
Yeah,
Safi.
yep, right.
Commentator's curse.
No. But it's it seems to be one person of each heat gets caught in that
Yeah.
out of rhythm.
Unfortunately, that was myself in my heat yesterday. I just was slow and out of rhythm, and
So what do you do with that? You've had a shocking heat, and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. You get caught out of rhythm, and it's the part of the ocean, it's part
Yep.
of the pro surfing. Do you kick the can all the way home, or do you sit down there and write down what you're doing and try not to do that again? And what does Matt tell you to do?
yeah. So I have a debrief with Maddie, and it was a really close heat, but I probably didn't capitalize
Yep.
enough on my last wave, and so we spoke about that and just commitment and throwing yourself over on the shallow sections too. And I went back and called my dad, and yeah, you just
Did he yell at you?
Oh God, no. No, you just I do always write my heats down and what I did wrong and what I can improve on, and that's what works for me personally. But it was different because I'm in paradise, I was upset, but Dad was like, remember where you are.
That's right. Have a look at Ziggy here. Jess,
Oh
just
no.
really digging the nose there. It's kind of maybe a little hesitant on that turn. If she was really aggressive, which I've seen her do before, may have swung that board around without purling.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough heat for the girls out there. Everyone seems to be clipping their nose, other than Willow, really.
Willow on one wave, however, and so Liz seems to be the only one that's got it together, but she's only done it once. So 8 minutes to go. Somehow she's second priority. Oh, because Nixie's been waiting. She's only got one wave, of course.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll see. 8 minutes to go. The heat is flying by, and only one real score on the board. So it's been a bit of a slow heat for the ladies out there. It's just who can pull it together for this last almost 7.5 minutes.
Yep, it's been a entertaining round of 32 so far. Day 5. Can you believe we're in day 5 already?
Oh, I cannot.
And we're going to go through the quarterfinals of the men's this afternoon. So that's going to set the finals day for the men. And the next couple of days we're going to set the finals for the women, the junior men and the junior women. Can't wait for finals day.
Yeah, it'll be a great day. And then an early morning after that. Straight onto an early drive to the airport.
You coming up to
Yeah,
up the north?
Yep, sure am.
Right, here goes Willow again on her third wave. She'll be looking to get rid of that 0.57. I think she just did it. Attacks the lip again and just managed to squeeze in 2 turns, but I think that will be enough to improve her position. All right. Looks like we got Nanaho Tsuzuki, the winner of the last heat. I'm going to bring her in there if you don't mind. On yours, Jess. So we'll do a little shuffle of the deck chairs. We're going to All right, I am joined by the winner of the last heat. This is Nanaho Tsuzuki. Is that pronunciation correct?
Yeah,
It
thank
is?
you.
That's good. Okay.
Thank you.
You had a pretty good heat. You came up with a 6.67, the big long left-hander. Very well ridden.
Thank you.
And a 4. So you beat Rena and the 2 Australians. So 2 Japanese surfers, 1-2, and the 2 Australian surfers are gone. Very strong team, the Japanese. Yes?
Thank you.
How many girls are here? How many Japanese girls are in Krui?
I don't know, but 20
Oh, wow. A lot.
or more.
Yeah, yeah,
I think.
okay. Have you been to Indonesia before?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe 4 times. Maybe 4 times.
And your favorite wave in Indonesia?
Yeah, I like.
You like?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like this place.
Uluwatu or Krui?
I like Krui.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, less people. Yeah. Now tell me, these 2 waves were very hard to get. You only caught 3 waves. The conditions out there, is the wind strong? Are the waves strong? Or tell me about the conditions on in the surf.
I can say Japanese?
Yeah, please.
そうですね、ちょっと風が昨日よりも入っていて面がボコボコしていたのでちょっとボトムでレールが噛まない感じがちょっと嫌だなと思ったんですけど、まあ、うまく昨日ライブ見てたコーチからアドバイスをもらって改善できたのでちょっとずついいスコアが出せるようになってきたかなと思います。
All right on. I'll get the Google Translate out later and find out what you said. But yeah, we'll let you go. Is there anyone you'd like to say hello to back in Japan? Down that camera right there.
はい、ライブで応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。すごい波が良くてめちゃくちゃ楽しいんで、できるだけ多くのラウンドができるように頑張っていきたいと思います。
Right on. I do like the international field here. It's what we're all about at the QS 3000, especially the Asian region. I'm going to thank you for your time. Wish you luck in the rest of the heat, the
Thank
rest of
you
the
so much.
contest,
Hi.
and yeah, have a good day. Thank you.
任し
Okay, that is Nanaho Tsuzuki, winner of heat number 2. And she is going to swap back with Jessie Starling. And we will recap this heat number 3 of the round of 32. Looks like Willow Hardy has picked up a 4.50. So that's out to quite a handy lead now. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie will be looking for a 7.43 to take that first position. Ziggy's had a pretty good heat. She just needs to torch that 1.57 and she'll be in a strong grip on second place. Freya Prum and Nina with the work to do in the last 3 and a handful of seconds left.
I saw Nixie get a nice 1 turn on a set wave. Here
Oh,
we
there
go,
it is.
replay of it. But she just comes unstuck on the 2nd turn a bit further down the line. There.
Rightio, so that score 2 drop, that could shake things up. Not sure if this is Willow's 3rd or 4th wave.
This was Willow's. Oh, maybe that's another score to come in.
Another
Yep.
one to drop, yeah. So that post-heat interview was going on. There was all sorts of action in the water. Usually the way.
Yep. It's been such a slow heat. But yeah, girls getting busy towards the end of the heat. Nixie only needing a 4.14, so be interested to see what that score comes in at for Nixie. Just for that one turn, unfortunately coming unstuck on the second. But yeah, hopefully Ziggy can improve on that 1.57 to solidify second place.
Just over 2 minutes remaining, so time is running out for Freya and Nixie.
Yeah, Freya with only 2.6s. Unfortunately, just couldn't get going so far in this heat. She still only needs a 4.47, so still in the mix. Just depends on how far down the line she is. Getting back out can be quite difficult.
That's right. Not as difficult as yesterday.
No.
Yeah. Or this morning when you paddled out.
No. Yes, this morning. Yesterday, even the afternoon, I actually came unstuck and hit the reef for the first time yesterday.
No blood?
Bit of blood, got my feet and my back, unfortunately. As Nixie, first turn, beautiful. Hopefully she can get around this section.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle to get it around the white water sometimes, isn't it? It's super frustrating when you can see that face running down the reef. You know you can smash the living suitcase out of it, but you're stuck in the whitewater bunny hopping trying to get around.
That was me yesterday on my second wave. Got stuck behind the whitewater for most of the wave, which was a bit annoying, but that's just surfing.
Let's have a look at that. There's a 4.67. That has put Nixie up into second position. It's now Ziggy with the work to do with under a minute. She needs a 3.98. She has priority.
And
she's just tapping her arm there saying how long. So Ziggy getting a bit anxious in the last 40 seconds of this heat.
Willow locked in a 7.17 for that last wave as well.
Can't wait to see the replay of that one. Wow.
So she has really run away with this heat. 7.17 and a 6.5. That's exactly what you want your lineup to look like.
100%. Yeah, I think that is the highest heat total of today so far.
Definitely is. Yeah, I think all those surfs out Margaret's.
Yeah, she's something else that Margaret's got to tell when she feels comfortable at her home break. It's a good thing to watch. All right, this one really winding down. That could be the result. Ziggy not coming out with a backup wave, which is a bit of a bummer for her. But Nixie, a come from behind effort. We'll cut to an ad break and we'll be back with Mark Clift and Jess Starling. Stick with us, folks.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Krui Pro at the QS 5000. We are here at Tanjung. You
That's
can
it,
pronounce
that's
the
it.
beach better than
You
that.
got to roll the R, but that's cool.
My name is Jessie, and I'm joined by my friend Mark.
Yeah.
How you going?
Oh, good. I'm having a great day. You know, the way I look at our job here is I'm not digging holes. I'm not laying bricks. We're talking two surfers about surfing. It doesn't get much better than that. So it's a good role. It's fun. So heat 4, who we got here?
Yeah, so we have a bit of an international field in this heat. So we have Eleanor Cafe, who is from California, I believe. She's staying where I'm staying. She is lovely. Paige Harp from New Zealand. If you don't know Paige Harp, I don't know how you don't know her. She's
must have had your head in the sand for a long
pretty
time.
much. Mirai Ikeda from Japan and Gia Lorenzen from Australia. So a pretty great heat. I know a little bit about some of the girls. We have Paige Harp, as we said. She is a very experienced campaigner, been on the CT, knows how to surf.
Yep.
Great competitor.
Very clever competitor. I'm
Yep,
glad
and
you added that
she's
as well. Watch out for her.
Already locked in a 5.67.
There you go.
And then we have Ella Mccaffrey, as I said. She is from the USA, California. I don't know the specifics, but she is lovely. She's been charging out there the last few days. And Gia Lorenston is from the sunny coast of Australia, so been competing with Gia for a little while, gone through the junior ranks with her, and yeah, she's great. As we see the replay of Paige's wave, so it's great first turn, beautiful second carve, straight into a third. You can just see the strength in her legs on these waves. She just looks unfazed by the bump on the waves.
Good call. Yeah, nice one. And we didn't see Paige's wave. Was that Paige?
Yeah, that was
Oh,
Paige's replay.
Sorry, I was doing stuff on
Oh,
our
no
sheet here.
stress.
But she is a quality act, a strong surfer. She's got an amazing backhand snap on her as well. But this week, for her, it's all about the toe side, surfing on a forehand. And watch this space, Paige Harp. When I saw her name in the draw, not many other girls that I asked about, even noticed that name, but I did. And I went, beware, the Kiwi.
Yep.
She's a solid campaigner for sure.
I bet she was surfing Raglan before she came here, getting the left point.
She'd be stoked to be out of a 4-3 wetsuit and out of
Oh,
them booties
yeah.
and doing it here in boardies, 29-degree water. It's a massive change. Could not be any different.
I even think Australia's had a bit of a cold snap recently, calling my parents back home like, it's freezing, and I live on the Gold Coast, and I'm like, the Gold Coast doesn't get cold.
You know what? That's exactly what you want to hear when you're up in the tropics, you're out of home and somebody
Yeah.
whinges it's raining and it's cold. You go, ha ha,
I'm
that's
like,
why I'm not there.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Now tell me about that last heat. Willow Hardy had some monstrous scores, I noticed.
Yep, so she had a 7.5 and a 6.17, I believe, in that last heat, and she just ticked all the boxes. The judges are looking for medium to set size waves, committed surfing in the pocket, and she just did that and ticked the boxes perfectly, and she was just in good rhythm, good priority. Yeah, she was lucky. A few girls who were in higher priority missed some waves, so then she went to first and jagged a bomb. As you
Akita
see.
here in the white.
Ella.
Sorry.
First snap, straight into a second, so
Then does the splits and a little bizarre kind of wipeout. But here goes Gia now. Lorenston in the green, so starting to get her groove on. She's picked a pretty good wave. And this is a good thing going on right here. But I did like the snap that White did, Ella Mccaffrey. She did a really good blast before she fell. So I'm sure the judge is going to take note of that. A la Gia, she's doing a pretty good job here as well, is green.
yeah,
Wow.
Ella got 2 nice turns in before doing a little bit of an awkward fall, and Gia just getting a couple nice carves in on that wave. So I think it'll be a good opening ride for both those ladies. They'd definitely be looking to back them up.
Now, out of that Willow Hardy conversation before, I'm from WA. I've watched her grow up and compete through all the junior ranks.
Yep.
She's a dead set charger. The genes in the Hardy clan down there, they're rock solid. One of her uncles was a 2-time Australian Open champion.
Oh, wow.
One of the uncles was the world champion boogie boarder for
Oh,
for a
wow.
while. Like the Hardy gene is just amazing. It is totally thrown and totally born surfers. It is just they're just born with it. And Willow she's got a sister Olive who is a crazy good competitor as well. So it just comes with the surname, and it doesn't surprise me one bit that she's blowing people away. She's won 3 heats in a row. I saw that coming a long way off, to be honest.
And Gene Hardy, her dad, is one of the biggest legends I've ever met.
He is like a 14-year-old guy in a 40-year-old suit. He's such a grommet. He's such a frother. And he'll be the first one to don the weddy once the comp finishes, wherever we are. I see him up at Nalu paddle out with Willow in heavy surf, and he just lets her go for it because he just wants to go and catch waves, and he knows she can deal with it. So
Yeah.
he is a 14-year-old in a dad suit.
Yeah, that was one of the big days before the event started. We were paddling. All the girls were umming and ahhing. We were like, we should. And Gene goes, suit up, get out there. And he just paddled out with us, and it was great. He actually had a really good knowledge of the lineup and the water and the you know, the seconds and the
Same when they
period.
roll up anywhere, all right? So Jean, Willow, Olive roll up somewhere. It's not a case of are we going out? It's just right. Let's
go.
get it going
Yeah.
on. We're doing this.
Here we go, Paige
Paige.
Harp on another good-looking wave. Just getting a little bit caught behind at the start. Here we go, bit of open face for her now. Beautiful first carve. Great bottom turn into a second. Hopefully she can get a steep section towards the end of this wave.
What
Just
I
not
reckon we
looking
do,
like
we'll
it.
start doing this thing, Jess, today. Should Paige win this heat and you'll have the next break off, can we go grab her and bring her in here so I can have a chat with her? We're going to do
Yeah.
that. We did it all day yesterday. It's really cool. We do these interviews instead of doing them outside, in here, have a good chat with the winners, give them a little bit of airplay and find out a bit more, get a bit more personal with them, because I haven't seen Paige for a while, so I'd love to have a chat with Paige.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd love to get in here and answer a couple of your questions. Wow, that first carve was really nice.
She will be, somebody that has already gone under the radar. One of us girls, the potential threats. You watch this space, Paige Harp, mark my words, will go a long way through the draw here.
Calling it. My pick got knocked out.
Who was that?
Safi Vetti.
Yeah. She had one of those heats you just want to forget, move on, and pretend it never happened,
I
and just
know.
delete it from your memory.
Yep.
She's much better than what she showed here this morning, that's for sure. How's this overview? Look at this. This is such a cool drone shot.
Honestly, this place is just paradise. I was saying before, I will definitely be coming back here. Just do a massive surf trip with some of the girls, get a filmer, and I just love it here. And there's endless waves. You go 20 minutes south, I think, and you got Krui left and Krui right.
Well, that'd be north.
North.
Yep.
Yep.
So you can see in the distance the big old mountain range there, and there's a whole lot of beaches, halfway along that strip. Then you've got Krui town up around the corner, and that's got quite a few good ways. I believe there's even an island just out off to the left of screen, Banana Island it's called.
Oh.
Yep, just quietly. Just between you and me.
Don't tell
anyone.
anyone.
That does some tricks as well. So this little zone, and then there's a killer left just around to the south. You heard of Wajambu?
No.
Wow, my goodness. It is referred to as Sumatran pipe
Oh,
for a reason.
yes.
So the real name is Wajambu. It's for total experience maniacs only. If you go out there and you're any short of that kind of description, you will get dusted and you'll come in bleeding. It is a heavy left-hander.
You know what, that's why I'm excited to be a natural footer going to NIAS, because every time I try to pull in on my back end, I just go up and over. And even being from Narrabeen, I just can't quite figure it out. That's okay. And there's Sophie McCulloch. She is the Australian pocket rocket. Alistair Reginato. They've been caddying for each other all week. Soph's one of the strongest girls coming out of Australia right now, and I reckon not too long and we'll see her on the big tour.
All right, well, there's some big calls, and everybody's been saying watch out for this one, so I'm really keen to see her compete and what she brings here to the Ujong Bachor Reef. Meanwhile, Paige Harp goes from strength to strength and boosting just another decent sort of low number, but a number good enough to now have a 2+ point lead over Ella. Gia put together a 4.77, so pretty worthy, and at this stage we're yet to see Aikida in the blue.
Yeah, Mirai still not finding an opening wave, and this has kind of been happening in most of the heats. There's been one or two surfers who just aren't in that opening rhythm.
Yeah.
And it almost comes back to sting them a little in
Does
the
a
end.
la Safi Vet.
Yep, but in the last heat we saw Nixie Ryan come back and take out Ziggy Aloha to jump into that second place.
So here's our competitors area on the view. You can see that surfer there just having a little meditation down there on the yoga mat. The
That's
surfers getting ready for their next round.
That would be Mahina Maeda having a little bit of preheat meditation. I love some preheat meditation too.
Well, it's whatever works. Everybody's different. Some people like the headphones on blasting. Some people like to get on the fit ball. Others like to have people in their corner yelling at them and trying to lift that way. Someone like quiet word with, say, a coach. Others like to just do their own thing and get their own space. So everyone's different. And I guess as a coaching tip, you've got to find what works for you and stick with that.
There is my roomie. That's Charlie Hurst. Yeah, she has.
The Almerics.
And there's Maddie Cattle the coach for a lot of the Australian surfers.
No way, Matty Cattle. If
Yeah.
you hadn't have said that was him, I wouldn't have known. And we did the rounds together a long time years
Yeah.
ago. So Matt Cattle out of Narrabeen, yeah.
Yeah, he's our coach.
Oh,
Been
unreal.
working with Matty for
Oh
a
my
few
goodness.
years.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna make sure I go and say hello to him.
Oh, 100%. He's just in the athletes area.
Yeah, I will. He's a frother. He
Yeah.
was a good surfer too back in the day.
Sure was. Still is. He's been
Sure.
out there getting a couple bombs.
All right.
Yep. He's such a frother. He actually has a son and a daughter. They are both massive frothers too. And Cody, his son, charges. And he's like tiny. And he goes these huge waves out Narrabeen. Everyone cheers the loudest for Cody, so it's great.
Cool. So Alice scored there the 6.50 in second, but the best
Wow.
number. We can see two pretty good scores in Paige's column. I'm going to say one of those scores will drop off the radar by the end of the heat.
Yep.
She's a great competitor. She's got second priority. In fact, Ella goes into the lead. A backup score, the 4.1. So Paige will respond, trust me. She now needs close to 5 points to go back to the lead. I reckon she'll go back there on her next opportunity because I know what she's like. 5.11 needed for green, and Akita has gone MIA at this stage, needs almost a 10 to get back in it.
It's interesting to note that she doesn't have the priority next to her name.
Maybe she's not out there. Maybe something happened, or maybe she's sitting too wide.
That she
You know,
hasn't.
you know you've got to
yeah.
get to a certain point to
Yeah.
get priority, and if you don't make it to that point, you're obviously being told by the judges, get over there and sit on the peak,
Yeah,
or you're
maybe
not going to gain a
she's
priority position.
Too wide.
Maybe she might be a little nervous at the conditions. I'm not sure. I don't know her one bit. But there is a reason she's not on the priority board. She's either not out there or she is sitting too wide. So that would be Mirai Akita.
So you see Ella on a great wave. It was a beautiful opening turn, straight into a second on a steep section. So that will be a great score for Ella. She is absolutely charging out there. She is not scared, Ella. See the replay. I think you'll like the first turn of hers.
All right. Well, regardless of whether it's Ella or Paige, I want you to grab the winner for me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll have a chat with Ella and find out a bit more about her. I believe Oni's been doing a little bit of coaching with her.
Yeah,
Through
they
Bali.
went and spent a bit of time in Bali, and even Lakey Peak, I think.
Right, that's my hang. I don't think I saw her there, but I did meet her the other day, and I did see Oni doing some stuff at Chengdu. So he gets around.
Yeah, and Ella's coming to Nias as well. I was speaking to her, and she's obviously from the North American region, and I was like, so I was just interested to see why she was decided to do these events, seeing as the points don't count towards Ella's region.
Well, a little
And,
like it, Jessie meant. Oh, so and what was her response?
She said that they've only had one event, so the Jax Pro for the North American region this year, and the next event isn't until October. So she just wanted to get a couple heats in, and she thought, why not go to Paradise and surf
Yeah.
a couple heats? And honestly, I can't blame her.
Yeah. And then you got people on the men's side of the draw that are doing likewise, like a Jesse Mendez.
Yeah.
All right.
It
he
was
can't
really
keep
interesting
points.
to see his name in the draw.
Leo Castle, who's in the men's and almost made it to the quarters yesterday. Got really close. This Brazilian fella is 17. He's also in the Pro Juniors.
Yep.
Travelled over here by himself. Got from Brazil to here by himself.
From
17.
Brazil to here.
17 years of age, and we took note of him when he sort of started having chats and winning heats. We're like, hang on, this kid's there's a lot to like. The 7.6 for Ella is another blockbuster score, so she now has a whopping lead.
7.6 and a 6.5. So, yeah, that's how you do it.
So mainly at this event we have our regional surfers being your Australians, your Japanese, Indonesians,
New Zealand.
the Philippine surfers have
Yep.
come over on force, and then a couple little randoms like Ella, like Jessie, like Leo, that just want a bit of heat practice. It's an epic location, so they're like, well, damn it, let's just do this thing and mix it up with the Aussies and the Kiwis and the Philos, and let's see how we go.
So as we can see, so that is Mirai. She is quite wide of the other competitors.
That's why she doesn't have a spot in the,
Yeah,
on the priority rank. She must be a bit intimidated here, or she's
Or
injured.
maybe she's looking for the big wide sets.
No, she's paddling off. She doesn't want a piece of it, really, for me. Maybe it's just a bit of inexperience. There's something going on there that she's not happy with. You know, because those big wide things anyway, they're scarier than what's going on up where the girls are, because they're bigger and
Yeah.
they're burgery, and they kind of go nowhere. They head down towards that slab of reef on the inside where you don't want to be.
Yeah,
So
that's where I got done up yesterday.
I would say she's a bit intimidated here, so it's a bit of a pity, but
Mm.
it's not for everyone when the ocean's a bit grumpy like this.
It's funny though, I learnt quickly the wider you go, the more pumped you get when the sets come through. It was because they're smaller to the left, so it felt weird to paddle to the left, but the wider you went, the bigger they got. So it's like, unless you're way in the channel, it's a bit scary paddling wide.
So I feel a little sorry for Aikida in the blue, because it's a long way to come and the surf's ramp dried up. Obviously, she either may be a little injured or a little intimidated, but we'll leave that alone and see her at Nias, no doubt.
Yeah, she was one of the seeded surfers, so it would have been amazing to see what she brought to the table, being one of the higher ranked surfers in Japan, to be in the final seeded round. So
All right, so Ella has got a whopping lead now. Paige Harp, the Kiwi, is a real strong surfer, we know that, chasing an 8.43. Such is the strength of what Ella's done. Gia in third, definitely need another wave out of her. 6.5 minutes remaining, just needs over 5 points, so Paige will be feeling a little nervous listening to the beach announcer belt out those numbers. The 5.1 is, there's every opportunity, she's got priority. So Gia right there, prowling the line up, she'll get first go next opportunity.
yeah, with that little P next to her name, if anyone out there doesn't know, that means Gia has priority. So she has choice of any wave she wants out there over the other surfers. However, if she paddles for a wave and doesn't get on, she loses priority, and it will go to next in line, which is Paige, as she has a little 2 next to her name.
And that's fair enough. That's the way it works in a free surf. So
Yep.
when people go, oh, how does this priority thing work? It's like, duh. Well, if there was 3 of your mates and you're all surfing together, or 4 of you, and one of you get a wave, then you're next. That person, then you're next. And if the guy goes, I'm going, and you don't go, you don't
No.
go next. It's like, beat it. You're at the end of the line, and that's how priority works. It's just makes it all official with the priority board.
Yeah, you're back to the end.
Back to the end of the line. Don't even think about this next one. You missed your opportunity. So anyway, tell me a little bit about your surf mag.
Yeah, so my sister and I started Murmur Mag about 2 years ago, and pretty much we just found that in the female surfing world, it just wasn't getting any coverage. There were a few other magazines that spoke about only the top end surfers, but my sister and I were just like, there are so many phenomenal surfers, female surfers especially around the world, who are, you know, changing the sport for the better, and we truly think, you know, a light should be shined on them. So yeah, we've been going for about 2 years now, and it's just like rapidly growing, and we have a great following. And
How often does it come out?
so it's an online magazine,
okay.
so we just
Right.
release articles as we go. I've got one coming out with Shannon Hayes, who is the commentator for the WSL.
Oh yeah, Shannon.
One with Patch of Light soon, Tully White, a longboarder. So we've done work with a lot of females, and we have a couple fun segments like Grommet of the Month, where we choose one from around the world and plug them. As we see Paige up and riding, so she's looking to improve a 4.2, beautiful opening carve.
Yep.
Great second, just a bit of down the line surfing right now. Boom, straight up into the lip. Judges will love that committed surfing, and just pulls through the back of that one.
Yeah, a really good comeback wave there for Paige, because she probably would have heard that green doesn't need much, a 5.11, so she's done every bit of improving her score. I reckon that she'll get her best number out of that ride, so green now will need something substantial. She's doing a pretty good job though, so look at this wave, what a ripper.
Yeah, there were 2 great first turns into a third, and she's going to jump off the back of that one, save the arms for that long paddle out.
Yeah, so that was a really good exchange from both those girls. So if Paige hadn't have got that wave, for sure G would have overtaken her for second, but I think Paige's wave pretty strong also. It'll be quite close once these 2 numbers drop. So there's a bit of an arm wrestle going on for the all-important second spot here.
Yep, so this is the replay of Gia's last wave. As we said, great 2 opening turns. just really nice in the pocket, pulling that board around.
Wow.
That third turn was where the money was.
Judges will love that ride.
Straight off. So 3 strong turns, and here was Paige's replay.
So lucky Paige got this wave, really, because the challenge from Gia is a serious one, and I think it's just about going to be neck and neck for this second spot. That was a really good hit from Paige, but
Yeah,
I think
that
Gia
turn.
did some better work on a really good wave. You can see Paige's wave ran off a little quick. Gia's wave broke at a slower pace and allowed some really solid hits. It's going to be super close for second.
Yeah, so Paige Harp locked in a 6.17 for that last wave of hers, which left Gia looking for a 7.07, which is a pretty big score.
Well, there was some pretty big hits on
Yeah.
a really clean, strong wave. The 2 sections Gia got were really steep. She did some top to bottom power carving in the pocket. I reckon there's every chance she moves into second.
Yeah, I
'Cause
agree.
the judges want to see that they've been throwing heat on scores that people that have been doing that all event. They won't change their focus now. So I reckon Gia is every chance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it'll be pretty close between Paige and Gia, no matter who gets through. Both surfers have been really going for it in this heat. It's a shame that we didn't get to see Blue get a start. Maybe she just didn't show up.
No, she was in the water. She just, to me, I don't think she wanted a piece of it. So anyway, does Paige drop out of the draw after all the hype we've given her? So now she's going to go well through the draw. Gia Lorenston, who I hadn't seen a whole lot surfing before, and Ella, what a stacked heat in reality, you know. So 3 really good surfers, and 1 good surfer is going to drop out here. It may be Paige.
Yeah, Gia is a powerhouse and a bit of a dark horse as well.
Well, yeah, I didn't see her coming. So Lorenston, Gia, stand by for your number. I think it's they're taking a long time with this, so there's a reason they're taking a long time. It's right there.
As you can see, after this wave, Gia and Paige having a little paddle battle.
Both still looking. They want to know. You can see Paige is nervous. What does it go? A 6.93.
Yeah, so now she needs a 4.91, and she got priority over Paige. So
You can see how close it was though. She needed a 7.07. She got so close.
yeah,
Ella, meanwhile, on her winning streak. Doesn't matter where this score goes, Ella will win. But that was right there. Look at that. There's 0.14 separating Paige from Gia. If Gia doesn't get through, she can consider herself unlucky. Paige can do one of these ones. That was
Yes.
close. I'm still in the draw. Just about got knockered, but she's in. So 9 seconds to go. Well done, Ella. That was a really well contested heat. I'm glad we shared that.
it looks like Gia maybe had a little bit of frustration on the end of that last wave. So congratulations to the ladies making it through.
All right. Well, listen, what we'll do is we're going to throw to an ad break. You can go and get Ella for us because we'd love to start the rotation of getting the surfers that win in here. All good. We'll see you back shortly for the next heat.
Awesome, sounds good.
We are back, and this is heat 5, the round of 32 of the women. It looked like White was ripping straight in and fell straight off, so not much going on there for Mahina. But Billy, that was a really good last heat, mate. The 3-way duel for first and second spot, and Ella Mccaffrey came out on top.
Really? No, I missed the whole thing. I was getting debriefed by our big boss, Tippy Jubrick. So I'm going to have to catch that on the replay.
It was pretty cool. So meanwhile, this heat in the green, Charlie Hurst from Australia. We have Mahina Maeda in the white, from Japan, out of Lavina, our homestay.
Yep.
Sophie McCulloch in the red, the Aussie, and Anon Matsuoka in blue from Japan.
Yeah, Charlie Hurst, bringing up the green. Sophie McCulloch has big raps on her from all her fellow competitors.
She has, yep. And let's see the reason why. So she's got her first opportunity to impress at this year's Krui Pro 5000 for the women's, that being in one of these seeded heats. All our top seeds come in this round, so they get their first opportunity to impress and strut their stuff.
Right, so no real shots fired in anger. Just a couple of small ones there from our surfer in green and white.
Pity Charlie just missed what looks like a pretty decent wave. So how's it going out there, Billy? You've just had a little break. Is the crowd building up, or is it just competitors only today? What's the vibe?
Pretty much competitors, a few locals hanging around. It is Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. We're in a bit of a time warp here in Krui.
Yeah, you're in a time warp. It's Wednesday, you joke.
Wednesday, wow, I've skipped the day. Day 5. And so not too many locals around. However, the wave face is getting a little bit buttery on one of those, so I think conditions improving.
Speaking of wave faces, here comes Eleanor Cafe. She's had a great heat. She's won her last one, so we're going to have a chat with her. Let's get her to sit down. Thanks, Billy. Watch your coffee there. We'll just get this nice and close, Ella. There we go. You all good? You comfy?
Yep.
My name's Mark. How are you, Ella?
Ella, nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
tell me a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how old you are, and stuff like that.
I'm 19. I'm from Encinitas, California.
And how is your rating on the big shot, on the QS side of life? Where are we at?
I'm 3rd in North America right now. I was on the Challenger Series last year. I didn't make it this year, but I'm looking to get back there.
All right, and these events here. So more so a bit of practice for you, because I guess out of America, you can't take the points home. Is that right? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
I
so
don't
this
get
is
any
heat
points.
practice, yeah?
Yeah.
And maybe some a little payday. All right, cool. There you are, right on screen. Would you like to say hi to somebody at home? They may be watching. I'm not sure what time of the night it would be there, but or late in the day.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Hey, Cole. Hope you guys are good and watching.
Have you been to Indonesia before?
No, this is my first time here.
Ooh, well, Salamat Pagi. Do you know what that means?
Good morning.
There you go. There you go. Hanging with Oni Anwar. She's got a little bit of the Bahasa down. So you did a little bit of some surf tripping and some coaching with Oni. Where did he take you to in Bali?
We mostly just surfed around Canggu. We surfed Karamas once. A couple fun sessions. The waves over here are awesome. I love it.
What was his main message to you through some coaching tips?
I just need to work on flow. Like, I got the power, just make it look better.
Well, you flowed into a 7.6 and a 6, I think, in that last heat, so some pretty good scoring. You happy with your effort, or what do you reckon you could have done better in the last heat?
I'm pretty happy with how the heat went. I started out...
Just get this right there. There we go.
I started out going on a closeout, which I probably shouldn't have done, and that stressed me out a little bit, but I was able to come back. I think next time just pick a better wave right off the start, and yeah.
Somebody who's picked a good wave straight off the start. Look at this Sophie McCulloch.
That was sick.
Everybody's been, when we're saying who do we watch out for, who's top surfer in this round and blah, 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 everybody's gone Sophie as their first pick. Do you know much about Sophie? You seen a lot of her surfing?
Yeah, she rips. We were on the Challenger Series together last year. She had a couple good results. She surfs really well.
All right, so on the Challenger Series for a year last year, what were the main things you learnt out of all of that?
Oh, I learned a lot.
Yeah, it's a big pond, isn't it? There's a lot of big fish in there.
Yeah, that was my first time competing at that level, which was definitely eye-opening. I had never had a contest like that before. It was really cool to see the level of the surfers and just compete at that stage.
All right, so you'll be better for it. You live and you learn, and you hopefully keep improving throughout all these different phases of life. So what's the big events coming up for you, perhaps after these two events in Indo?
After the 2 events in Indo, I'm probably going to go back to Bali for a couple weeks, surf there, and then go home. Maybe try to compete in the US Open, and Yeah, there's not much happening.
Maybe a
other
bit of
than that.
training, working on your boards, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've
They're
been
gonna factor in?
working on my boards a lot, training a lot. Just
So what
Trying
board?
to-
What boards do you ride? Let's give them a plug.
I ride JS's. I was on a Monster 2020 out there.
All right. And who are your other sponsors?
I surf for Body Gloves, Amazon, On a Mission, Futures, and Surf Ride.
Woohoo! You've got some support. That's cool.
Great sponsors. Thank you guys so much.
And who are you rolling with here at this event?
I'm here by myself.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But I've made a bunch of friends. The Aussie girls are super cool. The Indonesians are amazing. Like, everyone is so cool. I
Well,
love it here.
we're all surfers at the end of the day. Win, lose or draw, you're the best of friends on the beach and kind of the worst of enemies or the best of enemies in the water. That's the nature of pulling the rashi on. But everybody's a surfer at heart and everybody's cool and it is like a big family, isn't it?
100%.
All right. Well, listen, Ella, we now know a fair bit more about you. Congratulations. Well done and all the best through the rest of the draw. I'm pretty confident you get another surf this afternoon, so good luck there.
Epic. Thank you so much.
Woohoo, thank you. Respect. I'll hang on to that. Good on you. Well, look at that score, 8-3-3. Sophie McCulloch, the judges just ate right into that and bought every piece of it. And why not? That's the biggest score of the day, so I'm going to write that down, Billy. That is an absolute highlight.
Yes, mate. I was watching that during that interview, and the raps are well deserved. Sophie McCulloch going ham on this thing, to pull out a cliche.
All right, well, maybe we can get to see it again on replay. Maybe I did, but I was lost in the interview there with Alice. She spoke very well and she's got clear as to where she's heading, so good on her.
So Sophie, no stranger to the Challenger Series. She was on it last year, apparently.
All right, we'll stay with Anon Matsuoka. I saw her get a couple of waves this morning in a busy free surf session, so she's definitely done a bit of practice out there this morning, got her head around the lineup, picked a pretty good wave, stringing together a few moves here.
Yeah, good on her.
It wasn't an easy pack. It's not an easy pack in the mornings to get a wave out of, so
No.
I did notice that board and that style this morning. She's really done a lot of strong surfing on this wave, mate. The work effort's really good.
Yeah, Matsuoka looks like she has definitely done a bit of coaching. Loves to lead with that front hand on those
Goodness.
wrapping turns. There it goes again. A little bit of flair and hand jive at the end, capturing the judge's attention. So, yeah, that is our surfer in blue and on.
That was sick. Really well surfed wave. Lots of quality manoeuvres. You can see, like as you were suggesting, has been coached. Has done a lot of stuff with the rashi on. The surfer in green now. Whoa, Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie Hurst ripping a couple of great looking turns off the top there.
It's looking like to me, mate, we got another bossy heat on our hands here. It's, all surfers have at least a score each. Charlie's just showed us her stuff. Sophie's got an 8-3-3. Anon will have the second best score of this heat. That was a strong wave for her. So a good matchup.
It's a beauty. Here's a replay of, this is Anon.
Hanging on. So I'm going to count how many moves she gets on this wave because she did a lot of it. All right, that was
One
kind of a
little-
check turn, but we'll call that one.
Yep. Another little one,
We'll call that two.
really deliberate in her turns, the way she puts that head down and leads with the right hand. Three to the beach so far.
Fourth manoeuvre right there. A fifth manoeuvre here. This wave just keeps giving and she kept helping herself. There's number 6. Some of them aren't that big, but there's a lot of work being done. 7 turns. That's a pretty spicy finish down here, and you picked up on the hand jive.
Wow.
8 hits.
I wonder how long Anon's been surfing for. Because
Looks like a while to me. That's pretty good.
looks like a while. Yeah, I can't wait to see her once she sorts all those sorts of those style factors out. She's really strong and determined.
Meanwhile, Sophie McCulloch and up and down would be lucky to extract a point out of the judges with that effort. Maybe just a little thought the wave looked better than that. And cashed in a priority. No one else is sitting next to her at this stage, so she'll probably regain priority. Meanwhile, it looked like White got a wave here as well. So this is Mahina.
Yep, she's been hanging with us down at Lavina. Really cool girl. Really strong in her turns. Coached by none other than Ross Williams, believe it or not. One of the greats. And you can kind of see it in her surfing pedigree there.
Yeah, the turn she did, she fully wrapped him back to the pocket and really put in some strong back foot. So I think it might have been a little bit of what Anon was missing on her approach. But look at White just paddling as hard as she can to try and get back out there in front of green, get back to the lineup. Second priority still up for grabs. Replays coming at us.
Yeah, let's have a look at her. Spies the lip, slices underneath that one. Really good looking bottom turn, which is so imperative to get a good top turn around.
So she lives in Hawaii.
Yep.
Flies under the Japanese banner.
Fluent in Japanese. I'm not sure of her heritage. Maybe we'll ask her over dinner tonight.
Well, she told me that I think she went to school in America, and she learned English as a first language.
Right on.
And her and Sarah, who's also there, sharing with her, Japanese as their second language, although they both surf under the Japanese banner. It wasn't their first language. Meanwhile, Sophie, she's already got an 8.83, everybody. The score of the morning, an 8.33. Backed it up with the 0.5. This has deleted the 0.5 substantially, and there's no messing around with Sophie does a turn. It's always strong, really good stuff, even though she fell. The judges would have been well impressed with the work she did on that wave.
You betcha. As Mahina is on the hoof to get that first priority, we can see that the hype is real. So do believe the hype, Mark.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's a reason every female competitor we spoke to rated Sophie as the person to watch out for. Yep, so the 8.33, no one's gone there in the women's female side of the draw, so...
look at that wrap.
Another crunch in the pocket.
Yep, good style and power and flow, so triple ticks there, just coming unstuck on a closeout Rio, but can't wait to see put a whole wave together.
So Anon's wave is in, a 4.67 for like 8 moves, so the judges want to see something a little stronger out of her technique, as you were sort of referring to.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of tail in there and not enough rail, you know what I mean, at the moment, just watching her surfboard through those turns, but...
compared to what Mahina did,
yeah,
the way
that's
she went
right.
about it, she's a bit more experienced, perhaps a smidge, well, just stronger, and just got a better technique. So let's see where Mahina's score goes once that comes through. She did pick up that priority, which would have been second priority had Sophie not caught that wave. So a good paddle battle there between white and green.
Yeah, it's all part of it, especially we've seen the priority play a big part in the last 5 minutes of just about every heat.
And you can see Tyner just getting ready for the next heat, representing Bali.
Yeah,
Putting
she's
the red rashy on. She's out there this morning surfing. She said, I don't think my board's big enough. Well, when you ride a 5.6 and your step up's a 5.7 and that's all you roll with,
it's probably not big enough.
Probably at some point it's going to feel like it's a bit small. 10-foot Nias on the radar as well. I might be able to rent out a couple of my bigger boards I've left up there.
Yeah, my shortboarder might be able to rent that out as a big gun.
So you can see Maeda, she got a 4.83 for like 3 turns.
Yep.
Anon got a 4.67 for 8 turns.
Yeah, I think that's
the difference.
I think that's very good judging.
Yeah, and we've said it before that the judges don't count turns. They want to see the turns that count before they throw big numbers, and Mahina did half the surfing for a slightly better number. Pro surfing, mate, they're quite stingy, the judges, for an obvious reason. They're surf watching and trying to separate very good surfers from good surfers from excellent surfers. So here we go. This is Anon. Let's see what she can do this time. It's a better looking wave for a start, Billy.
Yeah, that is a better turn from our surfer in blue. Good looking cutty, spies the white water on the rebound, and I reckon she'll be happy with that. Those 2 turns as opposed to that big 8-turn wave. I reckon she'll be feeling confident. You can see it in her body language there.
Yep.
On the kick, chest up.
She probably, heard the number she got, 4.67. She probably broke that down in her brain and went, I've got to do more, because she did a lot of surfing for a low score, so she went, okay, that's not the angle, I've got to go a bit harder. So a nice response. Charlie Hurst, just a 2.1. She's got a work cut out for her now once Anon drops in this second score as well. Playing catch up. She does have second priority. McCulloch's second score yet to drop. Great overview of the reef we call Ujong Bachor.
Yeah, mate, it's an incredible part of the world. That beautiful left-hand reef system laying out in front of us. In the background there, you can see the beaches And all you have to do is get in a BMO or get on a motorbike and go exploring. There's plenty of coastline there to check out. As we'll look at Sophie McCulloch, a rig up and down first turn. Looking for this third bit of a check, this wave filling up full of water. But she has spied something that we haven't seen and really cracks it off the top there. Wow, this level of surfing really gone through the roof in this heat as she proves me wrong and goes flat on her face.
I mean, it was a good wave, and it just starting to ramp up a little bit in size down the line there. She kind of eyes lit up on that second last turn and then just drew the error, perhaps just over frothed a smidge, but the judges will still love it. She's definitely doing A-grade surfing, dealing with quite a lot of whitewash on this wave to produce the manoeuvres she got going on. And just as the wave started to get really good, she helped herself to this turn, which I really like, and it just started growing, and she got a little bit carried away and kind of wasted maybe another opportunity down the line. Anyway, this is Mahina.
Yeah, really solid rail work with Mahina as her last wave, but polished performance, can get that rebound. She does. Going to stick with this one on the inside. It starts to wall up, shows to start a bit of form. Mahina, you can tell she is a quality surfer, and all right, that'll be a pretty good backup wave.
All right, we'll stick with Charlie now because she's screaming down the line. She needs to get some scoring manoeuvres going on here to bother the talliers and the boys that make the numbers up upstairs. Okay, a second reasonable turn. She was sitting in fourth. The heat started getting away from her, so she needed to answer back. That'll be probably her better score, but probably still going to have to get out there and do something else to challenge for an all-important second position. So Anon does go into second position with a minor score, but Mahina with a number to come, I think, will regain that position. I was quite funny. I interviewed this girl yesterday, Mahina, and she served a pretty good heat. She won the heat. She came in. I said, "Oh, how do you reckon she went?" She goes, "Oh my God, all my turns were fat burgers." And shame. How did I win? I said, "Hang on. You got like a 6 and a 4 or something," and she did pretty good. But her own critiquing of her own surfing, she expects more. She's having a better heat here today, but she claimed all the turns were fat. She wasn't impressed with them, and she thought, "Oh my God, did I win?"
That's pretty impressive turns there, and sometimes your harshest coach is yourself, and that's how you're going to get better. Watch Charlie here. Some of these turns almost go off the back of the wave. So watch this. She gets a bit of speed, eyes up this lip line here, trying to find somewhere to turn, spies it, can't really wash up that speed, and almost off the back of the wave, and cuts down onto it again. She'll repeat the episode here. I kind of like it. That's really hard to do.
Well, it was just a bumpy wave, and she'd gone a long way. She went, okay, I've got to do something. I think the way the judges will see that is not a lot of rail being buried into the manoeuvres. It was more just a hang-on approach, and it was 2 tough sections there for young Charlie. She did a good job to stay on the wave. It wasn't really convincing, create your own drive sort of surfing, so I'm not sure she's going to extract a big number out of that, unfortunately for Charlie. But she's staying within striking distance of Mahina in second, who's just put together I think the 5.73's just dropped. So Mahina comfortable in second. The other 2 girls very evenly matched on their 2-wave totals. Has Charlie's scores yet to come through for that last wave, so she may overtake Anon for third. I don't think she goes to second. Either way, the women's round has been quite exciting, mate. I've enjoyed these first 5 heats. Been some really good, strong performances of some of these seeded surfers staking their claim for to be noticed, and I can see that there's some real good stuff to like about what's happened this morning. Sophie McCulloch, none better than the 8.33 on the scoreboard, a dead set highlight. Willow Hardy, she surfed an amazing heat as well. In the very first heat of the day, we did get Kobe Enright taking that one out. A Japanese surfer, Nanaho Tsuzuki, winning heat 2. Willow, some big numbers in heat 3. Eleanor Cafe, we just spoke with her, she did a great job, and Sophie McCulloch has set the bar pretty high now with the 8.33. Has Charlie's score come through yet, mate? Yep. Yeah, it is in, and it didn't impress the judges too much. What was it?
3.57.
Yeah. And that's the way they'll view that sort of surfing, you know. As a female surfers that might be watching the broadcast, mate, they go, God, she did a pretty good job. She went really fast and she did this and that, but the rail work wasn't quite there because the wave was a little bumpy and chattery down the end of the line.
No, I think you put it perfectly when you said just kind of a hanging on thing, bit of a roller coaster ride through that fast section. It was quite lippy, but yeah, kind of hanging on as opposed to, you know, controlling your turns. Speed, flow and power. They're looking for that. They're also looking for control.
Compared to what Mahina's doing.
Yep.
You know, the turn she's doing compared to what Charlie's doing, just more strength, more rail, ticking more boxes of the criteria. So Charlie, if you're a coach or your dad or someone's filming her heat, could probably just rewind that and just point out some little moments that need to be worked on. But she may still get through. Should she get a 6.46? 3 minutes. Sophie McCulloch blazing through this round. She's on the inside with priority, surfing a smart heat. And I think the 5.6 was a score she probably fell on as well. A wave she fell on, I think.
That last turn.
Yeah, so had she finished that, she could have a 7 sitting alongside that 8. Here we go, Billy.
Yep, 2.5 minutes to go. Should be looking to get rid of that 5.6. That's a great way to start things off. Really hits a lip on the second one. A big belly flopper into the flats. Let's hope she goes okay. But wow, the attack on that first 2 turns is really impressive to see. I have been nothing but impressed by this Sophie McCulloch. First time seeing her in action, and it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it's you know, I hadn't seen a whole lot of it before as well. You know, a bit of downtime during COVID and stuff. There's a whole lot of new faces popping up, mate, and it's good to be able to put a face to the performances when we see. I imagine Sophie's going to be around for quite a while, so it's been good to see her out there milling around the contest site and be able to acknowledge exactly who she is. Back into heat 5 here, everybody. After this round of the women's, we cross over to the Pro Juniors for 4 heats, Pro Junior men's.
Right on, I can't wait for that.
Then I think we cross back to the women's, the next round to 4 heats, and finish with 4 quarterfinals of the men's to round out the day, mate. And those man-on-man men's quarters, as you can imagine, super stacked.
Gonna be electric.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's kind of finals day set for the men's, isn't it? That's cool.
Almost. We'll have four men surfers only remaining in the draw come the end of today. So for the people on the broadcast, hang in there. We're going to finish with a bang. Day 5 here at the Krui Pro. 1 minute to go. Great job from Sophie McCulloch. Mahina has impressed me with what she's done. And pretty close result for 3rd position here between Anon and Charlie.
I reckon around the world right now, Mark, there are people mind surfing those waves to pieces. Have a look at them.
Yep, it's definitely starting to smooth up a little bit out there, so it's heading in the right direction. The creases are starting to come out of the lineup. The female surfers, the women are getting their head totally around this. Here goes Anon.
Yep, Anon's going to go with 23 seconds left. She needs a 5.89. She's going to do her best to find it on this wave. It is a bit frothy. It's hard to tell from that camera zone if there is anywhere to hit. She's kind of quite lateral down the line, wiping her face coming out of the white water, but there's a better angle there. Showing its face on the inside this wave. She's going to have to get really busy and bite off a couple of big manoeuvres to get that score. It's not looking so good for her.
Oh, did she just get whaled down there? That
I'm
wave
pretty
just
sure.
engulfed her.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the end of Heat 5. We'll come back and find out the result of that. We'll take a quick moment's break and we'll see you back here, everybody, for Heat 6.
are live and we are back for heat number 6 of the round of 32 women. I'm joined by Jess Starling. Enjoying your morning?
Oh, absolutely. I enjoy every morning.
That's the way. We'd love to hear that. This looks like another good heat. We have Tayana. Do you know her from
Yes,
Bali?
so that's Tayana. Yeah, she's actually been a friend of mine for quite some time.
She's great.
She's so fun. Ellie Harrison, she is from Victoria in Australia. Julia Nishimoto from Japan. And Sumomo Sato
That's right.
from Japan as well. So another stacked heat.
Yep, we have an Indonesian, an Australian, and a couple of Japanese surfers. And it looks like Tayana off to a flyer. She is small in stature but large in character. One of my favourite people to catch up with every time I go to Bali. I haven't seen her for a couple of years, and she greeted me with a big hug and a smile down there at Krui left when I saw her. So it makes me feel good inside every time I see her.
Yeah, she is a standout human, that's for sure. So we have Julie Nishimoto looking at this one. So
Not liking it?
yeah, up and out on that one. I think in the last heat, a couple of the girls were a bit picky on their waves as well. Was quick out there to watch that heat. My roomie was in that last one. to
Who was
support
that?
her. Charlie Hurst.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yep. How was she? I didn't see she come in, of course, but
Yeah, I didn't get to see her come in. I saw her before her heat and she was quite excited. Unfortunately, just couldn't get going in that last one, which is a shame. She's such a strong surfer. But that's just the way it goes.
and where does she hail from, Charlie?
So, yeah, so Charlie is from Port Kembla, which is just south of Sydney, a couple
Yep.
hours south. And this is Ellie Harrison. Beautiful opening turn. Straight into a second one, handling that little bit of bump excellently. And again, carving back this one. Shouldering off a little bit, but she is working with it as much as she can.
Yeah, good surfing from Ellie. We can see the girls and surfers that are quite aggressive from rail to rail. They kind of handle those bumps a bit better. If you're a bit hesitant and you spend too much time on the flat of your board, it kind of can buck you off left or right.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Ellie looking at a 5-point ride for that last one. Julie Nishimoto, I believe she has another score to come. Oh no, 0.53 she just pulled off on that one, and Taina with a 0.73 and a 0.8. So almost all the girls got at least one wave under their belt. Ellie getting the best out of them. That's a good wave to start for Ellie. We've noticed in the previous heats that slow start can come back and bite you a bit later on in the heat. So
Very
should be
well put.
happy with that opening score.
Yeah, it can. A slow start is the devil right here. It's been proven all morning. Off to a slow start, then you've got your back up against the wall in the last 8 to 5 minutes. It's not somewhere you want to be when it is elimination time. Of course, 2 girls going through, 2 girls going home. We don't like to see that.
Yeah, it is a bit of a ruthless sport. Every round is an elimination round, but it's just a matter of which girls can put the best performance together and make the least amount of mistakes. I remember talking to my shaper, Darren Hanley, and he said...
Darren Hanley's your shaper.
Yeah.
There are not
he
many
is.
people in the world get to say that.
I know.
I'm a bit starstruck now.
Yeah, he's... I feel really lucky. I still get starstruck every time I talk to him. Hey, Darren! But no, he said in the girls' division, everyone is so talented. It's all about the woman who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Yep, that's right.
I think, yeah, if you can get a grip on that.
Now, how old is Charlie Hurst? She'll be in the junior women's also?
Yeah, so she is. So she's 18.
Yep.
So she'll be 19 at the end of the year. And I'm still a junior as well, but I didn't enter because there was a insurance
Thing
going. But I twisted someone's arm, and now I'm first alternate. So hopefully I get a little run tomorrow.
Oh, we don't wish harm on anyone, but yeah, best of luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, what about True? She is younger than you?
No,
Older than you?
True's older than me,
Older,
so she's
okay.
21. She's been in the game a little bit longer than I have. Last year was my first full season on the QS.
Right on.
And this year will be number 2, and hoping to crack the Challenger Series this year, so it'll be great.
All right, it looks like I get to talk to Sophie McCulloch. How lucky am I? We're going to bring her in, the winner of the last heat. G'day, Sophie.
Hello.
How are you? I'll put that right up near your mouth like that. That's perfect. My name's Billy.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. Now, there has been big raps on you, not from anyone getting around the commentary booth, but all your fellow competitors. We've been asking them, who's the girl to watch out for? And your name keeps popping up.
Oh, really?
Right on. I haven't seen you in the flesh before, surfing like that. I was very impressed. Tell me a bit about yourself. Where you're from, how old you are, blah, blah, blah.
I'm from Alexandria Headland on the Sunshine Coast.
Right on.
Member of North Shore Board Riders back home. I'm 23 years old, so getting on now. And yeah, just grown up on the sunny coast my whole life, so these conditions aren't really in my I don't think they really play to my strengths. I'm used to surfing 1 foot onshore conditions, but nonetheless I'm frothing to be here and I'm really excited for this experience.
Well, one of the best big wave surfers in the world comes from the Sunshine Coast.
This is true. I actually saw him the other week.
Yeah, right on. Who are we talking about?
Mark Visser?
Yeah, right on. And Jamie Mitchell, Sunshine Coast as well. I'm pretty sure. I'm not too sure, but it's a strange thing that the Hobgoods and the Slaters, who are also massive big wave surfers, come from Florida. And there's really small waves there, and a lot of big wave surfers come from Sunshine Coast. So don't count yourself as a small wave surfer only. That last heat suggested that you know how to handle the overhead stuff as well. You were on the Challenger Series last year, is that right?
Yes.
Yep. And how was that experience for you?
It was amazing. Yeah, I kind of came home after 3 months and I didn't really make many heats, but it was still like the best trip of my life. So if that doesn't say much about how good it was, then I don't know what does. If I didn't really make a heat and still had the best time of my life. So yeah, it was really good to be a part of a band of Aussies travelling together and really get the camaraderie going, and definitely paid off.
Wasn't soul destroying? It's fueled the hunger a bit more to get back on that Challenger Series?
Yeah, it was both. Definitely a little bit soul destroying, but yeah, a lot of growth comes from that space. So yeah, I'm excited to take it on again this year.
There's been a lot of talk about the Challenger Series and the cut-off and all that sort of thing. Are you a believer, or are you a bit sceptical about that whole cut and the Challenger Series?
I really don't know where it sits, so I'm going to be Switzerland with this one.
Right on.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty brutal for the rookies, but again, it's I think it's going to get more viewers to the sport, so that's what we need. And yeah, I'm kind of just sitting on the fence with that one.
Right, no, that's very diplomatic of you. I think it's a good thing. You know, Parko got knocked off tour on his first year or first couple of years on tour. Andy got knocked off tour. And those guys had to spend an entire 12 months to re-qualify for the year after.
Yeah.
With this cut-off, you can go straight to the Challenger Series and be back in the mix in December in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So
well,
that's one big benefit for it.
You might have sold me then.
Yeah, so, you know, getting not having a successful campaign the first couple of years is not necessarily a nail in your coffin. A lot of world champions, that's happened to. You just got to find it inside you to get back up there and give it a go. And you'll be right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I guess the cream's always going to rise to the top, isn't it?
You bet. And this is your first time in Krui?
Yes.
And what do you think?
I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You've been exploring the areas?
I have, yeah. I've been getting on the moped and not driving. I like to be the passenger.
That's very sensible.
But yeah, it's a beautiful area. I had a surf last night and I was walking back up the beach after the sunset, and I was kind of just in disbelief of where I was. It's pretty amazing, and yeah, I'm very grateful that surfing takes me to places like this.
It really does, and that's the whole idea of this QS 5000 stuff. We bring people in, bring them up, and hopefully they can go on to bigger and better things. If not, we get to hang out here and surf perfect waves and hang out with cool people.
Yeah, it's not a bad consolation, is
Not
it?
so bad. Now, do you want to look down that camera and say hello to anyone tuning in back in Australia?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to. I'd like to say hi to Mum and Dad and my coaches from the Ocean Performance Centre, and also Jay Thompson, my other coach from the Goldie. Shout out to my brothers for watching. Maybe not my little brother, he doesn't always watch, but definitely my older brother. He's normally asleep, but you know, Australia's 3 hours ahead, so maybe he should be up and watching.
Yeah.
And yeah, my sister, she lives in Europe, she might be awake and watching too. So yeah, I'd like to, say I love you and miss you to my sister.
Well spoken and well surfed. Give me one of those. Good luck in the rest of the draw, and it's been a pleasure meeting you.
Thank
That is
you.
Sophie McCulloch, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it on. Starling, tails down the chair, and We welcome her back to the microphone and catch up on the leaderboard in heat number 6. Right, as I was talking, there was a bit of action. Were you watching the screen?
I was watching the screen. I saw Ellie get a backup wave of a 4.93.
Yep.
And I didn't see any of the other girls get their waves. Tyna's back down to third. She was in second. Samuma went up into second. And Julie's still trying to find an opening wave. Really, white, red and green still trying to find an opening wave. So we'll see how that goes for the girls.
It does. We saw Philippa Anderson rationing up there. It's always a pleasure to watch her surf. Really solid performer. From Nui, right?
Yeah, from Nui. She has been in the game for quite some time, and she's actually just a really great legend. She's just always passing on insight for all of us younger girls who are just getting into it. And yeah, she's a great one to have in your corner, and all of us Australian girls are really lucky to have her, and especially Freya Prum as well. They pass down the knowledge to us younger girls.
And it's easy to listen to someone passing a bit of knowledge and dipping their toe into the coaching world when they absolutely rip.
Yeah.
You go, I'm believing everything she says because, wow, she can do it.
And like she's found great success, in the industry we all want to find success in. So to be able to listen to her, and she's almost qualified a few times, and yeah, she definitely knows what she's doing.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of going to Cloud 9 with her a few years ago.
Nice.
Yep. I was judging there and she was competing. And first time seeing her in a big contest like that, and I couldn't help but be impressed. Definitely a level above a lot of surfers around the world. That is the next heat, but let's catch up on this one. It looks like Ellie Harrison with that 5 and 4.93, a couple of mid-range scores, has put her into first place, and it is Sumomo in second. Really just that 3.03. So really 11 minutes to go, Jess, and if someone gets a decent wave,
Yeah.
they got that second position.
It's kind of been the same in every heat as the ones I've watched so far. It's the people who can, capitalise on that first exchange. They've really been in good rhythm and solidifying their scores. But then we see at the back end, the girls who, I don't know, maybe were a little bit more out of rhythm or just couldn't capitalise on their waves. They've been battling for second place towards the end. But Ellie with a 5 and 4.93, so 2 good scores. It's still anyone's game. See Taina taking off on a good-looking wave from the drone shot. First turn straight back in to a second carving manoeuvre. Can't tell if she's in a wetsuit or not.
I think she is in a wetsuit. I saw her this morning, and you can't help but smile when you see her surf or be around her.
Oh, she's just a ray of sunshine. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that last one, but I would be hot in a wetsuit out there.
Yeah, well, she does live in Bali.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure born and bred, but definitely bred. I see you squeeze out the first turn there. She's only little, and these waves are quite big, so she's doing great. Hard to think of having a contest in Indonesia without this young lady getting around it.
Yeah, she's been the first person out there. She's staying at the same camp, and she's always up and morning, and she's always, let's go, come on. So we're always out there with her, some of the first people in the mornings. But we saw Julie Nishimoto, just a quick up and out for her. So still trying to lock in her first successful ride. Taina looking in a 2.83 for those last carving manoeuvres. So
moved up into second.
Yep. Ellie Harrison out there in the lead still with priority. So best case scenario for Ellie right now.
Yeah.
Lead with priority.
Should be looking to scratch that 4.93 off her scorecard. Replace it with something ideally in the good range, over a 6.
Yeah. Ellie just came off a pretty decent result at the El Salvador ISA World Juniors. She was the captain of the Australian team alongside Marlon Harrison, and the Aussies did quite well over there. Came away with a second place overall, and Ellie in the top 10 for the under 18 girls.
Awesome.
Yeah, so a result she should definitely be proud of.
Who got the gold?
In the girls.
No, in the teams I meant.
Oh, in the teams. That's a good question. I think Hawaii.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
We were doing our best to watch from G-Land.
Oh,
We
yeah.
were quite busy over there, and there were some great images coming out of it. That image of the whole team up there on the second podium, the Australian team flying the flag,
Yeah.
built a big smile to an old man's face. I love seeing that.
Yeah, it just looked like such a fun team they had over there, and it was really fun to pick Ellie's brain about her trip to El Salvador, and she said it was just one of the best experiences she's ever had.
All
Here
right,
she goes.
Ellie turning around on this one, looking to get rid of that 493. Opens up with a big wrapping turn, follows it straight up rail to rail surfing from the Australian. Doesn't like what she sees down the line, so just winding back into that lineup with 8 minutes remaining. I can bet she'll get another wave.
Yeah, I bet she will. I'm just getting a little cleaned up on that one, but I'm not sure that last one will go into her top two. But Ellie is a really strong surfer. She has a great forehand on her as well. She did some damage in the 2021/2022 regional series in Australia. It was actually really great, I think, this year to have the regional series. It was my first time competing in that style of event, and I really enjoy the format and the process of all of it.
Me too. I think it's a
Yeah.
great idea.
Yeah, I love the regional, then the challenger, and then the CT.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, things change so quickly this year. We all thought we were going to have like 8 months off, and now we're in paradise. So
Back to back too.
Yeah.
We've got no time to
Yeah.
go for a few days of free surfing here in Krui. We're straight off to Nias, set up the circus up there, and get it swinging.
yeah, so, and then there's talk of more events towards the end of the year, and then a whole nother Australian regional series next year. So
Well, it's definitely livened things up in the surfing world, hasn't it?
yeah,
After a
100%.
couple of years off.
I mean, I love competing. For me, more time in the Rashi, the better.
Mhm.
And it's really my passion and my love. And I think as being a junior as well, I've been lucky to do both event series this year, and I've really fallen in love with it. So yeah, I'm a massive fan of the regional, and it's cool that we get to come to Asia and get points over here. I'm not sure if it'll happen again or if we'll merge, but
Well, Will
whatever
was
happens.
saying, Will Hayden-Smith, this is the first co-hosting QS ever. So that's good.
wow.
So what we mean by that is Australian surfers can come to Indonesia and they can take the points home with them. And hopefully we can return the favour and get some Indonesian surfers down to
Yeah.
Australia, and they can take some points there. But we'll leave that up to the gurus at the WSL. But this co-hosting event is a benefit for both people, the Indonesian surfers and the surfers from around the Philippines and Japan. They get to experience the level of competition brought by the Australians, and the
Yeah.
Australians get to come here, surf perfect waves.
It's been a really great week as well, just getting to know everyone and, seeing everybody's strengths and how people prepare for a heat and how they handle a loss and, a win as well, and just taking a little bit out of, each person's book and, adding it to your repertoire if you see things you like. And I've just really enjoyed making new friends this week, and I think it's especially with the Japanese, I've never competed with them
Right
before.
on,
I've done
yep.
a little bit with the Indonesian.
Focused, aren't they, the
Oh,
Japanese?
they are just phenomenal competitors. Yeah, I'm really inspired by them as we see one. So this is Samumo. Beautiful opening turn, straight into a second, great looking wave. And she's going to go up again for a third, throwing a lot of water off that turn. And a fourth. What a great wave. Committed surfing. It's getting a little smaller down the line. But she is just going to take this one all the way through.
Yeah, Sato from Japan doing a great job on that wave. We'll see if that can snatch the second position off our Indonesian surfer.
She only needed a 0.6.
I think she did it when she stood up.
Yeah, she definitely got that, and I think she would have improved quite significantly on her situation as she teed off on this thing multiple
Yeah,
times.
right on.
One, and then a beautiful second. I like this third turn the most. Lots of water throwing off that one. Back into a fourth. This just shows the beautiful and the length of the wave.
Yeah, I like this
Krui
angle.
has. This is one of the longest waves we've had all morning, I believe. Just took maybe one of those mid-sized ones.
Yeah, you got to be
Yeah.
able to pick the runners.
And
As we
looks like
see
Ellie has
Ellie.
done just that, but falls on her backside. Still 3 minutes 40 to get out there and try and squeeze another wave in.
Yeah, as I said at the start of the heat, it's definitely the competitors who can capitalise on their first exchange, and Ellie got two scores straight away, and even though all these girls are phenomenal surfers, you know, she's sitting quite pretty in first place, with
Yeah.
second place in Taina only needing a 7.1 to get to the lead. So unless something drastic happens, everyone really needs 2 waves to try and jump Ellie. So I think as of right now, she's in a pretty good spot. And Taina's just paddling back out. Didn't improve her situation on that last one. We're still waiting for the score of Sumoma. Yeah.
This is going to make it interesting with just under 3 minutes remaining. All eyes on White there. She does go to second place, and that's via that
4.8.
4.8, yes. Wow.
This was Ellie on that last exchange.
So she got a couple of turns away before coming to the inside.
Yeah, that one just fizzled out a little bit on the inside. Probably didn't give her the re-wall she was hoping for, but she still got some nice turns done on this wave.
Well, looks like it was worth the wait. There's a little section of smack, and she does it twice, if you don't mind. That's what we saw at the end.
Yeah.
So, quite a handy wave. We thought it was just like a 0.5 or something, but we'll see where she stands with that. This is Julie Nishimoto. At last, a decent wave running down the reef for her to play with. With only 2 minutes remaining, she'd really want to get on the kick and get out the back and see if she can maybe go inside and get a little runner. Gus yesterday. That was super smart competition surfing.
Yeah, tee off it on a smaller one a few times, like the surfer in white did. Sumoma on her last one, locking in that 4.8, even though... So she only needs a 4.37. So if she could find one like White's, she could be looking pretty to snatch that second place. Here goes Taina on what looks like a great wave.
Yeah, come on, Tiana. Get in there. Oh, that wave just engulfs her. I reckon she's smiling underwater.
Yeah,
What do
well,
you think?
100%.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Giggling to herself.
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm in Krui hanging out with these people,
Yep.
surfing perfect waves.
I think she's probably a little bit frustrated as well. Hasn't
Yep.
really found an open face in this heat just yet. But yeah, if you don't know Taina, she charges as well. There's great footage of her out Big Ulus. As we see, looked like Julie was looking at a little wave just before Taina just washing off that last wipeout. Julie did get a wave. It'd be interesting to see what she got done on the outside with only 40 seconds. So not sure if she'll get another opportunity.
Really on the hunt though, isn't she?
Oh yeah.
Menchari?
This is what I mean. The Japanese are great competitors. I'm actually very inspired by them.
Very tenacious.
Yep.
And not much distracting them outside of the competition arena.
No, they just they're here to get a job done, and they do it without any fail or hesitant. So yeah, lots to take away from a lot of the surfers in this event, and yeah, it's been great. I've really enjoyed being here. So massive shout out to WSL.
Good on you. All right, well, this one is winding down with only 0 seconds left. In fact, looks like you get to have a chat with Ellie Harrison.
I do.
That's good news. You can catch up, and we will be back for heat number 7. Wherever you're watching around the world, stay with us, folks.
welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 5000. We are down here at Ujung Bokchor, which is
hold
a
up.
beautiful left-hand point break. My name is Jessie Starling, and I'm joined by my friend Mark. How you doing, Mark?
Having a good time. I'm having a great day. Thanks very
Oh.
much. Thanks for asking. It's a pleasure. Yeah, it's cool.
Now, this is a bit of a, not stressful, but a bit of a stressful heat for me. I've got my big sis, True Starling, in the lineup.
Yep.
We also have experienced campaigner Philippa Anderson from Australia, from Newcastle down there. Minami Nonaka from Japan, as I said, my big sis True. Go True. And Angela Ball from down in Victoria. So Ange, if you haven't heard of her before, Ange isn't scared. And we, all of us girls, Ange charges harder than all of the Australian girls.
All
She
right.
she is the one who will throw herself over. Like all of us have a dig and have a go, but she has something else that none of, like she could be on the big wave tour if she wanted to be.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
let's see. So this for your sister. This is a tough heat. Is that what you're saying?
I believe my sister, if she can get the waves, here she goes. She can do anything.
Oops.
Same with everyone though. So it's whoever gets the waves.
That's it. When, as you know, when you're in the rash vest and the heat's on, it's 100% focus on yourself. You can't be too bothered about anybody else. Let's have a look at Philippa.
This is a good looking wave for Philippa. So she drives around that first section into a beautiful opening turn. Doesn't get a second one, so it's just running off a little fast along the reef, which I assume would be from that tide going low.
Well, you can see from your sis and Philippa just the clear intention, get a quick start at all costs, even though the waves mightn't have been great. You know, it beats sitting around and getting more nervous, and I'm sure everybody's experienced enough to know that, you know, you don't want to panic, you don't want to get nervous right away, but it just eliminates a little bit of that fuss and gets you in the priority rotation, and a bit of feet, wax on the feet, all those sort of good things.
Yeah, as I was saying to our co-commentator Billy in the last heat, I think, you know, anyone who can capitalise in those first 5 to 10 minutes, it's been really paying off for them in the back half of the heat. And the men and women who have been sitting and waiting for that little bit longer, being that bit more selective, which you're supposed to be in a point break scenario, it's just the sitting and waiting's been biting them a little later on in the heat.
Yeah, no, good observation, and you know, I don't like sitting around too long. I just want to get on with the job. Obviously, you've got to get quality waves, but you know, start busy and get more selective towards the end is probably not a bad way to word all that.
Yep, I agree 100%. But yeah, looking like, as we're saying that, it's a bit of a slow start to this heat. We've got 317 for Philippa and just a 0.5 for True. And you can see the little 3 next to True's name puts her into the priority rotation, and when Philippa gets out back, she will have a little 4. But no priority established for Angela and Minami. So
All right, so why don't you give me some of the highlights of True Starling's career?
yeah, so being my sister, no, I'm kidding. True's been in the competitive game for a little while now.
Has she won any big events?
She's won, so she's represented the Northern Arabian team in the Australian Board Riders Battle the 2 years they've won. She's been the female surfer. Other years she's been the backup, but now we've kind of got a good little routine going. If True's the surfer and I'll be the backup. True, she's been to World Junior titles before. She did pretty well. I think maybe got quarters in the World Junior.
All right, that's a good result.
ISA, yeah. And then she's done well in a 5,000 at Cabarita last year. Unfortunately, had a bit of a unstable run in the Australian Regional Series at the start of this year.
Surely it doesn't get any harder anywhere in the world than the early rounds that go on in Australia with the amount of quality surfers and the depth of the field and all that. You know, there's harder 1,000s and low rank QS events as you can do in the world.
It's still hard at QS 1000s
Yeah.
because everyone just wants to surf heats and get stuff done. So, but we have the winner of the last heat, Ellie Harrison, coming in to join me for a few questions.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's a wooden seat.
congratulations on the win in your last heat.
Thank you.
Are you stoked?
Yeah, pretty stoked.
Now run us through how are the conditions out there. It looked a little slow, a little bumpy on the face of the waves.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen in your heat. Those sets, there's big lulls between them, so you're not sure, take up your step up or your shortboard, whether you're going to get the small ones or the big ones, but it was fun. I got the job done, so yeah.
So what board did you opt for, the step up or the shortboard?
The shortboard, a round tail shortboard.
And you've just come off a pretty good result at the ISA World Juniors over in El Salvador. Talk us through how that experience was for you.
Yeah, it was super fun over there. Definitely a different type of comp, but it was good to get some heats done over there and good practice for here.
Yeah, and coming off an international playing field over there straight into another one here, how do you find it differs from just competing in a normal Australian regional series?
I try not to worry about who's in my heat. I normally don't look, but I just try to trust my surfing and yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's the only way to do it. And is there anyone you want to say hi to back home?
My family, mum, dad, hello. Brothers, so they're probably not watching, but hello.
And give us a little bit of fun insight. What's your go-to hype-up song before a heat?
I actually was having a bit of a shocker this morning, so I forgot my phone and my headphones, so I was kind of listening just to the commentating.
Is there a song you usually go to before a heat?
No, not really. I'm not really a music person. I don't know. Yeah, just...
Well, that is so fun. Well, good luck in the next round. I believe you surf again today.
Yep.
What's the plan before the next heat?
Go get some food, have a chill, watch some heats, and yeah.
Awesome, amazing. Well, thanks for coming in and chatting
Thank
to
you.
us. Well done, and we'll speak to you hopefully a little bit again later.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Ellie Harrison, the winner of the last heat. She put on a great performance. If you haven't heard of Ellie, go and check her out on Instagram or WSL. She is one surfer to look out for coming through the ranks in Australia. So still a slow heat.
Yeah, just those two waves. Here we go, this is a little better. Philippa again.
On a bigger looking set. Bit of whitewash on the face for Philippa on this one. Looked like maybe she got it from way up the point as she passed her competitors. Second turn, just a carving manoeuvre. Hasn't really stood up for her yet. Here we go. Great looking section on that one. Coming around the bottom again. It gets a little difficult to see. And she's just up and out on that one. So that was a great way for Philippa.
I didn't mind it because it's a low scoring heat, you know. She would have heard her first number, 3:17. We've had almost 10 minutes off the clock, so she thought, well, I just better do better than that and at least get my required second number. Pressure's kind of gone off a little bit now for Philippa because this will turn into her better score and consolidate the lead. She'll now go out the back and go, all right, 15 minutes to burn off my 3:17. That was a good hit. The judges will love that because it was top to bottom surfing on a bigger wave. So a very worthy option there from Philippa Anderson.
Couldn't agree more. That one powerful turn she got off. The judges are going to absolutely love that. So we'll wait and see. Looks like there might be a few little lines approaching. Angela just got a 0.2. She's not back out in that priority rotation yet. So priority with blues, second priority with the true. So.
All right, Blue now dropping into this using her priority. So it's the first time we've seen Nonaka. And got a few stickers on the board, so she's got some sponsors and some support, and she's a good surfer by the look of things. That was a bad way to kick off your campaign. Needs to hit at this end section, just times it a little bit too late, won't get any bonus manoeuvre down at the end of the line, so a one hit wave. But look at Philippa's numbers turning into a 5:17, I'm pretty sure that is, if my maths serve me right.
Yeah, I reckon you'll be right with that. So 5:17, I honestly think probably just from that one hit.
Yeah, most of it, for sure.
All the points came from. As we see Elise Cooper and her caddy Piper Harrison.
This is right behind the judges' scaffold at the lead into the competitors area. What I noticed out there, I just did the rounds and I was fluffing around and having a look around. there's a lot of cops. There's a lot of police in
Yes.
uniform, and they're all dressed up, and they love a uniform, and they love a photo. So I went around and I took a photo of a couple of selfies of me and some cops, because you just never know. If stuff goes pear-shaped one night, I go, I know this guy.
Yeah, I know this guy.
So I'm back in I'm sort of covering my butt by going out and saying hi to the cops. And they love it down here.
A little insight on Elise Cooper coming up in the next heat. She actually won this event in 2018.
All right.
So she knows how to get the job done out here.
I've seen her come to WA and serve some QS events over there, which is where I remembered her
she
face when I
has.
saw her the other day.
Yep, she has been competing for, a while, and she's got a few QS wins under her belt, and she
Looks
was
like
very...
Kalani Johnson up ahead as well.
Kailani, that's Rhea Campbell in the green. So it'll be a pretty stacked heat for the last one, I believe.
They all are, because all the seeded surfers coming into play in this round, our Pro Junior men's are on following this next heat. So they'll be pretty anxious to get out there and put up their first appearance in the Rashfest here at Ujong Bachord, and then rolling into the next round of the women's following that, and finishing with our men's man-on-man quarterfinals this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm
Be great.
excited for that.
As soon as that round of the men started yesterday, I think it was the round of 32, and we had Jesse Mendez, Jarvis Earl in that very first heat. Stuff just went through the roof. They both had a ballistic start to that heat. 4 waves in a row. Jarvis, Jesse, the other two, there was 2 Japanese surfers in it as well, and they all just shredded their first wave. It was a mental way to kick off the men's, and I'm expecting more of that this afternoon.
The us Australians have a little joke going because there's the takeoff spot, and then there's when Jarvis is out there, he sits a little bit. I don't want to give too much away, but he sits a little bit deeper. In this exact same spot, he has his lineup. We call it Jarvis Ledge.
Well, it's working for him.
We'll
He
be
is on
like,
fire.
Should we go sit at Jarvis Ledge today?
If your name's not Jarvis Earl, I would recommend probably don't go and sit there, because he surfs that fast. I don't know whether any normal human being could make the waves he gets.
Yeah, he's just probably one of the most talented young surfers we have coming out of Australia. He actually just came off a semi-final finish at the ISA World Juniors as well. So he's also probably the smiliest human I've ever met.
He was that cool. I really enjoyed having a chat with him yesterday, because I hadn't known much about him. He'll feature in the first men's quarterfinal against Mike Clayton Brown, so a very worthy, caught everybody's eye. I think he's won every heat he's been in. He got tubed off his head the other day, the other couple of mornings ago. Went and beat Jesse Mendez in that first heat yesterday afternoon, and not many people have even come close to Jesse's act. He opened with an 8.33 off the top of my head. So Jarvis Earl, remember that name, everybody, because a serious young Australian on the rise.
100%, and he's got a good matchup with Mike Clayton Brown coming up in his next heat. So that'll be a great matchup. It was a bit unfortunate to see 2 Aussies coming up against each other, but we're nonetheless, all of us kind of been sticking together. We all have a little zone next to the comp site. All of us Australians have kind of taken over. So we've all been supporting each other and caddying for each other. So it's been great.
Well, let's have a look. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Australians making up the 8 quarterfinalists in the men's quarters. Once we get there, we'll confirm who they are a little bit later on, but we'll stick with the live action, because your sis has dropped into 3rd place. If you could get in her ear right now, what would you say?
Don't sit and wait. No, I would tell her, I think we're very different, but usually I just say, don't freak out, and just belt the crap out of your next wave.
You've got 10 minutes to do it. Belt the crap out of your next wave. Don't fluff around, just go big.
Because I was her caddy for her 2 heats, for her first heat yesterday, and she got her first wave in the event, she got a really long one, but only got a 3. And she was like, why was it a 3? And I was like, it's really horizontal. Like, just go out there and belt the thing. I was like, surf it like it's narrow beam. And then she dropped like a 6.5 on her next one. I was like, see?
That's a good thing to say, surf it like it's narrow beam. Because when you see waves, or sometimes, the people I've coached, I'm like, try and equate it to something that you know. If it's a new wave and you've never surfed here, what is it like? It's sort of got to be like some other wave you've ever surfed. Kind of look at it that way. So that was a good comment. Surf it like it's narrow beam. Well done. I like that.
We've surfed, big lefts our whole life. Coming from narrow beam, you kind of have to have a dig out there.
Look at Nonaka go here, just quietly.
Yeah,
This
she's.
is going to make life a little harder for your sis. That was a pretty well surfed wave.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Minami. Sorry, yeah.
Minami Nonaka. And here goes Philippa, wave number 3. So she doesn't even need waves. She's out there finding them at will. Wasn't a great one, but keeping her rhythm moving. 9 minutes to go. Is this your sis? It is.
Here's
Go
Big
for it.
Sis going up. Oh, just a little under the lip, but still a nice hook for True. And she goes again. Got my knees tapping. And she's going to opt out of that one. So I'd like to see if she got anything off the top. I only saw those last 2 turns. But she's kicking. She's getting back out there. Only needed a 2.44, but
Well, that would
Minami just locked in another wave.
for
so
sure. Minami's wave will be better than her first. It'll probably be around the 4-ish range. So imagine your sister was probably chasing about a 6 out of that.
Yeah, I think she'll probably need another wave. But there's 8 minutes on the clock, so she hasn't left her run too late, as we see.
Well,
Ange
bit of boogie boarding from Ange.
just up and out on that
Hasn't
one.
had a chance to show us a big wave skills yet, has she? So
She was out there on days that the boys weren't out there.
All
Like
right.
the boys were like, I'm not going out. Ange was like, are you kidding? So yeah, she's not scared.
all right, so this is some replays. Not a whole lot going on here for Philippa Anderson, so she'll just have to kick off. It's got still a substantial lead. The 517 still stacking up as the best wave of the heat, but I don't mind this little wave of blue here because she did crack the lip there.
Yeah, the judges will love that turn.
She got a whole lot more joy down the line here as well. So she was sitting in second. She looks like she's a pretty young pup, and she's doing some kind of strongish surfing. I don't mind it.
Yeah, as we touched on in the previous heat, the Japanese surfers have just got their heat technique just down pat. They know how to tick the boxes and get it done. As we see Philippa, another
This was
replay
that.
of her.
Yeah, this was that right throwaway wave. So we've seen that. We've seen the replay of blues. Their number in a 4.67. So your sister's actually chasing a 7 out of that score.
Yeah, so she'll definitely need another wave.
Yeah, she will need another wave.
And good priority. So True only getting a 3.5 for that last one, looking for a 4.11.
So we mustn't have missed anything. Those 2 turns that we saw pulled under the lip. If she doesn't get through this heat, you could probably go up to her and go, you had a pretty good wave. You had 2 good sections. You didn't crack it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's it. You're not wrong.
And she'll probably know that, but sometimes, you know, you
Yeah.
need to hear it and go,
Yes,
yeah, I know. But you usually do. Look at
Yeah.
it as North Narrabeen. If it was Northy, you would have belted it.
Yeah, yesterday she got 2 6s for 1 turn. So
Yeah. All right.
and that she was just cracking the lip. So hopefully she can find that little bit of momentum again today and get one to.
Still got 6 minutes.
Yes.
4.11 she needs now, so a much more doable thing than the 7. So staying in striking range of Nonaka in the blue. Philippa Anderson got nothing much going on that last wave. She'll know 6 minutes to go. She's back to top priority, so surfing a pretty smart heat here. Angela Ball will be a little miffed as to what's gone wrong with her heat. Although a 7.40, you're suggesting she's a really good surfer and a bit of a charger. So a 7.4, I imagine, is not beyond her.
No, she's. Yeah, as I said, she's not scared. She actually surfed the Bells 50 Year Storm a few years ago. And it was probably solid, probably 20 foot.
Wow.
She was out there just taking off on these huge waves.
So what do people ride at Bells when it's 20 foot?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. You won't catch me at Bells at 20
probably
foot.
have to be close to a 10-foot board, I imagine, or thereabouts.
She has massive boards. I think she has like a pink 9.0.
All right.
So,
I don't.
yeah, I definitely don't either. I would like to give it a go one day, but I want one of those vests on.
And maybe a ski and a rope and
Yeah.
get towed in.
Yeah. And
Right.
tissues for when I'm crying.
Ah. All right. So 5 minutes now remaining. The 517 still stacking up as the best wave of the heat. Angela Ball has not had things go all her own way. She doesn't even have priority at this stage. There must be someone about to lock in second priority because we're all sitting out the back. Maybe the priority judge might have just nodded off here. Or maybe they're not close enough to the peak.
Yeah, I think if we're going off last waves, my guess would be Angela would probably have second priority, seeing as she just had that belly board wave and she jumped off it pretty early on. So unless she got really towed up, and then True and Minami It'll be interesting to
The
see.
thing is, we can't see Philippa. She's up the point. Here we go. So this is Philippa, but getting all bossy, using the priority wisely here. Maybe the others are just sitting so far off the peak they haven't earned second, third or fourth priorities yet. But we'll watch Philippa here because her 317 is gone. This is in addition to her 2-wave total and confirming a win here for Philippa Anderson. Looks like she's not lost nothing over the years, even though you were saying 13 years she's been doing the QS or thereabouts. So you probably consider her a bit of a veteran on the women's side of the draw.
Yeah, no, we definitely do. She's knowledgeable, and yeah, her and Freya Prum, they still going. They're still frothers, and just showing us that all that age doesn't matter, and
Experience,
as long as you rip
experience counts. You can't buy experience, and Philippa would have more of that than anybody. I attended an event probably 3 or 4 years ago in the Philippines, Cloud 9, where Philippa won that. It was a women's only event. She took it out. I ended up boarding for the event with Freya. But Philippa, really polished. I could see her class stamped all over that event. To me, was an outright favourite from first to last heat. Took it out.
This is going to be a big score for
It
this
will
wave.
be.
Yeah.
Be the wave of the heat.
It could be the wave of the day so far, I reckon.
Wow. Okay. So the 833 of Sophie's. You reckon that challenges that? No, the 833 of Sophie's was pretty bossy.
Okay,
I think Philippa did some really good surfing, but Sophie just a bit more brutal on the opportunities she got. So I reckon for sure the wave of this heat could turn into the second highest, a 683. So there we go. It fell a little short, about a 1.5 points short of the work that Sophie did.
Wow, so
easily the
Sophie's
best wave of
must
the
have
heat.
been amazing.
It was. She did Sophie stuff.
Oh, I told you.
Yeah, you did, and every other girl has too. Now I'm a believer. She won the last heat, and Philippa is also stacking up as a bit of a fave after this effort. Here we go now, blue.
Here goes Manami. So she's looking for a 733 to get to first. Oh, just bumping off the back of that one.
Just left the door open for your sis.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining. True has second priority, Ange has first. Ange needing a 7.4. Here she goes on this one.
So the good news for your sis is she now moves to top priority.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see what Ange can get done on this wave. So 2 calves to start off. It's looking like a little bit of shouldery this wave. She hasn't really been able to open up so far. Still, nonetheless, trying to make the
Here's a
most.
section. Boom! Needs to make it. Oh, what a pity. Okay, you can get in your sister's ear now with 90 seconds. What do you say?
Just catch a wave, mate.
Catch a wave and don't stuff it up.
Yeah, no, she's got this.
Do good stuff.
Yeah, True's been doing this for a little while, so
Yeah.
you just focus on yourself and
Does she listen to her little sister?
definitely not.
All right. So she's taking the headphones off. She's not listening to you.
No, she's probably not listening to me. True listens to True.
All right, True's World. 1 minute to go.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. Come on.
4:11. Not a big ask by your sis there.
No, and it looks like the ocean's going a little bit sleepy. So
It wasn't a bad effort from Angela. Had she finished that last manoeuvre, it locked in at a 377, but you can see the frustration building a little bit there for Ange. She really gave that last section a good bit of what for, but just kind of overcooked it. She'll come in a little frustrated with this heat, but she's coming to Nias.
she is coming to Nias. I'd
Good.
love to see where True is in comparison, if she's charging it up the point to try and get an inside one.
25 seconds. She'd be scrambling somewhere looking for an opportunity.
And you see Minami's back out the back. She's got second priority next to her name, so she's probably hunting True down.
So what I'm going to do out of this experience, going to Nias, is I'm going to remember Angela Ball, because you've, claimed she's the biggest charger ever. We're going to get some big surf. She's going to be there on a backhand. I'm going to watch for that name through the draw up there, and hopefully she can impress in some bossy Lagundri Bay barrels.
She's definitely one to look out for when the surf is big.
Thank you very much, Jess. We are done with that heat. We'll be back in 1 minute with the last heat of this round. Righto, g'day team. Welcome back to the broadcast. We are here live at the Krui Pro 5000, the women's side of the draw. This is Ujong Bachord, the reef we are surfing on right here in South Sumatra. It is the western province of Lampung. Thank you, everybody. Here we go. This is our lineup. It is Kalani Johnson in the red out of Indonesia, Elise Cooper, the Aussie in blue, Mia Hupats. We had a chat with her yesterday, the Victorian in white, and also Raya Campbell out of Queensland in the green. G'day, Billy Hangan.
G'day, mate. It's good to be back with you in the booth. Kalani Johnson, the highest ranking Asian woman surfer at the moment. She will have her work cut out with Elise, Mia and Raya showing good form.
All right. So you know some of Kailani's strengths and weaknesses. What can we expect to see out of her on this heat?
Well, she really surprised me in the last few years. Of course, her older sister, Pua, also a competitive surfer. She has just gone from leaps and bounds in the last few years and a really fast learner. You can give her a set of skills to learn on, say, over a week and say, all right, go away for 6 months, learn that by yourself and come back to me once you've got your head around that, and then we'll work on another set of skills. She's really good at doing that.
All right.
You know what I mean? So out of today, you can expect she'll hunt down those big set waves. She's not scared of big waves. She's been free surfing every morning out the front here with all the lads. And I'm looking forward to seeing the rail work that she can do. Of course, there was a great photo of her at Nias a few years ago doing that backside hack down there, which we haven't seen an Indonesian woman do before at Nias. So looking forward to it.
Doing the rounds on the Challenger Series representing Indonesia, you know, somewhere like a Manly, watching some of that event and the smaller beach breaky surf, I imagine stifled her style and what she can bring. So a big open face left like this in the warm, familiar waters of Indonesia, I reckon this is every chance for her to bring her best surfing.
Yeah, spot on, Mark. Also the, you know, that experience of Challenger Series in Manly, all the rock stars of surfing are there. It's a big event. You're away from home. You're travelling with the Indonesian team. But I do know that she loves all that. So once she gets her head around it, the first couple, and she's not a little bit starstruck, if you will, or a little bit head in the clouds from looking at the whole show, I think she'll really progress through the rounds in the next Challenger Series. I know her big goal is to qualify for the Olympics.
All right.
She's tonguing to surf Chioppu.
Wow, what a goal to have in your kick. I want to go to Chopes. Not many people would say that with convincing honesty, but good on her. All right, and let's see what else. Elise Cooper, apparently she won this event back in 2018. Powerful goofy footer. I remember she came to West Oz for some QS events as well, and really shone there and caught my attention. So she will be pretty eager to rack up a good result here and grab a big swag of these 5,000 points on offer. Now, what do we know about... Oh, Mia, I spoke with her the other day. Victorian. Cool chick. Loving her time here. She was so sweet to talk to. I really loved having the interview with her yesterday. And she had her head screwed on pretty well. So that's her in the white, just coming into screen right now. Raya Campbell out of the Goldie.
Yep. Really good form in the last round. She does stick in my mind as a solid performer in that last round. So 20 minutes of good action with 4 great surfers.
So 5 wiped off the clock. This is our last heat of the women's round for now. We are going to see our Pro Junior men's up next for their first opportunity, sitting around for you know, basically day 5 today. You can't tie grommets down for long, so these crew will be champing at the bit. It could turn into a 40 wave heat because, as you know what grommets are like, mate. Yeah, they got a lot of energy and they're sitting there and they go, give us a crack.
Oh, they are tonguing for it outside. I was just in the competitors area, and the grom fever is at a high level.
Here goes young Mia. Can't quite get around that and make any sense of that wave, so a bit of a nil-all draw there for Mia. Hupats, I think that's the way you say it. Anyway, her local is Tanjung, which is kind of the Trig version of the Torquay area.
Right on.
Not as heavy. Not many beaches are as heavy as Trigs, you know that.
No, it's not for everyone.
Damo Hayes. Kerry Whitford work with me here. So just a 0.67 throwaway there. You can see Kailani, the one we've been talking about, holding her ground out the back. Probably one of the taller girls on the tour.
Yep, the Johnson sisters are tall. That's 100%.
The old man Rich, he'll be watching. G'day, Rich. Woo-hoo.
G'day, Rich. Yeah, their mother, full-blood Balinese from the East Coast area, up around Karamas side.
Okay. So what else is going on out there, mate? You've just been doing the rounds. You're saying there's a lot of grommets frothing out there in the competitors' area.
Yeah, also a strong crowd starting to build of local people coming to check out the surfing, which is great. And the really encouraging thing about it is none of them look as though they've ever surfed a day in their life, but they're digging the show. And they are mobbing Will Hayden Smith for photos and selfies and videos.
Well, I did likewise, mate. I went out there, and you know how many cops there are.
Oh,
they're all
yeah,
out there in their nice, tight, shiny uniforms, and they've got the hair slicked back and that little suave. So I thought I'd do the opposite, and I went and took a whole bunch of selfies with some cops. Just because you know my track record, I thought I might need this further on in the week.
In your back pocket.
So if anything goes pear-shaped, there's still a couple of nights for that to happen. I do have some photo proof that I know some police. And, I might have to bring that up later on.
Yeah, you pick the one with the most ribbons on and get the selfie with him.
Yeah, well, I got this dude that had the most styling haircut, and he's chatting with me, and I said, "Excuse me, Mr. Photo?" He had a laugh. He's gone, "Of course."
Oh, nice.
And then this other one who seems to be one of the bosses, Pat Choo Choo out there. He's sitting there with me, and I showed him a photo of his mate. I said, "Have a look at this." And he goes, "Where's my selfie?"
Oh, he wanted it.
I'm getting to that. I just turned it around, and we took one, and he was so stoked that we bothered to do that. So
awesome, great fun.
There's my get out of jail free if I need it.
Yep, for sure.
Kailani's on the move. She's probably spotted something behind this wave.
Yeah, been under the tutelage of Dylan Amar, the national coach.
All right.
That's who she's travelling with now.
Nice little inside wave approaches. She is on, so the goofy footer doing the Challenger Series. She's just been to the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks. She's gone to Manly. She's now strutting her stuff here at Krui. Ujong Pachort got a little bit excited right there. Probably needed to just be a little more level-headed, finish that wave, and at least bank something. But it's early days. It's her heat to surf, but always a good way. At least get an early wave. She was going to go into the lead with it.
Yeah.
Elise and Rhea will remain waveless. Here comes something more substantial.
Yeah, well, that first one was pretty handy from Kai. The second one really threw the kitchen sink at it. And ditched the fins and ditched the whole manoeuvre.
317. Look at this thing. It's probably going to be unreachable, this wave. It's breaking a little wide, pushing, I'd imagine, away from the pack, heading down towards Caddy's corner. All right, so let's have another look at this. So she did start this pretty well, and I thought, all right, she's on her way here. And then she just had a little moment where she got a bit excited and just got a little bit
probably needed a bit of more rail work there than the flare the arms and flick the tail.
The board went one way and the body twisted the opposite way, so it's just not quite the right dance right there.
I saw Matt Cattle out there, and we'll talk about that after we watch Raya Campbell on her first wave.
Yep.
This is a good-looking runner. Lots of roundness to it, straight up and down. Pretty lateral surfing from Raya thus far. Gets into the soupy section and still heading down the line. Well, not much is happening on this wave. A bit of a end section fall off, but the good news is one of the greats of Australian surfing, Philippa Anderson, is here to have a word with you, Mark.
Yeah, why not? It's been ages since I've seen Philippa, so I'll just stay with the Lisa's wave here. So all four surfers are off and racing at this stage, so that's a good thing. We'll get to some numbers there in a moment. We'll just bring the legend herself in here. We'll have a chat. It's the perfect position. Philippa, I want to say good day. Can you remember me?
Yeah.
Last time I saw you, I think it was all the way over there at Cloud 9.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
I was
that
just
event?
seeing the girls, Nilby and them. We were figuring out that was a long time ago.
Right, okay, well, there we are.
Yeah.
Everybody, this is what Philippa Anderson looks like. She's really cool. You won the last heat. Tell me about it. You reckon you got room for improvement out of that performance, or are you happy with it? Where does that sit?
Oh, definitely some room for improvement for sure. But it's been a while, because whenever we landed a few days ago, we haven't hit the water, so I was pretty happy to get out there.
Day 5, you've just surfed your first heat. You know, we're a long way through our waiting period, and out you go, and you've strung it together, and you're through to the next round. That's a good thing. Young Jess Starling was telling me this is around about your 13th odd year doing the WQS. Would that sound about right to you?
Yep, doing it for a long time.
Wow. And what have you learned over all those years?
10 notebooks full and still filling them up.
The main ones?
Yeah, I think a lot of head noise. I think.
Trim it down, keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for a while. When I first got on, we had the likes of Rebecca Woods and Paige Harp on the QS when I first started when I was quite young. And then, I guess as the years have gone on, I've come close to qualifying, but obviously haven't hit it. But every year there's always improvements, always something new, and rock up the next year and excited to compete. I'm pretty competitive, so
and every year there's these new young girls coming through, snapping at your heels, looking up at you, going, righto, Philippa Anderson, I'm coming for you. What do you do to fend them off? Do you just try and play the bossy game, or do you just draw on all your experience and give them a lesson in how to surf a heat?
Oh, I think definitely a lot of the young girls I don't actually know the names or know them, but the talent's there. But for me, it's when I go into a heat and someone's like, oh, you've got this young up and comer, I think I look at it like back to that head noise of I've got a lot of experience. I've surfed thousands of heats, so in situations where you need a 7 instead of like freaking out, just go, I've done this so many times, just wait for it and
relax.
So
just go through the motions, do it, hit the right spots. So let's go back to that Cloud 9 win. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. That wave really seemed to suit you. When I saw you there and I watched your first couple of heats, I went, serious campaigner for a win here. And where does that stack up in your list of victories?
Oh, up the top. I just think because of the experience was so cool. The locals are so welcoming. The wave being a right hand. Sorry.
You're right, that's good.
I think I don't know, I've been so blessed to be able to travel all around the world, and I do think it's the people and the experience from it. I've travelled all around and maybe got knocked first heat, but super cliche, but the people you meet and it's just all that experience. That Cloud 9 is just epic, and unfortunately they got hit a couple months ago by
December was it?
a huge tsunami, so that was really devastating for them. So I really do hope we can go back and a lot of the other girls can come and experience it, because it's
well, it
awesome.
was a lot of the people from the Philippines were here, and I had a chat with John Carby, who's sort of the team manager. He brought 7 chargers with him, including Marimar and Nilby and a few others that we all know. And we got in here and we sent our mojo over to the Philippines. That Super Typhoon Odette really did some serious damage over there. And our friends like James O'Donnell and Marja, his Mrs. Marja, and all that, we really feel for what went on over there. And the whole, the iconic tower, the boardwalk, it's all gone, man. So it's going to look a little different, Philippa, but we're still setting them our mojo, and we're hoping that the Siargao
can get back on their feet.
Province and that can get back on their feet.
Cool.
We can get back there.
All the crew came here, and it was so good to see them.
That's why I got John in here. I said, let's just buff the pillows and give you guys some airtime and say hi to everyone out there online. So that was a great experience, and I really enjoyed your surfing performance over there. We're doing Krui. We're going to Nias. What sort of have you set yourself a goal for these 2 events?
Unfortunately, I'm not doing Nias. I got to head to South Africa for the Challenger, so this was
a few others do as well. Yes.
A one. But I think, obviously to finish in the podium. But for me, it's more just each heat there's a goal. I felt that heat I had a goal that I didn't really hit, so the next heat's going to be to really try to focus on that. But it was good to get the feet in the wax. I was going super fast on my last one. I wanted to slow down, but I just couldn't.
You surfed a good heat. You caught more waves than anybody. You used your priority well when you had it. I reckon you're off to a ripping start, Philippa, so I'm going to shake your hand one more time.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to say it's good to see you again, and all the best for the rest of the Krui Pro 5000.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick shout out to somebody?
Just once again, my sponsors just backing me every year endlessly. And there's a few others, Tanya, that supported me to get here, and Kim, some extra help, so I really appreciate that. And a shout out to the surf school guys at home that are holding down the fort for me. They pushing kids on away as well. I'm catching them, so it's nice change, and I'm just so happy to be here. And massive thanks to my coach, he's here as well. He was coaching me in Kiada, sorry. Just huge shout out to WSL. It's so cool to have or a regional for us in some
Yeah.
pumping waves. So
Well, you're leading by example, Philippa. You are a legend. I'm sure all the girls out there look up to you. So you've left a good legacy on this whole QS
that's
program.
right.
Well done. Good on you. Thanks for
Yeah.
having a chat.
Thanks,
Cheers.
guys. Thank you.
Very cool, sister. Thanks again. See ya. Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we'll do this again. We'll bring Billy Hanging back in there. You will surf again this afternoon, Philippa. So go and take 5 and stay hydrated and stay in the shade. All right, Billy Hanging's back in. Billy, meanwhile, this heat, while we're having chats there, this heat started to go berserk. Mia's getting a groove on. Elise, the defending champ, former champ here, is really starting to kick some goals as well. So,
Wow, look at that for Mia, a 7.17 from that second wave. She's really skipped out, and a wave after that was a 2.10. Kalani, her best, a 3.17, not really getting going, but Elise Cooper, 5.33. So you're right, during that interview, this heat has come alive. But how cool, Philippa Anderson.
well, and she spoke so well, you know, you can just sense the calmness in her thoughts, the way she surfed. She's, you know, the veteran of this tour, 13 odd years on the QS. She's had some famous victories, and I'm sure everybody out there goes, if I could be half as good as her, then I'd be happy.
Yep, last time I caught up with her was also at Cloud9. She absolutely dominated that contest we put on up there, and it's great to see her still going around. All right, surfer in red. This is Kalani Johnson. Sticks it up this time and roller coasters her way down into another turn. Wraps that one around. This is better from the Indonesian champ. Bit of a wobble there on looking for the third. This wave looking like it's shouldering out, so it will be the 3 only. Get on the paddle and get out there and try and get another wave. Probably her first real wave that she'll be happy with.
May go to the lead here, chasing Mia Huppets. Pats. Elise Cooper, I think, still has in second, and Raya in third at this stage. So do we have any other scores to come through? It looks like our monitor is clear.
We are set.
All right, so that's where we stand with 7 minutes to go. It's going to be important to have priority in these last 7 minutes. Here is the action replay of Kalani. Yep, having a look at this again. She needed only a low 4. So a second reasonable hit out there on a bigger wave. A little bit of a balk before that third move, but she does complete the manoeuvre, chasing a low 4. I think she will move into the lead, Billy.
Yeah, that was a handy wave.
There she is. She's first.
Boom.
Must have been about a 4.5. Let's have a look at that number. Where is it? Is it in?
Yep, 5.03. As we look at Raya, here we go. She has used her priority, and why not? That's a good looking wave. A bit of a mid-face cutback to start things off. This thing looks like it's going to run through the inside. Missing those lip sections now. She swashbuckles one off the top. That's a good looking section. A nice speed run through the inside. She's going to have to get the judges' attention on the end of this wave. She does. A nice deep bottom turn. And wow, that's a really good, well-ridden wave, wasn't it?
And it was about that third turn when you said, well, that's better right in the pop. Shit, the composure, the style. You know, it would have made a great photo where she hit it and all that, the hand drive and everything that was going on, but she really got her act together at the end of this wave. She needed a 6.91. I'd like to see the replay again before I can sort of throw down my opinion on whether she moves into second place or not, but it was a well-surfed wave. She is a stylish surfer. I think she's on the Team Dillon's.
Yeah.
Trusty craft under her feet.
But if we look at that last wave of Kalani's, which garnished a 4.43
for the lead,
it's got to
Here
be.
it is again.
It's got to be up around there. Talk us through it, Mark.
All right, so let's see. We need almost 7 points out of this ride. So that first turn, they'll consider a bit of a half move. Same with that. It was somewhere down here in a little moment. Not quite yet. I think it's this next turn where she really jams it in the pocket, and that. The chook feathers were flying off the back of the board. There goes another solid hit. So this is where she's getting most of the points. The end bowl, 3 good hits with a couple of turns at the start of this wave. Look, a 6.91 is a big number, but she has done some good surfing on a sort of a bigger type of wave.
Yep.
In the pocket, could use the rails, could go there.
Giving herself every chance. You're right, Mark. Oh, this is Elise Cooper. May have just lost priority there. We'll see what the judges say. 4 minutes 30 to wrap this one up, heat 8, and we will have the Pro Junior men,
little frothers,
junior men on soon.
They'll be released from their muzzles. They'll be frothing out there soon. They've been waiting 4.5 days for this opportunity. You can't keep a good grommet down, so I'm pretty pumped to see the frenzy that goes on once these kids get out there.
Yeah, it was cool having Philippa in here. I was just in the competitors area before. I spied Matt Cattle doing his coaching duties. I'd like to have a word with him before the week's out.
Me too. It's been that many years since I've seen Matt. You kind of forget what they look like, and I hadn't even caught wind that he was around, so I'll have to go down there and introduce myself again and give him some props.
We might have put a microphone on you and do a bit of human interest stories in the crowd, mate.
Maybe. We'll see. But good times, mate. It's been great sort of meeting all these new fresh faces. 2 years of COVID, lots of young pups coming through, given the fact there's a pro junior attached to this event. So a lot of young girls, a lot of young guys have rocked up and entered the event. And then there's some fresh faces in our men's tour and the females tour as well.
Yes.
So it's interesting to see all these new people getting around, and the level of surfing that's starting to get done these days. It's just going through the roof.
And the enthusiasm for this Challenger series. Like, it's a new concept, but everyone's for it.
Okay, so Ray's number is a little bit low. It didn't really hit the heights I thought. Maybe just the lack of something quality happening on the first half of that wave didn't draw the attention of the judges. Maybe we got carried away with that third snap in the pocket, but she was going pretty fast, did some reasonable surfing, but he's going to have to ramp it up a little further.
Yeah, maybe a little lateral on those turns. They were snappy in the pocket, and down the line she got more speed out of the turns than when she went in with them. However, the board did stay quite lateral, and they'd love to see it wrapped around, pointed towards the whitewater, if you know what I mean.
Elise Cooper struggling here as the former champ. She may have lost priority with this, but there's nobody in eye shot, so she's probably going to maybe lose it, regain it. The P stays in the blue column, so it's a good thing for Elise. 2 minutes to go. She just needs a 4, for God's sake.
Yeah, it will be Kalani with the sweats on, because Mia is only 2.29 away from her. And that's a paddle back out, turn around, do a couple of turns, and first place is mine.
Oh, look at this wave for blue. Come on down, Elise Cooper. So chasing a 4, ladies and gentlemen. She's won here before. She's a strong surfer. She's got experience to count on. She won't be phased by the clock. And the fact that she needs a 4, she's probably going to have to land this to have any chance. She does. Swinging into a cutback, looking for this low line track now to see what the end section offers.
Yes.
I reckon even if she does fall, she's done a pretty good job on this wave. I reckon potentially out of 4th into 2nd. 395, not a big number. It's a pretty well surfed wave.
Yep, we have been wrong before, but I'll back that one. Back that call.
I was wrong with the Reyes wave. But
oh, look at this.
Where does it go? Is the number in? Where did she go?
Change
Second?
in the leaderboard all the way to 1st. Hopefully get that up there soon and have a look at it.
So it must have been this turn here the judges liked. She got up there and at least cracked the lip. This cut back to hang in there was just a bit of icing on the cake. This turn would have been handy. All right, so we have a change on the leaderboard. Kalani into 2nd. Mia drops into 3rd. Mia's got the best wave of the heat now. 45 seconds, not within priority rotation. Here she is.
Oh,
got to get around this section.
Really
she's
upset.
Toast.
That is toast. Oh, Red will be sitting out there with priority and trying to fend off anyone from that 2nd position. But it is Elise Cooper from 4th to 1st in the last 90 seconds of the heat.
I know.
Never give up, kids. That's awesome.
And I mean, look at the other 2 numbers that both Kalani and Mia living in the 9s. She's only just got into the 10, so a very close result here. There's young Mia. She'll probably be a little disappointed dropping out of the draw here. I didn't see what happened on that last wave, but her body language wasn't looking good. 3 seconds to go. Congratulations to the former champ, Elise Cooper and Kalani Johnson. We'll take a break and bring in Giada Lagardi at the back end of the ad.
Yes, we are live and we're back at the Krui Pro 2022. That is the women wrapped up for today. Strong performance from Alice. Hopefully we'll get in here for a chat, or Mark might get it outside. We are into the junior men's. Axel Rose, Kurota, Jamie Thompson, Noah Caps and Made Joey. Stat 3-1. He is our beach announcer, and he's the kid that you saw get swallowed up by a massive set the other day. Stat Magazine picked it up. Everyone went bananas for it around the world. He'll be looking to better his competition record here at Krui with this heat right here. First of our junior men's.
Hello, Billy. Thank you for having me again.
No problem.
Just looking for the junior. As we see finally our first junior heat hit the water. I'm sure they've been waiting a really long time for it. So everyone's excited to see what the juniors got to bring.
Yeah, you bet.
As we see our first wave already ridden by our surfer in blue.
Yeah, they have absolutely been frothing to get out there for the last, we are day 5, so 4.5 days.
Yep.
There we go, we are up and rolling now.
This is our surfer, Jamie Thompson.
Yep.
What a great way to start.
You bet.
As well as our surfer in red, Axel Rose Kurota.
Yep, we're sharing accommodation with Jamie Thompson. He's a bit under the weather yesterday, but who woke up this morning feeling fresh as a daisy. So it was only a couple of hours, whatever it was, and he's back into it.
Must be the typical situation of Bali belly, maybe?
Yeah, he reckons he's lost a few kilos, so look for a bit more speed out of him today.
That tends to happen, traveling around Indo.
That's right. It is part of being on the world tour. You're going to experience different cultures and you're going to experience different diets, and it's all part of dealing with it. It's not a matter of jumping on a plane, unpacking in paradise and going to surf a wave. There's all sorts of things involved in with being a professional athlete, especially when you travel around the world like surfers do.
Yeah, I can definitely say I have been in many situations that, weren't ideal, but at the end it's all part of the adventure, as we see our surfer in white start off his junior
campaign
here in Krui as well.
Caps representing England, if you don't mind.
Wow, a surfer all the way from England.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty well. Got a lot of speed through that inside section. If they can pick them, the ones that run through there's a lot of bonus points inside to get. He's going to do a big deep bottom turn and try and a bit of garnish on the end of his plate. He has done it right out of the white water.
As actually I've been seeing many of these waves actually give the bonus section at the end,
Yeah, just be patient.
Have to be patient where the wave picks up a little more, and that's where they can get those extra points out. As we see Joy, our man, our beach commentator with priority. I cannot wait to see what he does in his heat.
And viral YouTube star, if you don't mind.
Yeah, yep. Our next YouTuber even, he should be posting that clip.
All right, Jamie
Everywhere.
Thompson picking up a 6.67 in his first wave. Still 20 minutes and 20 seconds to run. Axel Rose just a minor 3.83. Noah and Made. Noah has a score to drop. Made yet to get going. Let's have a look at
the replay.
The man from England representing Eleni Howe. That's a nice foam climb. Bit of a mid-face cutty to set up that inside section. You've got to be patient, but you've also got to be able to surf well enough to be in position once it does stand up to attack it. And Noah's doing a great job through here. Does stand up on the inside, and you can see the water subsides there, so he's almost surfing a different wave right now. That's not connected to the wave he took off on. Quite strange. But it does provide that bonus section at the end. Rides it out with ease.
I saw that here in the morning heats there was a little bit of morning sickness on the wave. What we call morning sickness is when the wave isn't perfectly, glassy. So there's a little bump on the face and it's not ideal. As we see our surfer Joy, Made Joy, start off beautifully
Mm.
2 turns, one right after the other. Great rhythm in this wave as he just taps it to get around that section. Seeing what this wave can offer on the inside. A nice tap. Great wave ridden from Joy.
Yep, the kid from Padma really putting together a good wave there. He's going to be happy with that. He wasn't too impressed with his first heat of the competition, but he's going to be stoked with that one, that's for sure. Really showing his wares. Some crazy handy turns up there first on the first tail wave of his campaign in the junior men's.
Great way to start. He was definitely came out a little shocked after his first heat.
He was telling me when he went underwater after getting enveloped by that wave, the board hit him in the guts. He had no breath and he was kind of panicking a little bit. But let's have a look at his replay. 2 really solid turns to start things off.
Yeah.
And then straight down the line into that lip line floater. Really functional as well as pretty to watch. And now he's into the next section. Really a lot of pep in this guy's surfing. You gotta love Mare Joey dari Padmar Bali.
I love all the water that sprayed in the first 2 turns. It was a beautiful wave to watch. You're right. That floater really well combined everything. I think that could be a really good score as it came in at a 5.
Wow.
But we see, as I was saying earlier, there was a little bit of morning sickness, so I think it's just now starting to clear up a little bit. And the tide's going low, so I'm sure it's going to be pumping all day here today at the Krui Pro.
It's going to be pumping all day, and we get into the men's quarterfinals at the end of today. That's going to be super interesting. Jamie Thompson trying to scratch over the top of this one. He does. That refreshed energy he had this morning. Surfer in blue, he already has a 6.67. He'll be looking to back that up or better it. Wow, look at those turns. And if this is what the 6.67 was, that 5 makes exact sense. Going absolutely crazy on that wave. Jamie Thompson.
That will definitely be improving his score. That could even, personally, I think, be better than the 6.67 maybe.
Yeah. Talk us through it, Jada.
Here he was just so much power and rhythm in between each of these turns. So smooth. And he did not waste any time in hitting those sections. Perfectly surfed and finished off. He is not playing around. What a great wave from our surfer in blue.
Very good description. Perfectly surfed. I think he could have done much more with that wave. Axel Rose now.
Ooh, probably hit a log.
No. Maybe a coconut. Definned himself.
I could say that from personal experience. Yesterday afternoon, I went out for a quick afternoon surf, and as I caught a wave, I suddenly found myself in the water because my board stopped out of nowhere, and I saw a log had just blocked my fins.
No. Still got all your fins?
Somehow I do, and they're all intact. Everything's great, so definitely something to keep a lookout for when you're out there. It just stopped me straight in my tracks.
Nice. Nice.
I'd like to see what they scored.
7.50 is what they scored, Jamie Thompson, on that last wave. So that 5 awarded to Joey now makes a lot of sense after seeing that 7.50. And, you know, a 0.567, 2.5 points in between those makes a whole lot of sense.
Agreed. And the wave was much bigger. Jamie Thompson's wave was much bigger than Joey's. As we see our replay from the surfer.
Bork.
Oh, his board snapped.
Wow.
His board snapped straight under his feet.
That, you know, you've got some power when you snap a board on a bottom turn.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
He may have creased it on the wave before.
Could be.
Just put the pressure on it and wooden banana, but snapped in half. There'll be some grommets on the beach going, I want the half of that board.
For sure. One of my favorite things is to see those grommets surfing the shore breaks with those little those snap boards and everything.
There are 3 young girls, I reckon about 10 years old, over the road from our hotel. They surf every afternoon. I'm going to take you down there and introduce them to a professional surfer.
I would love to come and see the girls.
I don't think they've ever seen a a female professional surfer before, so that'd be great.
Oh, it would be great to go see them. Maybe this afternoon we could go visit and say hello.
Yeah, we've been giving them high fives every afternoon. It's really cool to see. All right, so that's 750 from Jamie. Still puts him in first. All scores are in, so that's an accurate update. Axel Rose doesn't need much, and Noah doesn't need much either, so that is anyone's second position right now.
Axel Rose doesn't need much, but he does need to be able to get out there back on time to catch that wave after he snaps his board. And as it seems like he doesn't have a caddy, so he has to come all the way in and paddle all the way back out.
Wow, you got to have a caddy, don't you? Here goes our Englishman now, Noah Caps. Boom, goes over the handlebars, kind of a little late to the party on that turn. He'll be disappointed in that effort. He won't be too disappointed with 13 minutes to go, and he's still out the back.
As we see some great looking waves coming down.
Now, do you know, has there ever been an Englishman world champion of surfing?
I don't think so.
Martin Potter.
Really?
Martin Potter represented England when he won his 89 world title. And there you go.
Wow, you learn something new every day. He's
a South African that surfed for England and now lives in Australia. Hats off to Martin Potter, if you are listening, one of the greats of surfing. And wow, how exciting he was when he came out with that twin fin and started going above the lip. No one has seen anything like it before. They called him Flyboy. He was muscly, he was hairy, he was intimidating, he didn't take any garbage off anyone on tour. And then, of course, he went into that commentary booth, and it was a pleasure to watch him over the last decade or so, I imagine. And here goes his countryman in representing surfing. Anyway, that's a really cool turn.
What a great
Yep,
wave.
finds the lip on that second one. He'll be a bit disappointed it didn't deliver down the line, that wave, but 2 solid turns nonetheless. Needs 1.44. I think he's going to get that.
Definitely. And speaking of our British surfers, we have a British surfer that is just like me, grew up in Bali, Indonesia, and she just competed in El Salvador. Her name is Georgie May. Do you know Georgie
don't
May?
know Georgie, no.
She surfs my home break every day, so...
And your home break is?
Changu.
Oh, the goo.
the goo, the Chang Zoo, as everyone calls it, because it is almost like a zoo with all the crazy people and the people that are there.
It's the weirdest thing. It's not the best wave in Bali. It's probably not in the top 20 best waves in Bali, but it is packed
please.
every day full of photographers.
Respect our sandbar. Give a little bit of respect to our sandbar. It's top 10, definitely top 10.
Well, we'll sit down over a refreshment this afternoon and think about that. But it's like Duran Bar. It's the photo opportunity of Bali, and everyone goes there with their dog, has a cappuccino, and goes out there and rips. So it's a definitely nursery of talent. You'll see a Rio Wade out there quite often, and then you'll see him that afternoon at Uluwatu.
For sure. And I can speak for both myself and Kian Martin, who also grew up surfing those beach breaks. I can give Canggu top 5 in waves in Bali. I think it's personally the best.
All right, we digress now. Let's have a look at Noah's score there. It came in at a 3.57, I'm pretty sure. Or was it the 4.87?
4.87. It came in at 4.87. Leaving Joy needing a 3.44 to go into second position. Jamie starting off this heat great with only 2 waves ridden and both being the highest ones of this heat. So I would love to start a heat like that. I can say that he's feeling pretty confident with 9 minutes 35 seconds left to go.
Trivia time again. The only other surfer from England to go on the world tour, Russell Winter. His last name was Winter. What's the chances? All right, Elise Cooper is catching up with Mark Clift. Take it away, Clifty. He is down there on the competition site.
All right, g'day everybody. I've got a winner of the last heat here with you, Elise Cooper. Quick question to you, Elise. Dying moments of that heat. You're in 4th spot. Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was super nervous. I only had one wave, so I knew I didn't want to, come to Krui and only get one wave in my heat. So I was hoping that the wave would come, and I paddled for like 8 and didn't get any of them. So yeah.
Okay, let's flash back to 2018. You won this event. Tell us some of your favourite moments out of that event.
Probably winning it, but no, I had my dad over here with me, and just a good crew, and yeah, the waves were really fun, clean, just like this, maybe a bit smaller. So yeah.
It's a good long wave. It's a left-hand. It favours the goofy footers. You got a lot of young female competitors coming through the ranks. You're here. You've won this thing before. You're pretty keen to stomp them and throw down another victory.
I'm just taking it heat by heat. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm just going out there, and haven't been getting many waves in the free surf. So as long as I get a couple of my heat, I'll be stoked.
Okay, so what's the plan? You surf again this afternoon. What do you do between now and then?
Have a Bacardi, thing of water, try and eat something, but yeah, we'll see how that goes.
All right, here we go, everybody. Former champ from 2018, Elise Cooper, well done. Woohoo!
Thanks.
One of the surfing favourites. He's one of the favourite characters around the place, isn't she?
Yes, I do have a very soft spot for Elise Cooper. She is one of my favorite surfers on the QS. Such a great person to be around, super fun and always happy. So she's definitely someone to keep an eye out for, as she was a former winner here in 2018.
Someone else that's pretty happy right now is Jamie Thompson. He sits out there with priority and the lead. The closest one to him needs a 9.30, so he'll be feeling pretty comfortable with 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Joey, his second wave of 3.10. Made is looking for a 3.44 to get into that advancing position. He can do that in his sleep. There's 7 minutes to go. He needs to get on out there and find a priority listing. And Axel Rose, he only needs a 4.62. So, as was the case yesterday, Yada, it's going to get exciting in the last 5.
Yep, as we see, Axel Rose did make it out at the end with 6 minutes 40 seconds. So he must be pretty exhausted. I'm sure he paddled his life away to get out here. As we see the replay of Joy, our surfer in green.
Yeah, handy way to start it off. Oh, just comes unstuck there. I was wondering, why is it only a 3.10? That's why he blew the second turn. Wow, that was such a strong start too. But that's what you got to do. You got to throw it up into positions where it's not 100% chance you're going to bring it down. And that's how you get those big scores. If you would have made that second turn, look out.
I agree. That was looking like a great score in the making, but unfortunately just got unstuck on his second turn, which, if he would have made, I agree, would have been a high score. As I saw in the earlier heats, some of the women's make 2 turns and get high 6s.
Yep, the judges are sending a clear message. Hit the lip, get the score. Here is Axel Rose. He'll be looking to hit the lip. Sees it and kind of goes out in front of it, hitting a few speed bumps on the way down, having a bit of trouble negotiating the ribs on the wave. Not with that turn though. Shoves it in my face and puts a whole lot of chook feathers out the back of the wave. This one's standing up also. A bit of bonus points on the inside, a bit of pinball through there, and a 2-for-1 on the end. Right on, Axel Rose, he'll be pretty happy with that. Only needs a 4.62. And
let's see what the judges score.
Yeah, let's not guess because we've been getting it wrong all day, let's face it.
Every time we get an amaze, it's less, or when we've just been getting it wrong. It's not our day today.
All right, let's look at Made now. He's got second priority and he's standing up. He needs a 3.10. The young dude from the beach breaks of Bali. That's a nice check turn. Looking for a better section here. Beautiful style on the young man. Good arm placement and nice low center of gravity. He can just flick off those turns all day. We've seen it doing down Padma. Beautiful. Right
Beautiful.
On. That was a bit of a claim at the end, I reckon.
Trying to pump up the situation.
Yeah, so Made putting his best foot forward and adding to the tension of the last 5 minutes of this heat number 1 of the junior men's. Hasn't disappointed. They've sat around for 4 days waiting for their opportunity to get out there. They've got it and they are throwing down.
4 minutes to go.
4 minutes to go in the first heat of the juniors. As we will not be seeing the junior women's today, we will be continuing after this into the women's. So what a great start of the day. Going to be full of action, variety, both men and women, as we see our surfer Jamie Thomas in the lead, picking another great wave. Wow, what a great style. Jamie Thompson, one after the other. He is not messing around in his wave choice.
Oh, wow. How cool is the bottom of the board and the matching rashi? It's going to make great photos here for the Krui 2022. Continuing on his way down the line. Thought this might have been a bit of victory lap. It could be one of his best waves. Sticks it right up there. Most of the board above the lip line. Judges love when they can see that. I reckon that might challenge that 6.67 as we look at Noah Caps. He's not happy with the 3.57. He wants to replace that. He may have done it already with those two strong turns. This wave rattling on down the reef system. Finds that his head below his board. That's what the judges will look for, and that's all it offers on that wave. So touch and go. See how we fare once the judges drop those scores. As predicted.
As we're also still waiting for a score to drop for our surfer in green, Mare Joy. And we will be seeing a lot of action now in the last few minutes, as this is a replay of Joy's wave. Such a smooth style from our young surfer from Legian. And as he just taps and waits patiently for this wave to stand up for him. If I'm not wrong, he's actually using an epoxy.
Right on. Yeah, it's good. Very observant there.
Finishes it off. He definitely got the 3.44 unless our surfer in white improved his score in his last wave as Jamie.
This is a pleasure to watch, isn't it, Jada?
Yeah, great wave from Jamie again. Only 3 waves ridden in this heat, and I am sure all 3 are the best scoring waves.
Wow, he really flares out that backhand cut back, the tight arc one, right near the curl of the wave. Keep looking down the line so he doesn't lose any momentum, then stabs it right above the lip there on the last one, just to say, hey judges, check this out, give me some more points.
A quick up and down from our surfer in red, and this is the replay of our surfer in white, trying to improve on a, what is it, a 3.57, or
he's trying to improve on the
3.83. Sorry,
yep.
My mistake. Which I think could be easily done with those first few turns. As we're reaching the last minute of the heat,
and
we will be seeing Joy again and taking his second position, but just goes back to third as Noah gets a 4.87, raising the requirements for Joy, needing a 5.75.
Yes, so Mare temporarily going into second place with that 4.70, only to be leapfrogged by Noah Caps with a 4.87. It's super close.
It's super close heat. Last 30 seconds, unless Joy can quickly make it back out, which I don't think so. Unfortunately, he will be backing down in the last 20 seconds.
You know what I liked about Joey's wave, he got all macho and looked at the judges' tower as to give you a score. It's also his workplace, so he's he's got to check himself. Axel Rose now in the last 5 seconds of this heat. Don't think this will have any bearing on those top 2 positions, so it looks like it is. Congratulations to Jamie Thompson and Noah Caps, blue and white. We're going to cross to a quick ad break, and we'll be back for heat number 2. Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying the show.
Hello everyone and welcome back down to Ujung Bocho. We're down here, we have the men's Pro Junior out there right now. We're obviously here for the main event, the Krui QS 5000, but it's awesome to have the Pro Juniors out there. My name is Jessie Starling and I'm joined by my friend Giada. How you doing?
Hello, Jessie. It is awesome to finally have an all-girls commentary room.
No.
We've kicked out all the guys. Now it's girl power in here. So it's exciting stuff. In this heat, we have Bodie Williams and Oscar Berry, both from Australia, and Diki Irwando, as well as Rafli Ratama from Indonesia. I'm pretty sure those are local Krui boys. So it'll be nice to see them in the mix with the Pro Juniors.
Yeah, Bodie and Oscar both have pretty strong campaigns in the Australian Pro Junior Series. So it'll be interesting to see how they go out here in the Indo field. But it's just been fun. The whole week's been fun. And Jamie and Axel, two boys from Australia in the last heat, they were just frothing to get out there. So
wow, Jamie, what a great start to his campaign here in Krui. 3 waves and 3 of the best waves of the heat. That was a great start. So he'll be happy at how he went.
He had a bit of a shocker in the QS. He ended up getting the highest wave of the heat, but couldn't get another wave on that. That was a really big day, and so I was with him before he paddled out for his heat. He goes, "I'm just gonna go and catch as many waves as I can," and then it worked out for him. So yeah.
Wow, that is so great. So tell me, do you know anything about Bodie Williams or Oscar Berry, as they're new faces to me, and I would like to know.
Yeah, no, they're both friends of mine. So Bodie is from Victoria, but he's just moved up to Lennox Head and he's working full time. Here he is on this wave. He's a super hard-working guy and he surfs amazing, as you can see. And he's just coming unstuck on that last one. But Bodie, he's just a really great guy, and his surfing has excelled since he's moved up the coast. He was always a great surfer, but he's found a little bit of rhythm up the coast. And then Oscar is from the sunny coast, but I see him around the Goldie a lot, and he had a really good run in the Snapper Challenger Series. He won the Snapper Pro Junior, and he originally was a skater and now he is a surfer, so he has a full bag of tricks up his sleeve.
Wow, would you look at that? Oscar Berry, first a skater, then a surfer. It seems like it's going better in his surfing, as we see one of the local boys in green, Rafli Ratama, and he seems like he knows what he's doing out there, get to surf this wave every day. This drone shot is so amazing. I love how you can see in the low tide all the reef as well. Have you seen any of the drone shots from yesterday?
I haven't yet, but I saw the reef up close and personal yesterday, so that was fun.
A new little tattoo anywhere?
I got one on my back and a couple on my feet, but nothing too horrible.
Here's the replay of our local surfer in green.
Good looking wave, so he obviously knows which ones to pick out there, flying down the line.
Just avoiding someone's head there.
I think that was Bodie.
So did you do any of the lemon ritual after getting a reef cut?
So I've been doing lemon and lime my whole life, and then because we have the Indonesian team staying where I'm staying, and I got the lime out. They're like, whoa, what are you doing? And I was like, what do you mean, what am I doing? Are you supposed to put lime on your reef cuts? And they go, no. And they gave me this cream, and they said, just do this, and it stung for like 2 seconds.
No way.
But I think I have to put it on again today and tomorrow. But I might do some lime
have you ever put the Chinese medicine on?
Yes. Oh, we always take it home from Bali, the Chinese medicine.
Yeah, it is the most painful thing ever. For those of you who do not know what the Chinese medicine is, every time you get a reef cut, here the reef is alive and it can get very infected very quickly. So the Chinese medicine kills it off straight away, as we saw our Oscar Berry, just a quick up and down on his last one.
Yeah, Oscar, phenomenal surfer. I believe he's still going in the men's division. on the QS. Yeah, he was out there on one of the big days, and he got a 7 luckily on his first wave, and then got washed all the way in, and then paddled back out, and as he got back out, he got washed all the way back in again, and he came in exhausted, but
it tends to happen out here. That is definitely happened to me too. I'll admit it. I was sitting out there and found myself back on the inside as we have our surfer Jamie Thomas, the winner of the last heat, joining Jessie in the booth.
all right, I'm joined by my good friend Jamie Thompson. How are you going, Jamie?
Yeah, beautiful. Had a lovely little surf then. Pretty happy.
Yeah, 3 solid scores in one heat. You must be stoked with that.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to go for a little free surf. Only time I'm going to be able to surf that wave by myself, so that was pretty fun.
And it was a bit of a different heat to your QS heat, so what was your game plan going into that one?
Well, my mum and dad got pretty angry at me for not getting more than 1 wave, so I said I'll catch 5. I tried my hardest, but I think I only got like 3 or 4 maybe.
3 or 4 good ones though, and give us a little insight into what your pre-heat routine looks like.
Well, just me and the boys with Matty Cattle before, getting pretty psyched up, and Matty always has some good tips, so just listen to him, and yeah, it went well.
And what is the rest of the event looking like for you? Just sticking to the same plan?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get 5 waves in my next heat, and then try and get into the double digits at some stage, but that'll work out all right.
And anyone you want to say hi to back home?
Hello, Mum and Dad. I think that's about all.
All right, amazing. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you after you win your next one.
Yeah, hopefully I get another shot at this. Cheers.
See ya. That was Jamie Thompson, the winner of the first heat of the Pro Junior. He locked in the 3 biggest scores of that heat and didn't even keep all 3. All right, so with 17 minutes to go, it is Bodie Williams. He's out there with a 4.67 and a 3.17. Oscar Berry with just 2 throwaways, pretty much a 1.23 and a 1.1. And then the 2 Indo boys in the same position as well, as we see Oscar up and riding.
Wow, what a beautiful wave. What a great way to start off. Just 2 turns, but I'm sure that will definitely better his score. As I have seen during the day, the judges are scoring 2 wave turns as well.
Yeah, strong committed surfing in the pocket. And it's just, they're keeping it simple. If you can do that, they'll reward it, as we see Bodie.
Great wave choice. One of the bigger sets I've seen in this heat for sure. As going back to the conversation with Bodie Williams, the last time I saw Bodie, he was up to my shoulder. So when a man came up to me and said, "Hey, do you remember me?" I was like, "No, I don't know you." Like, I'm Bodie. I was like, oh my God. I did not recognize him at all. And it's great to see everyone again. I'm sure you're happy to be here as well.
Yeah, it's actually my first time competing overseas and my first trip without my parents as well. Usually my dad travels to events with us, and it's been so great. And just to see you and Taina and all the girls that I used to go to Bali with, and yeah, it's been great. And making some new friends with the Japanese surfers, so it's been epic. It's been a good trip so far.
As we see our local surfer Dicky Irwando trying to better his score and catch a second wave. You know, as we've said earlier, they know which ones they want. They have caught really good ones, finishing it off, standing proud. And we see his other Indonesian surfer, Rafli Ratama, on his backside. So we have a goofy and a regular. As we see them take these 2 waves, just gets unstuck by the whitewash.
And can I ask, obviously being from Bali, representing Italy, do you ever come to Krui much, or?
To Krui, actually not much. I always go more to Lombok or Lakey Peak. I've only been here for the contest, as it is a little bit of a mission to get here, you know, the 6-hour drive and the 2 flights. But it's such an amazing place, as we see the replay of our surfer in green, the local boy on his backside, as we're waiting for scores and see what he gets.
I believe Oscar Berry locked in a 667 on the screen, it said before, so 2 turns. Yeah, there we go, 667 for those 2 turns, so he'd be pretty stoked with that.
He'll be paddling back, feeling confident, getting ready to improve his 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And do you know much about the local boys?
Actually, no, I do not know much of the local boys around here, as they have never really competed in the QS before, or I've never gotten the chance to speak to them. But it's great to see all these local boys starting to come up, and especially in the juniors. Billy was telling me earlier that he sees every day 3 girls surfing the shore break, so they give them high fives and encourage them every day. I was thinking we should go down and say hello one day.
100%. I would love that.
To inspire and see the next generation of Indonesian surfers come out.
Yeah, I think just the more women we can get in the water, the better. And I surfed Krui left a few times and met a really lovely young Indonesian girl over there who competed in the QS, and she was on the first heat on the big day, and she got washed all the way in and decided to call it a day, but I'm pretty sure she's in the Pro Junior as well, and Gira, I believe her name is, and yes, she's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, she's probably excited to give it another go on a smaller day, as we see Oscar Berry absolutely destroying this wave as he makes that. That is going to be a big score. He must be feeling super confident. The juniors are killing this heat.
He only needed a 1.9 to get into the lead, so I think he got that with his eyes closed. He would definitely jump into the lead with that one. And we still have a score to lock in for the last of Bodie Williams, or maybe that was the 3.9, the 2 foam climbs he got on that bigger wave.
Talk us through this wave.
Beautiful first turn, and then connected so beautifully on that last one. Drifted the fins a little bit at the top, and then standing proud at the end.
What a great wave. I would definitely be claiming that if that was me and that was my wave in a heat.
I would be too. I would probably come in. No. Yeah,
all right, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thanks everyone. That's me. No, he's such a great guy, and it's really good to see him put a good heat together, because he puts in so much work, both Bodie and Oscar, and there it is, an 8.07 for the last of Oscar.
Wow, what a great start to his junior campaign here in Krui. So, Jessie, as you said, this is your first time traveling by yourself, traveling without your dad, which I do remember is such a great guy.
Oh,
and
he is. Yeah.
It's a shame he's not here. I wish he was.
He would love it here too.
Yeah, I can imagine. So tell us a little bit about what that's like.
Yeah, it's been really great actually. My sister has been traveling with her boyfriend, so it's good to have her here. So if I am a bit homesick, I can go see her, but we're not staying together. But I've got a really good group of girls from Australia that I do just the QS with at home with, so we decided to travel together over here, and we all pitched in and got a coach out here, Matty Cattle, and he goes above and beyond for every single one of us. He's filmed countless sessions at so many different waves, our heats, reviews our heats. Yeah, he's amazing and just wants the best for everyone, so that's made it a lot easier. And my friend Charlie, her dad, has come as like a chaperone for all of us, so he is a legend, so it's been good to have him. But I think I'll definitely come back to Krui outside the event. I just love it here, and I'll bring my parents.
So how long have you been here before the event?
I got here on the 6th of June, so been here for a little while. We got a proper week in before the event started, and got the big wave boards out. It was pretty big.
It was huge when we got here.
Yeah.
I was surprised, as I've never seen Krui this big actually.
It was just the gift that kept on giving. It was so big, but it was fun. All of us girls, we just decided to go out each day and just push ourselves out there, and we'd go and have a fun surf at Krui left, and then we'd come back and get our big wave boards out, and we'll push each other, try and get at least 1 or 2 waves. Take us like an hour.
That sounds like so much fun. I love a good girls trip. I am weak for those things. And it's so great when all your girlfriends are out there and you're surfing together, and it actually, you know, helps you push each other in your level of surfing, and actually catching those bigger waves. You see your friend catch one, so you want one like that as well.
It's pretty much been like that, and it, you know, it'd be funny if these like 12-foot sets are coming through and we're getting them on the head, and we look at each other, we go, bail or duck dive? And we go, duck dive, and we'll all come up just like absolutely just washed away. But it's just been so fun, and I think most of us have got knocked out. There's Ellie and Willow are still in, but it's pretty, you know, they've done well, so it makes us want to do well and, you know, get the job done at NIAS.
Yeah. Wow, well, Willow Hardy, what a great surfer, and so young as well. She is definitely a standout in this event, and I'm excited to see her. Will she be joining the juniors as well?
Yeah, I believe she will be, and Ellie Harrison as well, but Willow gets a lot of practice out Margaret River. That's her home break, and she's definitely not scared. So on all the big days, she was the one pushing us, and she's the youngest out of all of us.
Will you be joining the juniors?
I am first alternate. I was a bit of a late entry, but we can't take the points back to Australia from the juniors, so it was a bit of a, I'm not sure, but unfortunately I got knocked out a little earlier than what I was hoping for in the QS, so any heat I can get out here is a win.
Yes, and I'm sure you'll be joining us in NIAS as well, and get another opportunity while we're there. As we go back to our current heat, Oscar Berry, wow, what a great start to his junior event here. Bodie Williams looking for just a 924.
Oh, just a casual 924.
And the local boys needing to get a little bit of work done to get back into this heat. But what a great event. And, you know, the forecast for the next few days is still looking really good. So I'm excited to see how finals days goes down.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great day, a great couple days of action, and pretty sure finals day we finish up, and then a few hours later a lot of us jump in a car and have an early morning drive to the airport to start the commute to NIAS. But yeah, even there's still a lot of punch out there. I went for a surf this morning and got washed in with the high tide on the walls.
This wave Krui tends to pick up on the high tide. The waves do increase when it's higher, and when it's lower it does become a little bit smaller, a little bit cleaner, and easier to handle. As we were seeing in the third day, I think it was, I was out there ready to compete, and it started bombing through, and they had to eventually call it off because it was gigantic. The same day, the local girl unfortunately got that little scare in those sets. As we see here, everyone, all the crew down at the beach, some getting ready to surf their heats, others cheering on each other.
Yeah, there's a little section you can kind of see there, those little red chairs and the camera set up. The Australians have pretty much adopted that section. We all hang out there and support each other and get ready for our heats there. So the Australians have kind of, you know, come together in this event, so it's been great.
That is great to see. As you see the Australian right now in red, smashing this wave, looking for a 924 to take first place. Wow, what a great wave. Unfortunately, just gets unstuck on that last one.
Yeah, almost didn't need to do that last turn, but the damage was done before that anyway, so we see Oscar just up and out of that one.
Wow, what a great wave from Bodie Williams as well. He'll definitely be feeling good. A little bummed, I guess, that he was not able to complete that. And our surfer, Rafli Ratama, the local boy, looking for a 747. Great looking wave. And just gets washed from the whitewash again. Something that always impresses me in the replays is when those bigger sets come by and we're looking at the end of the wave. The whitewash is so big that you cannot even see the surfer anymore. Wow, we have had some big waves come through this whole event.
It just has not stopped. Every morning we get up and it's just, oh, there's another 8-foot set. Great. No, it's been so fun, and I think it's been amazing to see all the surfers really rip in and have a go, especially for a lot of us who don't surf reef breaks that often, and reef is quite scary.
Yeah, I can imagine so, and especially the idea of having to put lemon or Chinese medicine in those reef cuts, as we see the replay of our surfer in green. Great wave from the local boy.
Beautiful technique. Unfortunately, that's the second time he's come unstuck on that whitewash section, but it's always bigger behind you. And but I love the fact that he's going all the way around and trying to do a full roundhouse. It's technically perfect and old school backhand surfing, so it's great to see.
It would be a great idea to ask one of these surfer boys what made them start surfing.
Oh, yeah, I think it would be epic. And we're lucky enough to have a couple surf guides at the place where we're staying, and they just say like surfing here is the best. They just think they have like they have the best job. They just get to surf perfect waves. And during COVID, they were showing us photos, and he was saying that on perfect days he would zoom in and he was like, it was only me out and it was perfect 6-foot Krui.
Oh, I can imagine. I spent my COVID years in Bali, so it was a little bit of a break for the island. Of course, many of the locals suffered a lot from the loss of tourism, but the island got to breathe again a little bit. No one around. I would drive around Canggu, and there would not be a single soul to say hello to even. So it was very, very strange, especially in Kuta as well. No one around, and waves by ourselves.
I could imagine it would be actually kind of nice. Usually when I go to Bali, I usually see you there, but it's just always pretty manic when I go. But
Yeah.
Australia was the same. It was kind of nice to like turn in and just appreciate what we have at home, and I think it's made us all realize that we want to do more for our country and
Of course.
use more of our own resources rather than venture outwards or otherwise. And it brought all of us surfers a lot closer together, so it was great.
As the last wave for red came in at a 6.73. That is definitely the second best wave of this heat, even as he came unstuck towards the end. Still looking for an 8.02, which is quite the requirement with 2 minutes remaining. And he is still trying to paddle back out for priority, as we see the 3 boys out there waiting. But yes, back to our conversation earlier, it was definitely a refreshment. As you know, Canggu can get a little bit crowded.
Yes.
And the traffic usually there is quite insane. So having no one around was really nice for the whole year.
I could imagine, and it looked like you guys got really great waves during
Yes,
those
we
2 years.
did. But of course, it's so amazing to see you guys again over on this side. I'm happy. It was starting to get a little bit lonely towards the end. So it was good to see fresh faces now again when I came back. But, and I'm happy that the locals are getting their businesses back up and running, because it was a tough year. And we approach the end of this heat. Last 50 seconds remaining.
Well, I can say on behalf of all the Australians, we're very happy to be back. As we see Bodhi, one last final lap for him. Not sure if it's a wave to get an 8-point ride on, unless he does something ridiculous at the end. But still, nonetheless, such a great surfer, and this was an amazing wave for Bodhi. Wow,
What
that was sick.
Great wave, and great way to finish his heat. Time check comes in because he definitely will not be having enough time to paddle back out. As we finish this heat off, we'll be waiting to see what that last score was. I don't think it will be the 8 he was looking for, as we see some sets come through. The last chance for maybe some of the local boys. Unfortunately, they will not get a chance to do that, as we go on a little break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
Okay, we are back, and great overview of the reef here. That is the Ujong Bachor Reef. This is Heat 3 of our Pro Junior Men's, and it's a bossy round at that. There's been some insane surfing. We've got Marlon Harrison in this one out of Australia in red. Another Australian, Tane Dobbin in the blue. Saxon Reba, another Aussie right there in the white. And Duta Adrian out of Indonesia.
Atala.
Apala, there you go. All right, we'll go with that. And he's in the green. But it's been a bit of a mission because a lot of these guys have also surfed in the men's round, and they're doing pretty well. All right, but Jamie Thompson has been featuring pretty highly. He's been ripping. He shredded his opening heat. We've also got that Leo Casal later on, the Brazilian. He'll be in tomorrow's action. He just about made the men's quarters, so watch out for him in the Pro Juniors. Kian Martin is also a junior. Barajo Barrel.
Who?
Ra Keko, my Choo Saya, my grandson.
I can't wait to see him in action. If he's
Bronson.
good a surfer as he is Cheeky Bunky, he's going to kill it.
Bronson Varun. Well, he gets that from his granddad. But anyway, more importantly, we've got a bit of business to get through here with Marlon, Tane, Saxon, and Duta.
Fadil Atala, we'll call him.
Okay.
How do you like that?
Padil. Is it Padil or Fadil?
F.
Fadil. Fadil Atala. So what are you making of the conditions out there, Billy? Are they improving?
There is a little bit of an onshore waft. When I say that, it's just not offshore. So it's not actually forming any white caps out the back. It is putting a little texture on the face of the wave, but the bonus factor about that is it's offering a couple of lips to hit, a few sections. When it's perfectly offshore, it's not much those little things you can see breaking on the
bit of coping
on the inside. Yeah, a bit of coping grind. So why it's not picture perfect. The positive out of the negative is there's places to hit.
Not only that, look how much lower that tide is compared to this morning that was washing right up onto the break wall. You can see it draining off the reef. You can just about see the razor edge reef line right in front of the gentleman there. So, yep, and look at this picture from the beach. You can see it's just about, probably 100 mil of water on the reef right there. So there's not much compared to what was going on this morning because it was pretty close to a full moon last night. When I got down here this morning about 5 o'clock, mate, the big old moon was right there. It would have made a good photo, but I didn't take the option. 21 minutes. So next, one more of these heats, then we go back to the women's round of 16. 4-person heats going on there, and then to finish the day for everyone online, you got to stick around for this because we've got 4 men's quarterfinals, man-on-man jobs. We got 5 Aussies, we got a Brazilian, an Italian, and one more random. I can't remember who that is. Let me have a quick squeeze through the men's quarters.
We are kicking it old school here at Krui with sheets of paper and pens and stuff everywhere. And
it's Billy Stammer. Of course it is. So there we go.
Kiwi, bro.
Sure.
Now, I got a message off Nick Chong this morning. Let's hope he's listening. And he's told me Billy's nickname.
Billy Stammer's nickname.
Yep, so while you call this action, I'll look it up.
Go on. All right, so Saxon Reba. I remember seeing him in the men's rounds. I'm pretty sure he won a heat or got through a heat. What's his nickname?
Of course, it's Bilbo Baggins.
Bilbo. So Billy will feature in that 3rd quarterfinal. He's up against, no, he's not. He's in the last quarterfinal against Reef.
Wow.
Reef Hazelwood in quarter 4. Quarter 3, Rio Wider and Solly Bailey. Quarter 2, Taj Stokes, Jesse Mendez, the Italian.
Yep.
And 2 Aussies, Jarvis Earl Wasp. Be careful of Jarvis, he's a demon. And Mike Clayton Brown, another Australian.
Tell you who else. I just got a quick message from who's watching from the other side of the world. Is Courtney Conolog tuning in, checking it out.
Good stuff, Court, and geez, I loved her performance over there at G-Land. Didn't get the result she wanted, but did a lot of great free surfing around the event. Always cool to hang out, so sending you our mojo, Court, and all the best in El Salvador. Meanwhile, a nice wrapping cutback to kick things off for Tane Dobbin. This is a slightly better angle. At least you can see the steepness of the wave. It's a little tricky to tell with the drone exactly what the boys' sections look like. Tane just pacing himself well. He's got a nice section just here. A series of wraparound cutbacks. I'm sure he's got a little bit more oomph in his surfing when he decides to really kick it into gear. Boom. He's looking rather relaxed. He's got a touch of the Machados right there, mate. He's just cruising. But here we go, green.
Yeah, this is Adrian. I've decided to go with that now. He's matching board, matching Rashi. Looks like a slight little fellow, but he's got some good skills on him.
I think I remember seeing this board at Krui left the day we had a surf, mate.
Always inside you. Yep, he's a little ripper.
He was. I think we were invisible that day. Must have had my invisible suit on because that little fella there, he had us pegged.
Yeah, he was.
That's what locals do.
Yeah, that's right, and good on him for it. He really performed at Cruise left, didn't he? But this is a different animal. It's a bit more oomph to this wave, and there's a few more bumps and lumps on the face.
And there is a priority ruling as well, so he's got to remember about that. That could bring him unstuck.
What do you mean I just can't go inside and get any wave?
What do you mean I've got to give that bully away? Why? All right, so the surfer in white, who was it again? That guy?
Yep.
All right, let's have a look. I know. I've got our it is Saxon.
Saxon rebar.
So replays of the opening exchange, couple of rides from the Goofies, green, white, and I think it was blue. Yep, it was. All right, winner of the last heat. Let's have a little chat with this one. I've got it. It's Oscar. Oscar, my name's Mark. G'day.
How are you?
Good. Now, you're backing yourself up here in the Pro Juniors. I was pretty certain you did quite well and almost made the quarterfinals in the men's. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are. I ended up making the round of 16. Kind of had a bit of a shock in heat yesterday afternoon. Just a bit out of rhythm with the good waves. Didn't pick the good ones and kind of didn't connect the way I would have liked.
All right. Well, that's still a feather in your cap, my man, because that was a tough day yesterday. There was some mental surfing going on the men's side of the draw. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Especially Jarvis in my heat. He was ripping so
where
hard.
the hell did that kid come from? I saw him get barreled the other day and I went, I'm going to make note of this kid. And then he blew up yesterday. I didn't think there'd be many surfers that would get close to the Jesse Mendez act, but he beat Jesse in their first match-up.
Yep.
And we spoke with him a couple of times. He's all smiles. He's a cool kid. But this is all about you. So tell us a little bit about your act. Look at your numbers, an 807, 667. Good heat by your standards?
Yeah, it was a little sloppy at the start. I kind of didn't really get going as fast as I would have liked, and then I got the 6 at the start, my first scoring wave, and I was kind of like, all right, just get myself on the board, and then paddle back out, and kind of halfway up, one popped up that kind of looked like it might have had a little double up, and kind of just got it done, and ended up having 2 nice sections, so just tagged them both, and
807, bingo,
yeah.
into the excellent range. Well
Yeah.
done. So this junior round for me, like looking at some of the crew that are stacked up in what I was calling our sort of trials at round, but it's not at all. Who are some of the other demons that we should watch out for? Because it seems pretty loaded for me for a Pro Junior.
It is, yeah. Marzi in this heat, Marzi, Saxon and Tane, I surf quite a lot with all of those boys, and back home in Australia, and yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking pretty deadly out there. Saxon's got a pretty mean frontside wrap on him, so just, yeah.
I can see Jarvis's name
Jarvis,
over here.
Jarvis in there.
That Leo Castle, you know, the little goofy
Yeah,
the Brazilian.
Yeah, he actually came. I did a trip with him to Portugal for the Quicksilver Young Guns.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we were both on that trip together, and yeah, he spent a bit of time in on the Gold Coast at my school too. So we kind of known each other.
You Crumman Palmer?
Yeah, Palm Beach, Crumman. Yeah, so.
All right, so you're a Goldie boy?
Nah, I'm Yamba boy.
Oh, okay.
Grew up in Yamba,
Cool.
living on the Gold Coast now.
All right, you'd be familiar with a couple of my famous friends from that area, the Webbers.
Yeah.
Jeremy Walters.
Yeah, know the Waltz.
Dan Ross.
Yep. I do a bit of work with Dan. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then LSD, Luke Short, he's up there making boards, isn't he?
Yep.
Cool. Good
He's
stuff.
kind of bouncing between home and the Gold Coast. Oh, he's Marzi. Boof.
Where's Marzi from?
He's from I think he was born in Vico and moved to the Goldie when he was a bit younger. Oh, look at this section.
Oh,
Boof.
yeah. Good work.
Make it.
Yep. Easy,
Yeah.
easy, no worries. Good
Yeah.
solid ride there. So the Pro Juniors is a stacked division. What are your immediate plans, your goals? One of the reasons you're doing this event, where are we going with your surfing?
I want to make tour.
Yeah, great, great,
yeah.
straight up. Good,
Yeah.
good, strong claim. So first of all, you've got to get on the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
what you're doing
that's
here.
Right. I got a taste of the Challenger Series in Australia. I got to do the Snapper event and the Manly event. Did quite well at Snapper. Got a 9th there.
Wow, that is a good result.
Yeah,
Well done.
it was really good. So it's really sick to get a taste of it. But yeah, on to the regional QS this year, and yeah, try and book a spot on there full time.
So that taste has made you hungry for more, yeah?
Yeah,
All
100%.
So when you look at the CT and you go, I want on, who do you draw inspiration from out of the top dogs?
Hard to go past Philippa. I think he's my favourite surfer on tour now for sure.
Right.
It probably would be John, but he's injured the whole time. So
He's just not doing John things at this stage, is he? There's something missing, and it's
Yeah.
you could probably pin it on the knee.
Yeah. No,
All right.
I love the speed of Philippa. He's unpredictability, massive calves, massive airs.
Yeah, he ticks every box
Yeah.
pretty much, doesn't he?
Yeah,
So
incredible
all right.
surfer.
All right. Well, if you can get up near his level, mate, you will be on the tour and you'll be winning CT events for sure, because he is a red hot campaigner. Surely he's got a world title in him.
If any year's his year, it's probably this one.
All right.
I think he's looking pretty red hot.
All right. Good call. Good stuff. So what else have you been doing on your downtime? We've had a few. Well, we haven't had many lay days, but I'm sure you've had a few squeaky afternoons or mornings where you've got stuff going on.
Yeah, a few mornings before the comp, we went and got some good waves, and kind of, I don't know, it really makes it a bonus if you make some heats in the comp, because you're getting the best waves ever. So it's like a surf trip mixed with doing heats and
getting points towards the goal
Yeah,
of
yeah.
making the challenge, getting into the CT and all
Yeah.
that good stuff.
Yeah.
You've been to NEAS before. We're up there next.
I haven't.
Oh
I
my
haven't.
God,
I'm
man,
very,
you're
very
gonna love
excited.
it. You
Yeah.
are going to love it. The forecast, there's a couple of 10-foot days penciled in. So I hope you got something a little bigger than a 511 or a 6.0. you need something a little bigger than that to get over the edge. It does sort of, it goes like this. You're taking off, it's like that.
Yeah, I've heard it's nearly like a stationary wave at the start, and then you
just
get into it, and it just.
It's about getting over that edge, my man, and setting your rail without getting to the bottom, or you're gonski.
Yeah.
So that's going to be good fun.
I'm so
I'm looking
excited.
forward to seeing you up there. And who are you travelling with?
I'm travelling with the Sunny Coast boys, Alistair, Reg, Hanado, Noel Stocker, Cooper Davies, and we got Hanada Ozawa. I had a heat with him yesterday.
I like Hinata. He's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
He's been doing our rounds through the window for a long time. Check out your mate's number. Look at that, an 817.
There he is.
Yeah, all right.
He's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Well, so are you. You're rolling with some good crew, and on we go through to tomorrow, buddy. So I'm just going to say, Oscar, it's been a pleasure having a chat with you. Would you like to sign off and say anything to your mates down the chute there?
I'll say good day to my family, mum, dad, my sister. Say good day to my girlfriend, Jordan. And yeah, hopefully the waves keep pumping and can keep getting my backhand working.
It's always good to say good day to the girlfriend, mate. You're winning points. Well done. Good thinking. All right, Oscar, that's been a pleasure, buddy.
Thanks,
All the best.
heaps.
I'll be watching your name through the draw. Cheers, bro.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar Perry right there, and doing a good job through to the next round. He's a fun lad. Wants in on the CT tour, and he's heading in that direction, so good stuff. Meanwhile, Marlon Harrison, Marzi, he calls him, is doing a great job with the 817. Needs a backup. And some other decent numbers there for Saxon as well. A 517, I believe. He goes blue, so Tane is trying to play catch-up. He needed a small number to go into second. He spoke well. He's a good fella.
Yeah, he's a good fella. I had a bit of a chat to him yesterday, and exciting prospects coming through for Australia on those Challenger Series if they get there first and foremost. Get through the QS 5000s.
Yeah, there's a lot of points up for grabs, which is the main attraction here at the Krui Pro, and moving on to the NEAS Pro. Of course, there's a pretty handy payday along the way. The another attraction is surfing in board shorts in really sick waves.
Oh, and nasi goreng.
Back
There's
to back
Leo.
events. There goes the young Brazilian.
Yep, he's looking pumped. That chest is getting more and more pumped out as the draw continues.
He carries himself with confidence, doesn't he?
I like him. He walks with purpose.
17 years old. He came over from Brazil by himself, so you've got to love that kind of act. He goes Marzi.
Yeah, that's a beautiful looking slicing cutback. Now he finds the lip because he went really deep on that return. Looks like he'll stay busy through this full part and finds the lip again. So really, really mature surfing from that young man, Marlon Harrison. Only looking to replace a 1-0-0. I think he did that when he stood up.
Here goes Adrian.
There goes Adrian.
The Krui left king.
Yep.
The matching green board. Swishing his way around to the inside. Look at this thing. It's like double overhead for Adrian.
Go for it, son.
Where's the tube, he says. Normally used to ducking under the curl. Oh, hang on. There's a recovery. Does he get back up?
That was awesome.
That's pretty funky.
All right, I think I've just found my new favourite Krui surfer, and it is Adrian.
He's still not going to give you a wave, even if you say that to him.
Yeah, I know.
Nice try, though. Lucky we've taken some photos of the local cops. We know this guy. Give us a wave. Beat it.
Right, here's Marlon. This is the
replay.
last wave. Yep.
Good second crunch for sure. Like you said, it was the deep bottom turn that set that hit up. He had another opportunity here and so get up there and tagged it again pretty well with a little drift across the top. So 4 reasonably good hits. His backup score is Gonski. Here goes Dino. Adrian.
Dino.
Wow, we'll just call him the A-man in a minute. We'll just keep shorting his name.
He spreads the wings, doesn't he?
Probably didn't spread him enough for this because he hit some sort of bizarre piece of chop here in a minute and just about knocked himself out. Watch this. Boom, boom, boom. little ungainly right there, but he's doing pretty good for a young, inexperienced kid out of Krui.
Mate, how pumped would he be? He was off surfing Krui left the other day and everyone's kind of surfing around him and busting up big, and here he is on a QS 5000 surfing in front of the whole world, if you don't mind.
Do we do something like interview Adrian? Does he speak English?
Well, these questions are unknown, but why not roll the dice?
Will he even see us out there? Are we still invisible?
It would be good to get him in here, for sure.
Well, we'll maybe do some research and see how good his English is and see if he wants to. It'd be a pretty classic moment. Imagine his mate seeing his head on TV.
Oh, they'd be super pumped. Right, 6.5 left in this one, Mark. It is
Marzi just improving with that 4.63.
Yep, he'll be looking to burn that though. And
Reba.
Saxon Reba, he'll be looking to get rid of that 4. He needs quite a hefty score to take
Here
that
is
first
Saxon.
possession. Yep. Heaps of speed, eyes that lip, and the lad saying it's hard on the way up. There's heaps of bumps, but he's dealing with it beautifully, Saxon. Lays it down again. Beautiful wrap. You'd be happy with that turn if you're at Nanaho Tsuzuki. And he's going to set up for the last bit, but goes down.
Yeah, just a little hiccup on the setup bottom turn there for that final hit. It's a hard section to hit. You've got to get up there early. You've got to get up there carrying some good speed and be well balanced. And he was kind of lacking a couple of those ingredients for the last hit. So the replay here, it's kind of looking like he was on his way to a decent number. The couple of the hits there, not too bad in the big scheme of things. You know, the Pro Junior division I thought might have been a sort of an easy peasy affair, but there's some pretty bossy surfers in it, mate.
Yep, and they're all pumped on their pet division.
Yeah, because a lot of these guys that were, you know, these really good surfers we're seeing in this round also went in the men's as a backup. They did pretty good, but they're like, righto, I didn't get as far as I wanted in that, so look out, juniors, here I come.
Yep, and a lot of them, it's their last year in the juniors, the older guys. You know,
So they'll be throwing the kitchen sink at their performances, no doubt, and pretty keen to sign off in style. So Adrian, what's he sitting on? 5.42 wave total. Needs a 717. Has he got a 717 in him at the Krui left? I think he has.
Yeah, he's got a
Ujong Bachor. A little bumpy and lumpy out there. I'm not sure whether he can ramp it up enough for the 717. I hope I'm wrong. He's got 4 minutes to work on it. He's nowhere sighted on the priority side of life. So probably still a fair way off the peak. Tane Dobbin with priority. There goes Dino. He's just dropped into second priority.
Righto.
Which is effectively first priority.
I bet he's inside Tane.
Yeah, why don't we try and get him in here? I reckon it'd be quite funny. We'll try and get the winner as well.
Yeah,
just double up.
Get the winner first, and then go and hunt down Adrian.
Dino,
if that's his name.
The A-man. Just go and get in his ear, mate. Ask him how his Bahasa English is, and if he's up to it, and he's not too overawed. Let's do it. sure Maria would love a bit of that kind of PR. She's in here with us right now. That's kind of her role, is just to get the funky stories behind the scenes.
Yeah, everyone playing their role here at the ASC, and things come together quite well.
It is the inclusion of Chica, Maria. We've left behind Nadia holding down the fort back there in Bali, but she's cool. We've got Timmy Hain and, of course, the boss, and Tibby Jabrick and Tom Chaminade up there cracking the whip in the judges' tower.
Interesting story with Tom. Come over as just a tourist and took an internship with the ASC maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
He did.
Look at him now. He's touring around with the WSL. He's pretty much running the technology side out of Bali.
Tane. So another one of these tall, lanky goofies in this heat. He's just sort of staying with this thing. He's looking down the line. He can't see a steep section yet, so he's just got to hang in there, but he can't do it, so that'll be a throwaway number. Definitely not the 4.9s. Here goes Dino.
Dino, amen.
Yeah, amen.
He's chasing down a 717. I reckon he's got it just for that first turn, Mark. What do you say?
We got to get him in here and have a chat with him.
Wiggles his way to glory there. All his mates will be absolutely charring on the
on the headland. They'll be giggling. Come on, Dino. Do it.
2 minutes remaining.
I reckon he's still got another wave in him, all right. So answer back now from Saxon.
Yep.
Geez, him and Tane, sir, very similar.
Yep.
Tall, lanky, goofy. He's a second spicy hit. Trying to improve on the 517. He looks over his shoulder, not impressed with what he sees down the line. He's gone a minute and a half to get back out there and work on it.
Geez, he's putting in the yards. He might have seen a set or something we can't see on screen.
He might have seen Tane paddling back out and gone, no, I'll just get back in front of him.
Yep.
Gets regained the priority because he's the one in third. He's the challenge.
So who happy is Marlon Harrison at the moment. He's got the lead. He's got a 7.48 between him and second, and he's also got priority. There's only a minute and 15 left.
Oh, here he goes. I told you get another wave.
Dino.
Yeah, man. What's he got this time?
Chattering down the line, spreading the wings, almost getting near that white water.
Is this another wave or is this a replay?
This is the replay. Let's treat it like it's another wave.
Wave number 6 for Adrian. Tane didn't go near the requirement just then. 45 seconds. It's looking like either way. 2 will run tomorrow. Those grommets would have been coming up to day 6 without pulling the ratio on some of them kids, and they're a little bit furious.
Yeah, they're itching.
They want in on this contest, saying, what do you mean I've got to go home again? You guys are making the wrong calls.
20 seconds to go.
Marzi.
Marlon Harrison, our heat leader. Surfing like that, you can see why it really flares the tail on that first turn. Couple of stage cut back there. It's a bit of a victory lap for him with only 8 seconds to go. He'll be waving to the crowd, doing a chop hop and a belly flop.
Bit of a Superman off the back of the wave. And right in cue, I reckon Saxon, this wave does count as well. I'm pretty sure he was up to his feet before I heard the hooter. Inside track looking really good for Reba.
Wow.
Reba.
He's chasing down a 7.48. He's going to have to really spice things up on the inside. They were 2 really solid turns. That's not going to do it with a finish like that, Mark.
Well, that was for the win, so a second's good enough at this stage. You know, he'll be happy with making it through to the next round. Surfed a pretty good heat. Well done. So that's it for Heat 3 of our Pro Junior Men's. We'll be back shortly with Heat 4. Righto, back to the Krui Pro, 5,000 points up for grabs. We're watching the back end of the Pro Junior round 1, so effectively heat 4. I'll welcome back Giada Lagardi into the booth. How are?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm having a great time. Would you like to just enlighten us as to who's in heat 4?
So in this heat we have Zain Asink from Australia in red, Leo Casal from Brazil in blue, Oscar Salt in white from Australia, and Chika Richie Abiyasa Nur from Indonesia in green.
All right, so out of all that, what I see is, you know, some Australians, but the Brazilian name sticks out. I've seen a lot of Leo surfing in the last couple of days, particularly that men's round. A stylish campaigner, nuggety, goofy footer, and I think he fell just short of featuring in this afternoon's quarterfinals on the men's side of the draw.
Yes.
So a serious challenge being mounted by Leo here and into the Pro Juniors. Look out, boys.
He is such a great talent. I've seen him surfing all those heats actually, and wow, he really impressed me. He has such a great and mature style in surfing and always hits it in the right section, and he's strong, so throws a lot of water every time.
I like what you said, strong and mature. He's 10 years age, so there you go for some maturity. But he did catch my eye, and he's someone to watch out for. So up against a couple of Aussies.
Not only us, he caught a few eyes. I've heard his name being mentioned a few times in and around the athletes area. I've heard, oh, have you seen the Brazilian Leo Casal?
You mean coming from the girls? Or no secrets, not letting me in on any gossip? Okay, here he is, the surfer we were just talking about. So this is Leo. Watch his work. He's strong. He rides for Takoro. He does power stuff when he gets going. Water goes a bit similar to him, but he's my man. And I went, wow, what an idol to have. And since that day, he's impressed me non-stop.
Yeah, what a great surfer. As this is Zain Asink from the Sunshine Coast. Zain has grown a lot since the last time I saw him. He was up to my shoulder maybe the last time I saw him. And when he came out to me, I didn't recognize him, just like I've mentioned a few other people. So 2 years actually is a lot when you don't see people. But another great surfer and a great person as well out of the water.
And here goes the salty one. It's Oscar Salt. Not sure where he's from. We'll find out maybe a little later on. What do you know about the surfer in green, the Indonesian? You got anything stats for me there?
I actually do not. I do think he could be more of a Krui local.
Oh, 100%. There we go. Yep, he could be.
So I do not know much about him actually.
We've just seen his buddy in the last heat. Surfed a pretty good heat. Did the surfer in green in the last heat. He didn't get through, but fairly inexperienced around this neck of the woods, especially with a rashy on. When all the big crew come to town, they're kind of like, oh my God, how's the level? How's the size of these guys? It's all a bit bizarre to their world, but in their infancy, we should say, as far as putting it together on a big stage, they do surf the Krui left well.
They do, and they were picking out some of the best ways of those heats. So it does look like they know what they're doing out there, and they know what ones are.
Yep, it was pretty hard getting one off him, but that's what you expect.
And here's our surfer from the sunny coast again, Zain Asink.
So this is his second wave because he just got straight out of his first, gets straight out of his second. A little bit more work to be done right there. At the end of this heat, we flick back to the women's round.
The women's round of 30?
No,
round of
it'll be the
16.
round of 16. We don't have a fresh draw there, so we might have to get Maria, I think, to race out and grab that for us. That's the Pro Juniors tomorrow. So we'll keep those together. I'll ask Maria.
As we have the replay again of Zain's wave. Here we see our local surfer paddling back out. We see some lines coming through, and we will be joined by our last heat winner, Marlon Harrison. He'll be joining us in the booth.
Yeah, let's have a quick chat with that winner and see what he's all about and how his experience was out there. Come and sit down. Okay, Marlon, we'll just fix this up and we'll get it all set perfect. Okay, so Marlon, my name's Mark. How are you, champion?
Not too bad, yourself?
All right, a pretty good heat. How did you reckon it went for you? You busted into the 8s. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it was pumping. You can't go wrong when it's like 5 foot, just like perfect left point waves, and yeah, frothing to be here. It's just paradise on earth. And
All right, we were interviewing your buddy Oscar while this was going on, because he won his heat as well, and every time he caught a wave, he goes, Marzi. So I'm going to call you Marzi for the duration of this interview, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sounds good.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Gold Coast, at Snapper Rocks.
You're just another one of the million shredders that surf there on a regular basis, yeah?
That's it, just joining the crowd.
Are you in the Snapper board riders?
Yeah, I am.
All right, so I imagine it must be pretty hard getting out of a heat in the Snapper board riders club.
Yeah, it's pretty jam-packed. Like, the level there is really high, and everyone's really cool too, and just good vibes.
Okay, so out of the whole Snapper environment, let's have a chat about this. You got your big dogs that rule the thing. Probably got your next tier of dead set shredders that still take any wave they want off everybody. Where do you sit in the lineup at Snapper? Third tier, second tier?
I don't know. I just
You get
whatever
what you want?
tier, I'll just take whatever. Just the big dogs don't go. I think you got like Mick, Joel, and Dingo. They're just the chiefs, and you don't mess with them. And Vassar, and just everyone else, just free for all. And just
What about Mitch Parko? He seems to take what he wants.
Yeah, he is one of the chiefs.
I wish he was here. I can't believe he's not, because he's done our Indo events a long time.
Yeah.
And he's a good fellow.
Awesome.
So what else? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old. Yeah, just live life in the Goldie, still in school, and just I'm stoked to be here. Just living in paradise.
Around the corner, which is a major step up. Have you surfed that yet?
Yeah, it's pumped.
Yeah, okay. And then you've got a couple of Ks of just hundreds of peaks down on the Mandiri Beachy.
Just ridiculous.
Have you
It's
helped
like
yourself to that?
steroids. Yeah.
Yeah, all
just
right.
pumped.
And then beyond that, as you get toward Krui Town, there's quite a few reefy options where it's some short slabs, some little Bingen type lefts. You've then got, your Jimmies and your Jennies.
How
It's all
good is
going
it?
on, eh?
Just paradise. So good.
And then our next stop, have you been to Lagundri Bay?
No.
Oh my goodness.
My sister won there a couple of years ago, so she's just been telling me just like it's the wave that just blows everyone's minds. It's just so good. So I'm very excited. Just
All
looking
right.
forward to it.
Another 5,000 points for grabs on offer up there, but a lot of unfinished business here. This Pro Junior round, it looks pretty tough. It's first 4 heats, and then we've got all the seeded guys to come.
Yeah.
It's a pretty bossy event.
It's pretty funny because like me and Saxon first and second on the ratings at the moment.
And you start off in the
And
very
we started
first
off,
round.
We're just laughing. We're like, oh my god, and I'm staying with him too. So it's just like
You unseeded rookie, you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so stacked. Coming back from El Salvador, and I actually met a lot of the Japanese surfers, so they're really cool, and I look forward to just putting my ability to them and just.
Leo Castle. This guy did really well in the Opens as well. Didn't quite
Rips.
feature that strongly on that wave, but there's a lot to like what's going on. You know what else I like, mate? Red Rashi, red boardies, red eyeball. Match, match, match. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, it's just a bit of a luck routine, I reckon. Just gotta keep it going, and I like it. Just red rashes and the red boardies just going.
And what happened to the eye? We got a busted blood vessel or something going on there.
They're just not getting any better. Just like every day you want to have a lay day and just rest those eyes. It's pumping again, so you just back out there, just burning your eyeballs again. But
It's pretty warm water. Are you having trouble keeping wax on your board? I find in 29-degree water.
100%.
It's pretty tricky, isn't it? I spend a lot of time in Indo, and I have a wax comb and a little bit of wax in my back pocket for that exact reason.
Yeah.
It just moves away from your toes and your heels, and you find yourself non-stop just looking at plain fiberglass because the wax just moves away.
You can almost scratch it off with your finger, just like playing with it out in the water, melting, but it's sick.
What do you know about this fella, Oscar?
I'm actually staying with him. He's one of my good mates, so yeah, fingers crossed he gets through. He says good. This is a stacked heat though. You got Zane, Leo, Oscar, and local legend. So.
All right. Well, all good so far. Now I know a little bit more about Marzi Harrison. So I'm going to shake your hand, Marlon, and say, listen, thanks for having a chat with me. You seem like a real lad, and another lord coming out of the super bank up there at Snapper, mates. All the best for the rest of the event, eh?
Thank you so much.
All right. Cheers.
Speak soon.
Thanks very much, Marlon.
Thank you.
Yee-hoo. So Zane Asic is in the lead with that 5.67. His backup is really low. There's no other real highlights at this heat at the moment. Maybe Leo's first wave was pretty decent, but I'm sure everybody can factor in a little higher than what we've presently got on the scoreboard. So
Goes up for the first turn up and just pulls out.
and he goes the local fella. So Richie in the green. He'll have his teammates down there. He just would have his good friend who surfed the last heat,
Yep.
Adrian. on the beach watching.
The local crowd is all there as well,
Oh,
asking
that's
for
good.
selfies.
No doubt. What a big moment for him, you know, like coming here, mixing it up with all these high-profile, you know, big, strong Boule kids,
Yep.
ripping around. I'm sure they're learning a lot and will really, you know, grow from the experience of competing against these crew.
They must be really nervous.
Oh,
as
they'd
well.
have to be fully. 100% they're nervous.
I'm nervous that I've seen these kids all my life. But they must be super excited as well. Being this probably is the first time they've ever been able to compete in a WSL Junior.
Yeah.
As it is the first time.
Yeah, because either that or they've just got to mix it up and go in the
Yep.
men's round, which they'll be totally out of their league. So,
So history in the making right now. The first WSL Junior in Krui.
yep, and the first 5,000
Yep. So
in Indonesia.
yeah, in all of Indonesia, the first time. So you can really see the progression in the surfing that has happened here during the years, and of course, a lot of people working behind that. And it's great to see the Indonesian team always down there supporting everyone and their teammates.
Yep, and those sort of things don't happen without some heavy backing by the government. So thanks to the Pesisir Barat Provinsi Lampung, which is the government of the province of the west coast here of Lampung, as we just watched Async out there rolling down the reef. The Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, the government of Lampung, Telkomsel Indonesia, PLN, which is the electricity company of Indonesia, and then the other partnering up sponsors, Earth Island and Garuda Indonesia, for flying all us officials here. That's who helped make this a 5,000, and the local government out of Lampung, Jakarta, they started years ago with like a 1,000, and they sort of ramped it up each year, and they want to sort of go one shade better, which is obviously to take this thing onto the Challenger Series. So let's see if that happens, and we wish them all the luck.
I could call that this could be one of the best stops if it does ever make it on the Challenger Series. I'm sure everyone would be frothing to get out
There's
here.
probably people that don't want it to go Challenger
Oh,
because
could be.
then they couldn't enter.
Yep.
You know what
It
I mean?
could be.
It would then involve all the regions.
Yep.
And less locals and less Indos, less Aussies, less, you know, or the Japanese crew and the Philos and all that sort of stuff, because it really narrows the field down to 100, and it would include 7 regions. So there'd be a lot of these people here that wouldn't get a start.
That's
actually.
a good point. That's a very good point. I never thought about it like that. So that's a good, fair point. And hopefully wow, it would be great for the local tourism, but for everyone competing now, they would definitely want to keep it down to a 5-star.
Yeah, a 5,000.
A 5,000.
So meanwhile, not a lot of big highlights out of this heat. Conditions look like they are changing, getting a little trickier. Assing still holding down the lead, trying to improve on the 4. A 6.07 needed from Castle, the Brazilian, to win, or just improve on a 2.87. He's got 2 of the scrappier sort of numbers I've seen in his column throughout this week. So he'll want to use these next 10 minutes to a better advantage than that.
Yeah, he was such a standout in the QS.
Yeah, in the men's, yeah, for sure. So let's see what he can dig deep and pull out next. He does have top priority for Leo, so that is something pretty cool to hang on to.
Yep.
Oscar Salt hasn't done his best work either just yet, but needs only a 3.6. And even Richie in the green, the local boy, a 3.7, all he needs for second spot.
Yeah, the local boy must be paddling back out from one of the waves as he doesn't have priority, but he must be loving this, you know, surfing his home break with just 3 other guys out as well.
His mates on the beach.
Yeah.
Selfies.
Friends and family cheering him on down in the beach.
Bit of nasi for lunch. Bit of transport. I'm sure they rode motorbikes down here. Probably all doubled up.
Lots of cows around as well as I walk
Be careful,
here.
don't you? There's a lot of tall coconut trees, which I
Yeah.
noticed along this trail as well, and
Yeah.
you know they can be a little bit dangerous, Giada,
Definitely don't want one of those coconuts falling
especially
on
on
your
a
head.
windy day.
Yeah.
I was cruising along the other day on the road, walking up here to work on the left side of the road, trying to stay out of the way of the traffic and all that. And then I started looking at the trees, going, "Well, how cool is this?" And I thought, hang on, I'd better move to the right side of the road. And since then, I've walked up the right side of the road and not under the coconut trees, because one little mishap there, and
I agree.
was.
And it's something that people don't really think about, but it's so dangerous. You know, one of those coconuts falling on your head, and it's not a good sign.
Here goes Castle chipping in with that top priority, takes the wave off the inside fella there. Some high-speed surfing, but gets a little bit caught up in what was possible there, and that was impossible.
Yep.
Down he goes.
Just gets unstuck. Strange seeing that from Kazal, that usually his surfing is very precise and very controlled.
I'd say everyone in this heat is a bit nervous because we've had no real big numbers. Everyone's within striking range of, say, a win.
Yep.
And they're probably all feeling a little bit of stress in this heat. We're down to 8 minutes. There hasn't been any real clean sort of smoking set waves come through, so they haven't had their opportunities, and it's very, very close.
Yep, it's still anyone's heat right now, and we know that Leo Casal can pull a 6 in any wave. He's a very dangerous competitor. Oscar Salt still also in just looking for a 3.7 to go into advancing position. So in a little bit of a dangerous situation for Leo, as Oscar has priority right now.
Yep, I reckon everyone's feeling that, a bit of danger, even ASIC there. You know, like when you're packing a mid-range 5, you'd sort of want that as maybe your backup number, not your lead score. And the 4-point ride is not a very convincing number either. So I'm sure Red is saying ASIC really, really keen to delete the 4-point ride. Here goes Blue. Castle for made another uncharacteristic error.
Yep. As you see, the wind did pick up today a little more than the other days, and it's not as glassy and perfect as we've seen it. So there is the factor that there's a little bit of bump on the face, and it could be hard to control.
So there's something going on there, because this is kind of a low-scoring heat for what else we've seen in the Pro Juniors. The boys have been stringing it together and locking in a couple of 8s out of most of that first 3 heats.
We've definitely had some great heats in the juniors. What a start to the juniors here in Krui.
And you could see just from the level of what's going on. We had where was it? Jamie Thomas, I'm sure, was the man kicking things off. He had a real blockbuster first heat. He busted it. I think he had about a 15.2 wave total.
He had a 7.5 and an 8.1.
Yep. Okay. And then we had Oscar Berry, who boosted into the 8-point range as well. And we just had a chat with Marlon, who also boosted into the 8-point range. Leo looks like he might have finally found himself in clean green water, and now starting to do the damage we're used to seeing out of the Tokoro rides.
Yeah, here is Leo, waiting for this wave to give him what he's looking for, as he finishes it off. Very Leo Casal style.
That was. That's exactly what got him through heat after round after round in the men's, and he's still going.
Wow.
To the point of being able to flick out somewhere miles down the line. There he is.
He will definitely be happy to extend his lead over Oscar Salt, because a 3.7 is a very low score.
Pretty confident he'll go to the lead with that score.
I think so too. Great wave from Leo Casal. As we are approaching the 5-minute mark for this last heat in the juniors, and next up we're going straight into the women's.
Yeah, and I don't have a fresh updated draw right there, so we're going to have to rely on our on the monitor to tell us who's in the next heat when it comes. 5 minutes remaining. I'll go see Ochim after this, and we'll get the fresh draw. I imagine it's a tough draw too, because there was a lot of good surfing out of the women's round. So all the first and second placings that we've seen this morning will feature in that next round. 4 heats of those before we go into man-on-man semi-final, quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals. Wow, already getting to the finals day.
I know, and I mean at the end of today there will only be 8 women left. There will only be 4 men left, but all our juniors. So at some point it's going to be a Gromfest out here. Probably has to be tomorrow, realistically.
I think so too. Tomorrow will be the Gromfest, a day just for the juniors. It'll be great to see all of them, and they must be frothing to get out there. Oh my God, they probably had 5 sleepless nights thinking they're on tomorrow, I'm on tomorrow, and it's like, what? What do you mean we can't be on today? You guys have got it all wrong. Here he is, right on cue. I just said I'll go see Ochim and get a heat draw. This is one more reason why you are the man, Ochim. How's that? He read my mind. He rolls up with a heat draw. Right on cue. You can tell us who's in the first heat. So
it'll be down
in the round of 16, heat 1, we have Kobe Enright from Australia, Nixie Ryan as well from Australia. Nanaho Tsuzuki from Japan and Paige Harp from New Zealand. That
What
will
a way
be
to kick things
the
off.
First heat
Bossy.
of the women's.
And look at Leo, like he needed a 6:07. He got a 6, so there is nothing in it now between red and blue.
Yep.
And even the salty one in white needs a 4.91, and Richie in the green a high 6.
It's anyone's heat still. It's not over till it's over. Leo would need to paddle back out quickly to catch his wave, or Oscar also needing just a high 4 to go into second.
Yep, so only 3 minutes. Richie in the green with top priority. That's kind of going to bother Castle and Salt for an opportunity. The fact that they do not have first or second priority. You can see Asink there sitting in the lead. He's done his work early in this heat. I'm sure he'll still be a bit nervous about that 4 in his scoreline.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely going to be trying to improve that 4, as he knows that Leo Casal and Oscar Salt are just a step away from him. No one's safe just yet until the hooter goes.
Looks like some motion out the back though, so maybe we might end with some fireworks at the back end of heat number 4. Round 1 for the Pro Juniors. Set might actually be pushing a little wide because green has not budged.
Green has been waiting for a while for his wave. He does have priority out the back. Zane just second, which is a good situation for Zane, as I'm sure he will be, you know, shadowing a few of the other contenders to make sure he stays in his first position. Exciting stuff today as we go into the women's and afterwards into the men's quarterfinals.
Yeah, that'll be you know, seriously entertaining afternoon. They surfed in some amazing conditions, probably some of the best conditions I've seen at this year's Krui Pro. It just started, the tide got right for the men's, the wind got all dreamy, about 2 knot onshore, but it was still barreling and wedging, and it started breaking right up the point. So here goes Richie. That was Richie. I don't think we'll see a replay of that wave. There's no need. Not a lot went on. But back to that men's round yesterday, Arvo. That was just mental. There was 2 rounds of them, and surfing up the point, helping themselves to every bossy section that came through. It was really high quality stuff. Let's see what Asik can do with 1 minute on the clock, trying to burn off that 4. It'll be the last time we see him until tomorrow in the juniors.
Yep, just trying to get rid of that low 4 he has to secure his lead in the last 45 seconds of this heat.
Pretty well structured wave.
Yep.
No real blockbuster moments, but just getting the bizzo done to try and stretch that lead. I'm thinking he probably does that. Just 30 seconds.
We have not seen our surfer in blue return to the back.
No, well, that wave of Leo's, the 6 was the highlight of the heat, and he did some really strong surfing, so the judges are still reserving the 8s and the 7s and that sort of stuff for, you know, just that sort of surfing, but on better waves. We just saw a little fly away from Richie. Just about done here. I'd say Asink, he does improve his lead via a 4.63. White now to challenge for second. That's not going to do it. Congrats to Asink and Castle moving through to the next round. Over and out for the Pro Juniors for now. We'll throw to an ad and we'll get right back to the women's round of 16.
Nixie? Ryan.
So guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are now in the women's QS round of 16, heat 1. I'm here with Billy.
Yes, back to the women's action. Kobe Enright in the red, Nixie Ryan in the blue, Nanaho Tsuzuki in the white, and Paige Harp from New Zealand in the green. All of these surfers strong performers. This should be a beauty.
So Billy, have you seen some of the action from the junior boys?
I did. How exciting was it?
It was really great stuff.
Yep, they were all super hyped to get out there, sitting
Yep.
on their backsides for the last 4 days. So yeah, they didn't disappoint. No, they
Yep.
totally delivered. And
Some great scores came through, and it was absolutely great. As we're joined with Zane Asink, our winner of the last heat. Come by, Zane, and tell us a little bit about yourself. So Zane, I know you well. Of course, we've known each other for a really long time, but I'm sure our viewers maybe don't. So tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Australia, Queensland, and yeah, I'm just stoked to be in Indo, just scoring pumping waves, and got my good friends here, and yeah, it's just such a vibe over here.
So tell us a little bit about who you came down here with, and if it's your first time.
So yeah, this is my first time in Krui. I've been to Sumatra a few times, and yeah, I'm here with my mate Tane Dolben. We travel together, and yeah, we have a lot of fun. We just try and surf as much as we can, and just enjoy the trip.
You know, so the conditions were a lot smaller today, and it was a little bit windier as we see on screen. But tell us, was there any change in your equipment, or what was your thoughts going out?
Actually, the morning before my QS, my grip pad ripped off, and I rode that board in my heat, and a local guy did a good job. He stuck the grip pad back on, and yeah, it ended up like being a little bit too far back. So I changed my boards in the QS heat, and I don't know, I enjoyed my other one more because it's got a bit more foam. And then yeah, I rode it today, put a new grip pad on, and it felt amazing. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty bumpy, so you can't really push too hard.
Yeah, that's so good. So, tell us, did you get any chance to surf any of the other waves while you've been here?
Yeah, I've been going to Mandiri every day pretty much, and just scoring some fun barrels with my friends and doing a bit of filming and having a lot of fun. Mandiri's a sick wave.
So, tell us a little bit about your junior career. Where have you been competing lately, and how's it been going?
So we had the Aussie leg. We had we were on the road for a month. We had a lot of comps, and yeah, it was a pretty good trip. I got a couple 2 fun results, but I was kind of on the back foot a bit, and but yeah, it felt good to just get a couple good results in the end, and yeah, I can be over here and competing in the Pro Junior, so it's so fun.
That's really great, Zane.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us in
Thanks,
the
Jara.
booth, and congratulations on your first heat win.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
As we will get Billy to join me again, and we'll be watching the women's side of the draw again, the round of 16, heat 1. There haven't been any scores just yet as we see the first ride of Kobe Enright. Billy, welcome back.
Oh, thank you very much. Get those headphones on and that microphone right.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good little interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, as we're seeing the first 2 scores of Paige Harp and Kobe Enright. A 217 and a 483. As we're back and we're seeing our ride from our Japanese surfer Nanaho Tsuzuki on her backhand. This will be her opening ride for this heat.
Yeah, as I was saying, there's no surprise that Paige and Kobe have got out to a quick start, both season campaigners. Not quite sure how long is left in this heat, but we'll find out shortly. Paige Harp, of course, past winner of the Margaret River Pro, or it could have been when it was this QS, I'm not quite sure, but I remember her having a solid result over there. Really impressive young lady.
Yes, very impressive. Been doing this for a while now. She's been on the QS, and both Paige and Kobe are a really great surfer. As the first wave for Nanaho Tsuzuki comes in at a 6, goes straight to the lead.
Wow.
Great start for the heat. She must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah.
Our Japanese surfer.
She is up against 2 Australians and 1 Kiwi. A New Zealand girl, solid performer as we previously just mentioned. Kobe Enright, she put in a good performance in the round previous, as did Nixie Ryan.
Yes, in fact, this is the second time our ladies are surfing today. So it is great. The girls must be getting excited as well. Surfing, getting these waves for a heat is a dream.
All right, so we are going to throw back to a mid-heat break. Stay with us, folks, and join us shortly. right, everyone, welcome back to heat number 1 of the women's round of 16. It is Nanaho Tsuzuki out to an early lead, a 6. Paige Harp with a 4.83. And looking up there, it's Enright with a 2.17. Nixie Ryan yet to get going. Still 11 minutes 40 left in this one. I can tell you out there in the last heat, having a look around Jada, that wind has turned a little bit onshore, coming from the left of screen as you're looking at it now, making little things a little bit uncomfortable and a little bit not perfect.
I agree. It has come up much earlier than the other days, so you know, a little bit harder to surf, but still the conditions are great out there. And the girls are ripping as we see our Japanese surfer starting off her first wave with a 6. Great way to start her heat. And Nixie Ryan hopefully waiting to get the next one up.
And this is her. She has priority. Our woman in blue. This is Nixie Ryan getting her campaign underway for this heat number 1 around a 16. Real long drawn out bottom turn. She must spy something down the line, which I'd look of. It was that lip, and she hit it. Hopefully she can get around this section. She can't, and just does a bit of a belly flopper off on our side of that. But she is on the scoreboard, and that's the main thing. Nixie Ryan.
You know, the waves are a bit smaller, so the paddle back out is not as long as the other days, giving the girls and guys more opportunities to catch some waves today.
Yep, and we just saw Enright there pulling off at the end of her wave. There she is in red, duck diving through that white water. Almost came down the same distance as Nixie, so I'll be anxious to see the replay of that and see where that places her. This is blue. Jada, talk us through this one.
So we see blue. As you see, her board does wobble a little bit. It must be really hard to control the board with that wind onshore. A nice second turn and just taps it, thinking maybe that, knowing that this was going to close out on her. A nice little wave to start off for Nixie Ryan as we are waiting for Enright's replay. There is still a lot of time left for all the girls to catch a second wave, but a little bit of a slower heat compared to the earlier rounds.
Yep, that swell eventually behaving itself and dying down a little bit. We thought it would be kind of this size this morning. We arrived here and there's still some big bossy sets rolling through, but now it seems to have subsided somewhat, and this might be the order of the rest of the week. I think waves about this size. We're just looking for the optimum wind and the best conditions to put our athletes out there to put on the best show we can for you folks.
For sure.
So wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We're enjoying bringing it to you, and the talent of these young surfers, young men and women, is on display for the world to see. Great to have a QS 5000 back in Indo, isn't it?
Great, and the first one ever, as we've previously mentioned. And we see some waves rolling through. You can see really how the wind outside makes it everything a little bit choppy compared to the other days that we've had it super glassy.
You can see on the Indo close to that reef, it's a little bit buttery there. It's kind of protected from that wind. So if you get a little inside grinder, it kind of pulls a lot off the reef as we see this little guy going through. And it's a smooth wave face. So if you're lucky, you'll get one of them.
Yes, we are starting the round of 16, heat 1 of the women's, and eventually we'll be joined by the quarterfinalists of the men.
Yep, counting down towards the finals. Hopefully we can stick all divisions in one day with finals. That would be epic. That's not guaranteed. We'll have to look at the conditions and see what the men upstairs come up with, the call.
We do still have all the juniors to run through as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how all of that goes. Probably tomorrow, our Grammy action.
You bet, and it's always entertaining when the young kids get out there. They put it all on the line.
Yeah.
It's all that matters in their life at the moment. They don't have a mortgage. They don't have a wife. They don't have a husband. You know, they got nothing to worry about except for hitting that lip and getting in that tube. So I really look forward to it.
Yep, life's all about surfing for them right now.
What a way to live. I tell you what, we do have to thank a couple of people while there's a bit of a break in the action, and none more important than the government of the province of the west coast of Lampung. That's where we are. We landed in Lampung and we drove about 6 hours down here to Krui, and also the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economic of the Republic of Indonesia. They're creating events like this and they're creating interest in surfing. I'll tell you what, we'll get back to that. Let's watch Kobe Enright. We've been waiting for this replay for quite a while. A bigger wave and just a couple of sections to hit, and she'll pull off here right next to a Kobe, I reckon. So that wave not offering too much. We'll see what that score comes through as. But yeah, let me continue. We'd like to thank the governor of Lampung. He was in attendance at the opening ceremony. PT Telkom Indonesia, Telekom Indonesia, and PLN, that is Electric Company of Indonesia. We'd also like to thank Earth Island as one of our sponsors, and we want to give a big ups and a big thumbs up to Garuda Indonesia as the official travel partner of the ASC. Got us here safe and sound. Got all our boards here. No one was missing any of them. Big shout out to Andrew Stark. And I recommend flying Garuda Indonesia.
I do too. Garuda is always my choice of airline. Every time I fly around Indonesia, especially growing up as a little girl, my mom always warned me, go with Garuda if you can.
Yeah, solid advice from your mum. Let's have a look at this score line. Is Kobe Enright out in the front with a 4.13 and a 2.17. However, the highest score of this heat belongs to our Japanese surfer in Suzuki. That is a 6. Paige Harp has a 4.83 to her name, and that last ride from Nixie Ryan garnished a 4.10. So, Paige Harp has priority. She'll be looking for a solid score and keep that 4.83 as her backup. Things still about to unfold. There's only just under 5 minutes in this heat remaining. Waves have gone a bit quiet. The wind has gone a bit wonky. So conditions changed. It is not the CT, so we can't kind of put it on hold and wait for the optimum conditions. This is a QS, a qualifying series. It's called the QS grind for a reason. It's tough, it's unforgiving, and it's cutthroat. That's the way we want it, and that's the way we want to see things fold out.
Yep, a bit of a slow heat, as you've mentioned, as most of the surfers have only caught one wave. So they'll be pretty anxious to catch their second one as we're reaching our 4-minute mark. Hopefully some sets will come through for the surfers so they can get ahead and start. You know, this is still anyone's heat, as all the surfers only need a small score to advance.
Yeah, it is a cliche, the battle of the backups, but it looks like Suzuki has the only solid score on the board. Kobe Enright would be viewing that 4.13 as her backup and looking for something a lot more solid, but this is our second place surfer at the moment. Nanaho Tsuzuki looking really solid, a powerful low stance as she wraps around that fuller section of the wave. She's hoping something's going to happen on the inside, a bit of bonus action where we can see the back of the wave and the back of the surfer. She looks skyward, hits that lip. She's got to ride out of this to get those points and try and take that first position off Kobe. Well, she needed a 0.30. Touch and go.
I don't doubt that she will be taking first position with that wave, and she will be sitting quite comfortably with only 3 minutes left and having a 6 in her scoreline. I would be very happy to beat her right now. She is already 1 foot into the quarterfinals of the first Krui Pro 5000.
Boom, what a feeling that would be.
Yep.
And there it is.
She is 1 step closer for 5,000 points, just up for grabs, as she gets her last wave score of a 3.83.
Perfect.
And here is a replay of that wave. Tuck us through, Billy.
That is a little bit of an ugly piece of Indian Ocean right there looking at us. Lots of little mountains on the top, on the face of that wave. She does extremely well to negotiate through that bumpy part of this big long left-hander. Now there's something to hit. She does. She throws it up. So all the points really coming off that last turn. Pays to be patient, and it pays to have a game plan.
Yep.
No doubt that Namahu had that game plan of staying patient and finding something, a little ramp inside there to hit.
As the other girls, Paige Harp and Nixie Ryan, are, starting to inch a little closer to the end of this heat, they would want to start catching their first rides.
Yep. Paige Harp knows she has priority. She knows she only needs a 1.47 to go through to the quarters.
She does have the second highest heat score. So she does know that she does not need much to pass this heat, and she'll be looking for that backup. With priority, she's in a good position to be in.
Yeah, just 90 seconds remaining in this one. Heat 1, the women have delivered again. Let's hope these conditions have just had a little hiccup during this heat and they continue to improve during Heat 2. It's not over yet though. This is Paige Harp.
Our surfer in green looking for a 1.47 to advance, and as we reach the 1 minute mark, she will most probably be getting it with this wave.
Yeah, I think that's a 1.7, whatever she needed already. A 1.47. Continues to flick her way to glory on that smaller inside runner.
Just under a minute left. We'll have to see what the score comes in as, and if any of the other girls catch a wave.
Yep, all the pressure will now go on to Kobe and Nixie.
As they're left out the back with Nixie with priority. 30 seconds left in this heat. What do you think is going through Paige's head right now?
Give me the score, ocean go flat. That's exactly what's going through her head.
I agree. That's definitely it.
Right, 21 seconds remaining, 20 seconds now, and we can see a lump of ocean presenting itself out there. Is Nixie or Kobe in the position to take advantage of it? 13 seconds now. We can't quite see our surfers in front of that little swell in the front, but here goes our surfer in blue. She can't quite scratch over. Nixie will be absolutely spewing. That is that done. That heat number 1 of the round of 16.
As now we will be going on a quick break to start off our heat 2.
We are live and we are back for heat number 2 of the round of 16 women. I am joined by the one and only Mark Clift on my left, your right, and the women in this heat are, please.
Willow Hardy, who's won every heat she's been in. We love the way she goes about business out of Margaret River, so she's a fellow West Sider. She'll be in red. We have Sarah Wakita out there in white, representing Japan. Ella Mccaffrey out of the US, right there in white, and Rena Matsunaga representing Japan in green. So 3 Japanese, we got an American, and we got Willow Hardy, the Margaret Riverian.
Beautiful. Let's bring it on.
Now let's hope there's a few crew out of Margaret River watching online. Crew, g'day. Billy and Mark down here. Willow has been on a dead set tear. I had a quick little chat with her after her heat win this morning, and she's still not convinced she's surfing her best, but I said, look, you're ripping, you're doing a really good job, lots of smart stuff with wave choice and manoeuvre selection, and more importantly, the judges are digging what you're doing.
Yes.
And she hasn't even really hit her straps yet like we know she can, so I said, look, you just got to hang in there and keep doing your stuff. Here she is on cue, and sooner or later you'll have the blockbuster heat you need. Might as well save that till the final. We'll see.
You betcha.
She could get there the way she's going. So Willow Hardy's opening ride here. It's heat 2, the round of 16. So we have 4 of these heats, and then allegedly crossing into, there we go, allegedly crossing into the men's quarterfinals.
Well, that wasn't a bad way to start your heat. If the last heat is to anything to go by, Mark, because into the last 4 minutes, I think, 3 girls that only had 1 wave.
Even that last Pro Junior men's heat was one of the lowest scoring affairs, so maybe conditions are changing for the worse, but let's have a little look at this one, Mccaffrey.
Yep, the American now on her backhand. Really solid performance in her last heat and impressive campaign so far. Flicks that one into a bit of a speed run and looking for that inside lip bash, finds it. So this is a pretty handy wave for the American. Got to end it off, doesn't like the look of that lip and decides to play it safe.
Yeah, that's the way I read that too, mate. She could have perhaps get up there and really tag the lip a little more on a couple of them hits and then had a look at that end section and balked at it. So the judges, they notice that stuff and they go, yeah, so. Getting pretty busy out there, mate. I think school's out. There's a lot of kids getting around in uniform outside and a lot of Ibus and the Indonesian population just doubled, I think, in the last half an hour outside. So there's a lot of photo and hello mister going on.
A lot of hello mister.
The replay of Willow Hardy's ride.
Yep, finds the lip on that last turn. Always a good way to end your wave when it involves hitting the lip. And Ella Mccaffrey had a bit of a chat to her earlier, Mark.
Yeah. She's had a taste of Challenger Series life. She's in on it. There's not a whole lot more events going on in America at the moment, so she decided to come to Window. Can't take the points with her, but she can certainly take the cash and a bit more experience. Going to go back and hang out in Bali, she reckons, after Nias.
Oh, right on.
Willow with 4.67. I imagine Ella's is probably going to come a little under. No, over. There we go. A 4.583. So the judges bought into the speed of those moves, I guess, and rewarded it a smidge higher than Willow's.
Well, it was a bit of a larger wave too, a bit of a set wave. Willow's was a bit white, and you know, she did a lot of work on top of that wave, just trying to hip hop her way through to the end section.
Had she hit the end bowl, talking about Ella, that could have been then a 7, I guess, looking at the number they've dropped. So the judges like the speed involved in that. Maybe they're adjusting also to the fact that conditions have gone off the boil a smidge.
Yeah, did you notice that onshore wind kind of coming from the left of the screen now while you were having your break?
Yeah, I did, and I noticed it picking up, which is also why I said allegedly men's quarterfinals a little later on.
Dum dum dum. Creating tension.
I haven't heard any rumours, but the men's are on. The tide's dropping, which is a good thing. The wind is not doing us favours, so I think we're in a pretty good spot format-wise, Billy. So it wouldn't surprise me if I heard a rumour or a change on the format. I'm speculating 100% here, everybody online, but let's just see how these last couple of heats pan out for the women's.
Let's hope conditions improve and we do get those quarters. I've been looking forward to them all day.
We have. It's kind of what I hung my hat on this morning when I knew we had a 20-heat day, and I went, oh, the last 4 heats are quarterfinals. Hello. Well, not to say the entertainment hasn't been really good. Conditions are changing. You can see it's getting a little tougher, so it wouldn't surprise me if there is a call made getting closer towards the end of this round.
Matsunaga and looking to open her account. Sarah Wakita, yes, to find a wave also. It's going to be tough if you're left wanting around the 8 to 5 minute mark in these conditions. So an early start imperative.
So green now starting to get a wiggle on. Not a big wave, but these waves tend to hug the reef nicely. Being the first wave of a set, you can see what it's offering, and it's a lot of bump and lump, Billy. I try to, where possible, when I'm surfing onshore waves in Indo, which isn't very often, I try to let the first one go.
Yep.
Just to clean the scene up a little. Maybe the option wasn't there. Maybe she didn't have that option. It turned out pretty good on the inside after the start. So let's get to, what's her first name here?
Rena.
Oh, Rena. Okay. Rena, Sarah, Willow and Ella. All right, well, that's probably going to put her in and around the other stuff we've seen at the start of this heat. Here's the action replay. So it definitely got cleaner and better as this wave went on, Billy.
Yeah, that is really hard to negotiate. That, look at, it's got about 3 waves in the wave face as she attempts that first bottom turn. Looking a bit cleaner there, finds a chop to hit, does a pretty neat job, And like we said, all competition long, staying patient. Another little power wiggle on top there. Now it starts to stand up. And all things considered, that was a really well ridden wave.
Yeah, and when we look at what we've just seen, it's a little under. So Rena there got rewarded with a high 3, a tough wave to ride. Did about as good as you could do on that little bit of a messy inside wave. Off to a start though, which is better than nothing. And Sarah Wakita, over to you to answer back. Does have priority. So we started with a 5, dropped to a 4, and down to a 3.
Well, let's hope that does not continue for Sarah's sake. That trend.
Yep, it's just looking a little more wrinkly out there, Billy. What time is it now? We're just at 1 o'clock over here at Jakarta time.
Oh, that could be priority gone for Sarah. It is.
Yep.
That now pops up to Ella, first place and priority. That's always a good feeling.
And Willow will be happy with that, picking up second priority and sitting in a top qualifying position already. So a bit of heat being thrown on the Japanese surfers in this one for Rena and Sarah. Pass my goggles over, please, Billy. Let's have a little look at our sheet. I think we have Team Lavina coming up in the next one.
What?
Yep. No, that'll be the last one. In fact, we have the standout of the day, Sophie McCulloch, coming up next, mate.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how she handled these conditions.
Yep, and she'll be against Minami Nonaka, Ali Harrison, and Kailani Johnson.
Wow.
Next heat.
Just to your right of screen, folks, there's a big hill and slash mountain range on the shoreline. There is a storm building there. It's kind of blocked out a bit of the sun. If that does eventuate, it might actually turn the wind offshore again after that squall.
Is that turning a negative into a positive? Is that where you're going with that?
Always, mate.
Good work. Pretty crinkly out there right now. This is probably the least favourable conditions we've had all day, so it's a bit of a pity for the back end of this women's round. But it's the same for everybody when you're in the water, Billy. You've just got to get your head around what's going on and sort of live in the moment, stay present and serve with what you got. So a good looking wave though for Ella. It's a bigger wave. It does have a bit of clean face here. Just sticking with this thing now and hopping aboard, trying to get into the inside track and can't get back to the power source and drop into the inside, so we won't know how that wave panned out. But there goes top priority, handballs it over to Willow Hardy.
Yeah, that was interesting, that clean face on that wave. Must be come from a different direction or something.
Alright, so Willow and Sarah now prowling the lineup, both with first and second priority. Ella's second number was pretty low for a 2-wave total now of a 7.33. Sees Willow chasing a mid-range 2, so here she goes.
Yep, this is our girl from Margaret River on a forehand. Really handy goofy footer. Pretty good looking wave. She's going to wrap that around. It's got to be a couple of stages now because there's a few ribs in the face of that wave. Finds the lip on that one and able to spread the wings. So a solid turn, this number 2 on that wave from Willow Hardy.
Still some pretty polished surfing, a couple of decent moves. Only needed a 2.67, so I'm pretty sure she'll go into the lead. It's all up to Sarah now to get out of the bottom of the pack, chip in and use that priority a little wiser.
All right, I have the winner of the last heat, Nanaho Tsuzuki. We have had a little chat before today. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, very good heat again. Give me shake your hand once more time. Fantastic. It's good talking to you. The more I talk to you, that means you have won. So that's good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, we have noticed the wind. Is that a real problem?
Yeah, it's so pumping.
Yeah, for sure. yeah. And When you're going up the wave, it's bumpy?
Yeah, so it's hard.
Yeah, very difficult.
Yeah.
You did beat a couple of big names. Paige Harp, she has competed at the highest level before, and Kobe Enright has been a standout. Nixie Ryan had a bit of a out of rhythm heat, but does that feel good to beat these girls?
Yeah.
Makes your confidence?
Yeah. Can I say Japanese?
Please.
ずっと外国の選手と戦う機会が少なかったんですけど、そんな中で名前のよく聞く選手と一緒に戦えてすごい楽しかったです。
Right on. Again, I'll get the Google Translate out and see what you got to say. Yeah, so it's pretty hard. Your highest score was a 6 right there. That is hard to get. Did you have a strategy, a plan to go into that heat?
そうですね、風がサイドオンで結構面がバタバタしてるのはもう入る前から分かってたんで、それのコブにぶつからないように、することは結構意識してました。それがたまたまいい波が来て乗れたんでラッキーでしたね。
Right on. Now, after your heat tonight, rest, eat, sleep?
Yes.
No plan?
Yeah, I'm so tired.
Well, you're tired. I'm going to let you go. It was a pleasure speaking to you again. It's fantastic having you on board, and best of luck for the rest of the campaign.
Thank you.
All right. Great talking to Ms. Tsuzuki again.
Thank you so much.
Right on. That's always a pleasure talking to her. She's such a groover. Answers all my questions in Japanese, Mark. How good's that? She can understand what I'm saying, I hope.
Did she understand Bahasa Billy?
Yeah, I think she did. How is Ella
here.
Mccaffrey? That's a hell of a turn.
That's what I wanted to see out of her first wave. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
The way I thought she was just kind of fluffing around with those top turns. That's what I know she can do.
That is the business.
Wow, that was a sick turn.
Yeah, Nanaho answering my questions in Japanese. You know what makes me reminiscent of the UFC? They've got lots of athletes that can't speak English, and it's not a problem. We are
Get ready to rumble.
in the Asian region, and you've
What's
got
this?
to expect it. That's a great hit. And so, yeah, I'm really digging it.
That was one of the better turns of the day, I'm tipping, on the women's side of the draw. That was pretty sick. I saw the judges, after what's been going on lately in some low-scoring heats, they'll really soak that up. The chook feathers were flying everywhere. So what sort of number did she get? It's yet to be determined on our tablet, but it's already locked in. What did she have before? A 5 something. So that's a 6 something.
Yep, that's right. She had a
Maybe
6.
close to a 7.
Close, a little bit down. There we go. 583. No,
a 627.
627.
Either way, it's the two best scores of the matchup. Leaves Willow Hardy now trying to track down a mid-7. Third priority could be nervous times here as the Japanese pair sitting there needing a mid-4 and a high 6 to challenge Willow.
That 627 for Ella is probably a big bulk of that on that one turn.
That was a really good turn.
Yep.
She really connected well with the lip. The power was evident. The timing was brilliant. That's one of the best turns I've seen her do, but we know she's got that in her. When you're on the Challenger Series, there's a reason, and she needs to sort of maybe have a look at the footage of this heat after that and go, more of that, please.
Yep. So Rakita and Solitary Wave, and also Rina Masunaga. One Solitary Wave. Bit of an ask for Sarah, 6.94, but Rena, not much, a 4.55. They'll be looking at the 3.83 and the 1.43 as their backups. They'll be looking to capitalise on.
Just noticed Willow paddle away from those two then, Billy. She's paddled off screen to the right, so she decided to give first and second priority a bit of space and take a different tack and maybe just hunt the next little corner just off screen a little bit. No point sitting there when you're going to get the better waves taken directly off you. Ooh, blue paddles.
Yep, that could shift things up. Oh, does red paddle? It's a paddle fest.
Well, blue hangs on to second priority. Maybe just having more of a look than an actual paddle is the decision from the priority judge. So a fair bit of energy in that set just goes wasted down the line. Nobody can make any sense of that, and nobody riding a wave. So situation remains the same with 7.5 minutes to go. But for the first time in this event, Willow Hardy is probably starting to feel a little under the pump. She's been in leading positions every heat. She's been in the 6s and 7s and even 8s, I think, every heat. This time she's not, and she's got 2 surfers breathing right down her neck, so she's going to have to dig deep here.
Yep, you're exactly right.
7 minutes. So Willow's paddled off screen, we know that. Where did she get up to? And what's the positioning in the lineup like for Willow?
You know, the Hardy family, they are thinkers and strategies for every heat.
They're ocean people. So no doubt Huey will reward Willow and send something her way.
3rd generation Hardy surfer.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't know if Tony's dad surfed, but Tony certainly did.
Pretty sure they're all goofy footers at that. One of them, not sure about Ryan when he's on a surfboard, but he goes pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a good surfer. Pretty sure he's a backhander, actually. Anyway, big props to Brett and Jean, who's here, and the Hardy clan down there in Margaret River. How you going, team? It's boiling hot up here. and your little charger's going real good.
How's your Ugg boots?
Here she goes. All right, let me stay with this. A nice little ollie and a face plant. Oh, some highly irregular stuff going on in this heat for Willow Hardy. The scoreline suggesting she hasn't hit her straps. That was an absolute false start there for Willow on that last wave. So we'll watch green.
Yep, Rena on her backhand. This is a better looking wave. It looks like there is a bit of form down the line. Opens it up with a backhand bash. This thing kind of going top to bottom as compared to those last ugly waves. And there is a little bit of a coping grind and a flick into a speed run. This wave lining up really good for Rena. Hopefully at the end she will have a little bit of spice on the end of a plate. Yes, it does. Well, in the scheme of things, this wave is still delivering and still offering up points. Wow, that could be
Hutty, Willow Hardy.
Real cat amongst the pigeons, Mark Clift.
Well, she only needed a mid-range 4 for sure. She goes to 2nd. Pretty certain of that. There was some quality surfing there. We've just seen Willow recovering after that little face plant onto her 3rd wave. But Rena Matsunaga, pretty certain that when you watch the replay, this was a good wave for what's been coming through in the last few moments. And she hit it early and she hit it high. She didn't wait till the end of the wave to do all the work. She did do a couple of quality hits out the back here. Got a groove on. I think she really tags it nicely again. Maybe right here. Yep. So no huge major moves, but 4 pretty good moves. I think that equates to me to more than 4 and a bit points, and just added a little bit of spice down there at the end. So good work. Yep, I think Willow's in a bit of trouble. There she is. She's into 3rd. That number, was it the 5.5? Pretty sure it was. It was. Must have been 5.53. So more than a point better than what she needed to get over Willow, and Willow now needs to respond with a 4.7. She's got 3rd priority, only 4 minutes to do this, so unfamiliar territory in this event for Willow Hardy.
Must have paddled for a wave.
She's been a bit of a front runner. Here goes Ella. At least that gets her to 2nd priority, and she's got the lead, and it's still the 2 best scores. Look at her dig deep now. She's getting a bit of confidence compared to that first wave. This is...
Yeah, Ella Mccaffrey. Got a bit Body Glove sponsorship on the nose of that board. A big hello to Ronnie and the boys, the Body Glove family at the Redondo Beach there. Met them a couple of times down at the south of Indonesia, mate. Lovely family and history-making family in the wetsuit business.
Yep, and they are also supporting Jesse Mendez at this event, so they'll be happy with that pickup. At some point, we're going to have a chat with Jesse because... I'm digging what he's doing. He's ripped his way through every men's round and making a bit of a movie through Indo, a bit of a doco on himself. He's got his filmer here with him, and I asked him what he was doing. He said, no, just sort of putting some content out there for myself, and, you know, so we'll have a chat with him about that at some point because he's a dead set standout on the men's side of the draw. But with just under 3 minutes to go, the pressure is mounting. Willow's got 2nd priority, needs a mid-range 4 of her own. And the surfer in blue, we can see, needs almost 8 points. So Sarah
Wow.
Wakita needs to tee off.
Sitting right on top of each other with 2 minutes 30 remaining. Tension is building.
I imagine how Gino's going right now, mate.
Pacing.
Gene Hardy, the dad down there. It's all been one-way traffic for Willow, and all smiles and all pats on the back, and Dad's probably like, yeah, where are we at now? Come on, Willow.
Yeah, it is a bit of a team sport. You've got to have a good support network and people around you. But at the end of the day, a little bit like boxing, it is the athlete that has to deliver. You can't let the fullback market and bring it up the wing again. It's all up to you.
Well, the difference was that real good wave that Rena caught last time round, because some clean green water. She got 4 good turns out the back, 2 turns down the end of the line to rack up a 5-5 and put Willow into this position. But we are seeing some movement out the back. Willow really needs blue to either lose priority or catch a wave and get out of the way. A big set behind this. I think they're going to get cleaned up. It's pushing pretty wide.
Yep, decision time for red. She is deciding to go on the inside. This could run off. She is chasing down a 4.70. Willow Hardy finds something to turn off there. Gets a little bit stuck, hoping things cleans up on the inside. Wraps it around now. Spies something to hit. Cranks out a bottom turn, coupled with that top turn, and hoping the inside delivers a bit of spicy chicken.
Yeah, I think she still needs something else to happen on this wave, Bill. It's a long wave. It hasn't offered any major sections for Willow. She's not chasing a big score, which is the good news. She's done a lot of surfing. It did offer a little bit down the line and still going.
Stick with it. Come on. Nothing's going to line up.
Oh, I imagine Gene Hardy is down to the second knuckle on his fingers right there at the moment, because it's tense moments. She did a pretty good job. The wave didn't offer much, but she hung in there and just played the game. Do the judges buy into it, chasing a 4.7?
Well, Rena's was a really good wave for that 5.53, so it would have to be somewhere in that neighbourhood, a little bit below. Really, that was the money turn. It was awkward because there was a couple of lumps in that first section, and sticks with it here, but doesn't clean up. She kind of had no choice. She had to take this wave as time was running out, and she's sitting with second priority, so absolutely the correct decision to make. It's just the wave face did not really offer that scoring potential. We hear the siren in the background, so that would suggest that the heat is over and it is in the judges' hands. A little flick at the end there for our girl in red, and we'll see the result of this. I would say
a high work rate on a pretty ordinary little wave. It may get her over the line. Could take a little while to find out this number. So how about we keep everyone at home waiting, Billy, and we throw to a break and come back with the result.
Sounds good.
Let's do it. We are back to the Krui Pro 5000 men's women's side of the draw. We're at, let me see, is this quarter 3? Well, it's not even a quarter final yet. It's round of 16. It is heat 3. The news out of that last heat is I don't think Willow got the score. I think she needed something a little better. It turned into a 4.3. She needed a 4.7. So the wave, she did about 6 turns on it. It was a dud little inside wave. She had to catch it, Giada. And although the work rate was high, the wave threatened to offer something, but not a lot. So that was that's it for Willow. What a pity for the West Oz crew down there watching, but good news for the Japanese surfer Rena and also Mccaffrey.
As we see our Indonesian surfer Kailani Johnson starting off this heat really well. Unfortunately gets unstuck on that second turn. That was a beautiful first one though.
All right, who else we got in this heat?
We have got Kailani Johnson from Indonesia, our surfer Ellie Harrison from Australia, Minami Nonaka from Japan, and Sophie McCulloch
Yep.
from
Australia. In red, yeah, cool. And she was the standout so far. She busted into the 8s earlier.
Yep.
The 8.33, I remember that.
I definitely saw that heat. It was a really well served heat, and she is a great competitor. She has done well in the Challenger Series, and I've seen her name pop up a few times during the QSs. Got a few QS wins in the Australian leg as well.
Cool as. So polished performer and Kailani stepping it up and kicking things off with a 4.17. Here is the action replay of Kailani's first attempt. It was a good turn, like you mentioned, right in the pocket. That once again was just a little overcooked. Didn't really need to do that. Had she just played it a little cooler and surfed down the line, she might have got a 5 or a 6. Let's see.
Yep, I'm sure she would have. You know, with these conditions, it's easy with just 2 turns to get into the high 6s.
Yep. All right, so we are apparently about 46 minutes away from our men's quarterfinals. Conditions have definitely changed since this morning, so I'm saying allegedly our men's quarterfinals, Giada, because I'm sure that there will be a bit of debate going on as to whether they run, and I'm sure the boys will have some input. I mean, it's not bad surf. There's still, and let's look at it this way. The men's quarterfinals are man on man, so you only need half as many good waves to come through in 25 minutes to still make a good, fair contest.
Yeah. As I was walking outside before, I saw a big dark cloud just looming over to our right side as you're looking at the ocean. So hopefully it does not come our way and we get to run all the way as we see our Japanese surfer Minami Nonaka on a beautiful looking wave.
I agree. Oh my goodness, 3 really, really strong hits, a 4th brilliant maneuver.
And she finishes it off really close to the reef.
Stand by for a big score.
Yeah,
everything,
I agree.
Every section there just clicked for young Nonaka.
She really well surfed that wave all the way. 4 great turns, so well timed, and a wave with good size as well. One of the biggest ones we've seen this afternoon that has given her the opportunity to surf. That was definitely the money turn.
Oh, jeez, I was kind of
finishing
like them
it
all.
off really beautifully.
Yeah, I think one of the better scores we've seen in the last few moments, because a clean wave, 4 good sections, timing looked really good to me. There we go, 7.17, so well done, Minami. Way to start your heat.
Straight to first place.
Yeah, only 5 minutes off the clock too, so really good news there for the Japanese surfer. White now, one big blast, the wave shuts down, doesn't get around, so Ellie Harrison will have to cop a score based off one manoeuvre. Pretty good turn.
Harrison, very young still, and such great talent, and not afraid, I would say. She charges. I've seen her catch some really big ones these past few days, always out there. And a really sweet girl. I've seen her grow up and go from the juniors in Australia all the way now to a QS 5000 here in Krui.
All right. Well, it was a pretty good hit. There it is. It was a one big blast, and she would have looked down the line and gone, oh, doll. But the judges have been rewarding heavy hits, top to bottom surfing. A 4.53 off one blast is a big number. So Kailani got a score, a 4.17 for her one wave and her basically one turn. So judges going, Ellie, better one turn.
It was a big wave. It was a critical section. I agree with the score. Hard to manage as well, so it was really impressive that she was able to run smoothly out of it.
Yeah, she'll be a little disappointed nothing more happened down the line, but that's the way it is. Conditions a little tougher to read out there. You can see our tide as well as just draining off this reef. I'm not sure how far we are off low tide, but it was max full at first thing this morning, so we must be getting pretty close to low tide. Surfer in red now to answer back. Sophie McCulloch, you can see the bottom of that wave just bottoming out, just about surfing below sea level on that little reef hugger. Arwas, she decides to keep her fins intact and not milk any more out of that. That was getting pretty shallow.
Yep, it was. You can see the reef just popping up over there. You know, those walks in and outs are starting to get really hard, and hoping that no one loses any fins or damages any bottom side of their boards.
Or lose any bark. There have been a few people with a few tiger scratches here and there down the back. The Sumatran tiger coming out.
Yeah, we were just talking to Jessie that she hit her back, and I asked her if she tried any lemon or the Chinese medicine.
Ooh.
And it is painful, let me tell you.
Did she go there?
She actually did not. She said that she's staying with the Indonesian team, and that when she pulled out the lemon, everyone stopped her and gave her an antibiotic cream.
All right. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that have donated a bit of skin to the reef here at Ujong Bachor.
Yes. I've donated some surfboard.
Oh, you did too, the back end. Have you got that fixed yet?
Not yet. Actually, there is a line for fixing surfboards.
Mm.
So, and I haven't gotten around to it. So I will definitely be doing that this afternoon.
So let's have a look at this. We have two Australians and the Balinese surfer there in Kailani, all neck and neck on the on the score range, sitting with 4 point something each. We are going to have a little chat with our winner of the last heat again. Thanks, Giada. Let's get that on your head, Ella. All right, once again, I'll just welcome back Ella Mccaffrey. Hello, and another heat win. Got to be happy.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Thank you.
Okay, now I noticed your first wave. It was pretty good. It turned into an okay score, but what I saw after that from you is you started just getting a bit more vicious with your backhand blast. And take note of that, because when you do it properly and you really connect with the top of the lip, you look really good.
Thank you. Yeah, the first wave I got was a little bit mushier, and I kind of just did carves, and I saw where the score went. So when I paddled back out, I just tried to sit a little deeper and find one with a bit more of a wall so I could attack it a bit more.
To me, it looks like things have changed a whole lot since your opening heat. What's your take on what the ocean's doing right now?
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit windier. The waves are still epic, still super fun, like some of the best contest surf I've ever had. But yeah, the conditions have gotten a bit more challenging.
Okay, and that was a tough heat. The surfer in the Japanese surfer got up in a second. My friend from WA, Willow, just missed out. Is there any banter out there? Do you got surfers talk in the water, or do you all just pay attention to the beach announcer? What goes on?
There was a little bit of conversation before the heat, just like talking about waves and stuff, but as soon as the buzzer goes, we're all focused on ourselves.
Game face.
Yeah.
Get the poker face on. Do you talk to yourself when you're out there to try and calm yourself down, or just to pick yourself up? What do you do?
I kind of just try to focus on my surfing, identifying which waves are going to be good, and focusing on that.
Okay.
I try not to think about my competitors.
So let's think about this. You rode that first wave, and you did a lot of surfing, and you got a mid-range sort of score. As you're paddling out and you hear the number, do you think, righto, I can do better than that? I'm going to tweak them a bit more, or hit the board a bit higher than the lip? Do you sort of have that briefing with yourself on the way back out?
100%. Like, I can feel my surfing. I know what I'm doing on the wave, and I can hear where the score goes. So that just helps me to know for the next one.
All right, good stuff. Because I used to do that. That's why I'm asking you if you know. And I help. I found it helps to just settle me, and when I'm in a heat, and I used to kind of. You know, you can only rely on yourself once you're out there. Your coaches on the beach, your friends are there. They can't come out and do anything about it. You've got to draw something out of yourself and help keep yourself settled. So, were you talking with anybody before the heat? Any tactics or any words of advice from any of the other competitors?
No, I kind of just sat by myself, watched the surf, listened to some music, sort of just watched it, got ready, and then went out.
What were you listening to, can I ask?
I really like 2000s and 80s.
All right. And let's speak about that. Do you like stepping out and getting on the dance floor at venues when you're off time and you're not in competition?
Yeah, I don't mind dancing.
Yeah, cool. Let's have a little look at this wave.
Oh,
Boom.
that's sick.
Okay, Ali Harrison. All right, so a bit of time in Bali then, and you're heading back there after this. What's the best thing about Bali?
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to. And the surf's amazing. And the food's amazing.
and it's cheap, and the water's warm.
Exactly.
And the locals are friendly. There's so much to love about
There's
Indonesia.
so much to love. You can't go wrong.
I think this is like my 30 plus years in a row of coming to Indonesia. I find it hard to stay home when I know what I'm going to miss out on. And it's an expensive place to live in Australia, and I can't miss a season anymore up here. It's too hard because it's too good.
Yeah. And you guys are going into winter, right?
We go into winter, and I hate it because you get cold and you've got to put those ridiculous black things on. What are they called? Wetsuits. They're no good. And you've got to use all different wax, and it's all weird. I did have my first winter at home in a long time last year due to COVID, the year before, and it was terrible. So that'll be my last winter. I'll see. I think it's not good.
Well, you're over here now. So
It's all good, isn't it?
And
Love
I
it.
can relate to that, being from California. Just
I think we all do better. All do better in the warmth.
100%.
All right. Well, what I might do is let you go and get changed and relax and do all that sort of stuff. Any messages to anybody out there?
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Hey, Cole. Hope you guys are still watching and still awake. Thanks.
Good on you, Al. You killed it. Woohoo. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you in tomorrow's rounds.
Thank
you very much. Cheers. Good on you. So we'll get back to the leaderboard here. The 717 still stacking up as the best number. She's got another wave here, so chipping in, and Minami rolling the dice with her priority. This is a different looking wave to what she rode last time, so let's see how she gets a groove on here. A couple of okay hits so far, lots of lump and bump in stark comparison to a last ride that was all clean and steep and curvy and offering a lot of good sections. It's almost the complete opposite type of wave, but she's still hanging in there. Pushing right down into the channel, so it didn't hug the reef this wave, and really was a tough wave to ride. I reckon she did a pretty good job with limited sweet opportunities. Meanwhile, Ellie Harrison.
As you see, Ellie Harrison, our young surfer from Victoria, taking this smaller wave all the way down to the inside as she tries to get any points she can, riding it all the way through, as now she has to paddle all the way back out for the last 10 minutes of this heat.
Well, Minami will be happy she picked up that wave because it's only a second score.
Yep.
Sitting there with a really healthy 717, any sort of number now is going to throw some scoreboard pressure onto the other competitors as we see Kailani try and work her way out of fourth position. A strong bottom turn, top turn combo there. It was pretty good.
This is our Indonesian surfer, Kailani Johnson. She represents Indonesia in ISA and in the WSL. Such a great competitor, great person in and out of the water.
Been doing the rounds on the Challenger Series, and I'm sure old man Richard is watching at home there down in Bali. So g'day Rich, g'day Pua. Let's see if Kailani can feature in the round, or the next round is going to be our quarterfinals.
Yep.
So after this round, we'll only have 8 surfers remaining. So there's 10 minutes to sort out who moves through to the quarterfinals, which I'm pretty sure will be 2-person quarterfinals.
Yep, it's going to be 2 people quarters, and she is definitely hoping to reach that place, as I surf with Kailani a lot in the Bukit area.
She did a good job on this wave. Like
Yeah.
the turn she did, she moves a lot of water. This one here, this bottom turn, look how much she leans it over and crunched that section. Unfortunately, the wave did not offer any more down the line, so I don't think the judges will get too carried away with the score line. But it's got a well within striking range of second, third and fourth. I think Minami is going to put a fairly worrying number together with a 717. So it's all about these other 3 challenging for second position with just 9 minutes remaining.
Yep, 9 minutes remaining in this heat. As for second position, the scores are really small. You know, Kailani's only looking for a 168 to
Yeah,
go
she'll
2
get that for
seconds.
sure.
For sure, especially with that finishing turn. That was
The worry is you've got someone like Sophie McCulloch
Yeah.
hunting the lineup with top priority. So for both Ali, was just seeing one of her scores drop in. That one came in. What's that?
0.93 for
Okay,
Ellie.
was one
So
no, it was more than that.
the
'cause she's
last
got a pair of 4s.
one she got is a 4.40. That was her
Right,
last
okay,
wave.
thank you.
Pushing her straight into second as we wait for the score of our Japanese surfer. Came in at a 5. Really pushing her lead.
Kailani
making-
still has a score to come as well.
Yeah.
Needs
Make
a
it-
high 4, a 2-turn combo. Second turn was pretty good. The first turn was a bit of a half turn really for Kailani, so we're sort of speculating here as to where she goes. She'll go ahead of McCulloch. But Sophie with priority, 8 minutes to go, a dangerous competitor. She's done it at the highest level.
Yep. Such a great competitor. I've seen some of her heats. She's a super smart competitor in her heats, so she is dangerous. Only looking for a 4.66 as Kailani Johnson's last wave came in at 4.40.
Yep, so very similar to Ali's.
Yeah.
So the stage is set there. It's still really close. You know, after our heat leader who's got the 7 and the 5, everyone else is living in the 4s. Same with their requirements are in the 4s. So it's a bit of a photo finish right here for these three surfers. And here goes the very dangerous Sophie McCulloch cashing in that priority. She's probably going to have to really get a groove on here. It may be one of her last opportunities. This wave is not giving it any love at this stage. It's lumpy and bumpy, and she's hoping it can get its act together. She's still seeing something down the line and hanging in there.
As this wave just slowly tapers away, definitely not what she was looking
No,
for.
definitely not. She'll be frustrated to the max with that effort.
She still has 6 minutes 40 seconds to go. Unfortunately, though, she will not be having first priority, which is not a great position.
I'm thinking it's going to be once again one of them numbers in the 4 range, you know, that doesn't bust anything open. I'm not sure whether she'll get the requirement.
Yeah.
It was a tough wave to ride. It might have looked a little bigger, but it just meant bigger bump.
It wasn't really giving her the wall that she was looking for, as we've seen in the Japanese surfers'
Yeah.
7-point
Never,
ride
never
wave.
clicked with any of these sections really. A lot of mid-face turns going on. The wave, she did a pretty good job with what was on offer, but there was very little on offer. That's why she will be frustrated and probably not going to move too far up or down the leaderboard.
Still looking for a 4.66 as her score came in at a 3.10.
Yeah, very frustrating there. Put a lot of effort into that. Sat there for quite a while with priority. Pulled the trigger. Never got any joy. The wave refused to clean up for Sophie. So the arm wrestle for second spot continues.
Yep.
We'll forget about Ali chasing the 7.64 for now for first position, but trying to improve on this batch of 4s that judges can't bust out of that that range because the waves aren't offering the girls the big hits like our surfer in blue's got.
Exactly.
Minami's caught the absolute 2 best waves in this heat and really done some good work.
Yeah, she started off early, first 5 minutes of the heat, caught that 7 and made her, you know, feel safe. And ever since, they've only been giving out 4s and catching. And the Japanese surfer also caught the 5, making her, you know, in a really safe position, especially coming down to the 5-minute mark. She is definitely feeling pretty good out there.
Well, it's going to be nervous moments in the Harrison camp, the Johnson camp, and the McCulloch camp because neither of them can buy a clean wave at this stage. Minami, that first wave when we saw it back in replay was super good. There was 4 really good sections that she clicked with to extract the 717. The backup work was pretty, in the context of things, a really wise move. So it's going to come down to priority here at the end as well for these other 3 because Blue in the lead with priority, you know, great heat. The confidence that she would have built out of that 717 is quite obvious. It's now about these other 3 because totally second spot is way up for grabs here. This could go one of 3 ways.
Yep.
Harrison, Johnson, McCulloch.
You know,
It's
all
good surfers, all needing not much to improve.
Yep, just that 0.1 or 2 difference that.
The parents must be. I would hate to be a parent watching a kid surf, and when it comes down to this stuff, you've come all this way, and you're like looking, watching, and oh my God, it must be horrible.
It must be really tough being a parent. I think the parents are more nervous than the kids themselves sometimes. You know, you see out there biting their nails and screaming and trying to make them move to the direction to catch a wave.
A bit like Willow Hardy's dad, Gene, in that last heat. He must have been that frustrated and watching and, you know, wishing and throwing mojo, you know, Willow's way. It didn't work out, and that's the nature of what goes on. And this heat is turning into one of those heats as well that must just be that frustrating to watch for parents and.
But Willow being
Blue, the Manaka camp will be going, what are you talking about? Easy.
But Willow must be so proud of herself. She has done a great campaign here at the Krui Pro
I reckon
5000.
she turned a few heads for sure.
Yep, definitely turned a few heads. One posted definitely have highlights of the Krui contest. I've definitely heard her name.
And she'll
a few
cop a
times.
ninth in a 5,000 event.
Yep.
So some good points. She'll win some cash. She told me earlier when I was having a quick chat with her that, all WQS events before, I've only ever been lucky to get out of a heat. I've struggled. And it's like, well, you just got a ninth, you won a lot of heats, put together some big numbers. So, we're talking about the last heat here for Willow Hardy's. She can take that confidence through to Nias with her and into the rest of her career.
Yeah.
But this heat is well poised. I'd love to see another set come through, a 4-wave set, because obviously Minami will take the first good wave with that top priority. But the other 3, it's very interesting to see who can hold their composure here, because these are the times when you're under the pump. You've got to dig deep mentally and go, all right, I just need this amount. So does everyone else. You've got to blank out what they need, focus on your own campaign, find some sort of wave and just get the job done.
Yeah, I agree. The other 3 girls, Ellie must be begging for either a really good wave to come just for her or for the ocean to just go flat.
Or if a good wave comes through, Minami,
Yeah.
I'll give you $100 for this wave. Please don't take it.
So,
90
Kailani
seconds.
Johnson and Sophie McCulloch are begging the ocean for just one more chance. As we see Kailani checking this wave out.
She might have another chance here. She missed that wave there. It might put her in a pretty good position for this next one as we see White down the line here. Ellie Harrison.
Wow, great.
Oops, didn't need to do that.
Comes unstuck. That first turn was really great. Unfortunately, pushed it a little too hard on that second turn.
Limited opportunities in this heat. It could have been the wave Ellie needed to just stamp it out, finish that thing and put together her best score. She'll probably still get a fair bit of credit for the one hit, but she's got to make it better than a 4-4 to put a bit more pressure on these other 2. Both chasing mid-4s. Who has top priority? It's still Blue.
A little...
Sophie McCulloch's in 4th spot.
Yep. That's very, very strange.
She's going
used
to have to
seeing her at top.
She's going to have to use all her experience here as well, because things aren't going the way of Sophie right now. Kailani doesn't need a big number, but 15 seconds, it's like this is the last lump that is catchable. Somebody has to get this. Blue has priority.
And
here goes Red. She's deep. Wow, what happened?
Oh, no.
There she is. She's still going.
Red is still on as she goes and makes that turn.
She makes it. I don't even know what went on
Wow.
before it. We had a little blunder with our cameraman. Might have slipped over at the wrong time.
What a great
It was
finish.
a good finish. There needed to be something else before that to get the number. I don't know what happened, so how about we keep the crew online in suspense, throw to a break and come back and check that result.
As we're back to the Krui Pro 5000 in the round of 16 women's heat 4, I'm here with Billy.
Good to be back with you, Giada. Philippa Anderson, Mahina Mida, Maeda, Alice Cooper, and Sumomo Sato round out heat 4 of this women's round of 16.
It's another Australia versus Japan.
Yeah.
See who comes out at the top, as we're still waiting to find out what happened in the last heat. Our surfer in white, Sophie McCulloch, ended up getting a 7.90, taking the lead in that last heat. What a great way to finish.
Right on the buzzer too. So another buzzer beater and another exciting heat. Wow. Sophie McCulloch coming from 4th to 1st in the last 40 seconds of that heat.
What a great way to finish a heat. She must be super excited right now. She made it to the quarterfinals of this QS 5000. As we see our surfer in green, Sumomo Sato, on this wave. Let's see if she can finish it off. And she just gets unstuck, but that was looking like a really good wave as we wait for the replay.
Wow, talk about your last minute heroics, Sophie McCulloch. I tell you what, she needed a 5 or something like that. I can't remember.
She needed a 4.77 and ended up giving a 7.90.
Awesome.
We were just saying with that it was so rare to see Sophie, you know, in a position like that. But just as we were saying that, she came out and took the first place.
Well, maybe she heard you. She's thinking, yeah, I shouldn't be here. I'll just get this wave and go straight from 4th to 1st.
Such a smart competitor and really great under pressure, because that is a lot of pressure.
Now here is the girl from Niue, Philippa Anderson. Been on the QS for a long time, and with surfing like that, you can tell why. Just doesn't ride out of the white water. We'll see if the judges award that to her or not. There could be the second explosion of white water. We will see.
She's here with her coach Ivan.
Yep.
A really great guy. I have definitely I coach with him as well when I'm in Bali. Really great guy and doing a really great job with Philippa as well.
He's based out of Bali?
Right now he is, yes. And they're here working together. So it's really great to see two amazing people come together.
Right on.
As this is our rider Philippa Anderson in red. The replay, as she just comes unstuck from that wave.
Yeah, she did. I don't think she'll be awarded that last turn. A solid start to the heat nonetheless.
As we're waiting for scores for our surfer Sumomo Sato in green and Philippa Anderson in red. As Sumomo Sato's wave comes out of 4.50 for her opening ride, which in the last heat was she would have passed.
Heat winner, yeah.
With one more of those.
So Maeda, she's joining the Lavina crew down there as well. Can't wait to see her get going.
What a great heat.
Well, a bit of live action coming through the open window there. Someone's not happy about that last heat result and making their intentions known. Wowee. We are right amongst it here in the commentary booth. It's right in the middle of a hotel foyer, and it's great to have the public so close, but also a bit funny at times. Philippa Anderson coming in with a 3.67. That's put her right in the mix. She knows exactly how to build a house. Thanks very much, Jake Patterson, for that saying.
We're in the middle of it. We're in the live action, not only in the water but also out.
That's right.
As we see Elise Cooper, a former winner here at the Krui Pro, at back then 1,000, now 5,000. So she is here looking to get her spot into the quarterfinals. Great to see Elise around unfortunately, her dad couldn't make it this time, which I know they traveled together a lot. A really great man. So if you're listening, I hope all the best for you.
Speaking of great men, I was just talking to Jean Hardy out there, Willow's dad. She was a little bummed she didn't get that last score, but you know, it was more the face of the wave than the performance that she put in. So not too bummed, but Jean was just remarking to me, what a great contest this is. He's enjoying being here. Got these waves out the front. There's 5,000 points on offer. Everyone's super cool. It's nice and relaxed in this part of the world, and he's been to a lot of contests, Jean, and he's super impressed with this one.
I can imagine, you know, these are dreamy conditions. You couldn't ask for more out of a contest because, you know, 3 or 4 people out. And now we're going to be going into 2 people, man-on-man heats out there. Is a total dream as we see Elise Cooper on this wave. Just gets stuck on the bump and her nose gets bogged.
How was that? It was a perfect setup, and then that piece of chop on the bottom of the surfboard really forced it back the other way.
Yeah. As we see our Japanese surfer Mahina Maeda.
Yeah, looking solid.
Just not getting stuck on that one, which was a great job because you can really see the bumps on the face as they struggle.
Oh, wow.
There we go. As they struggle to control their board. And, you know, it's not as smooth as they have been used to, but it's starting to look a little more like a normal QS. So we will be joined now by our last heat winner, Sophie McCulloch. Come in and join us, please, Sophie. So, Sophie, you know, what a way to finish off your heat. We were just mentioning how it was strange to see you in 4th position, and you came out in the last few seconds and, you know, got a 7.90. Tell us a little bit how it went, what you were feeling.
I was definitely feeling pretty rattled for 24 minutes and 40 seconds. And I don't know, I was just kind of like, well, if I get an opportunity, then I got to make the most of it. And I was, you know, it really played into my hands that Blue didn't take the wave because she had priority over me. And then, yeah, I nearly fell off on that last turn. So, yeah, I was kind of pretty excited when I didn't. I feel for Ellie, though. She's a really good competitor. I really rate her surfing. And, yeah, to get pipped at the post like that, it's never fun, but I'll take it and run with it.
Yeah, wow. We lost a little bit of that first part of your wave, but we saw you finish that wave and come out of that. We were all so impressed. What is your strategy going into your next heat?
Probably just to not do what I just did. Yeah, not exactly ideal. It's pretty much the reverse of my heat earlier. I guess, I don't know, I just kind of want to keep giving myself enough opportunities and picking the right waves. It was hard this afternoon. It was a bit bumpy, but yeah, I suppose each heat that I have, I get more comfortable with my lineups, and I've got a good mate caddying for me, giving me little tips on the way back out, which is really good. And so yeah, I'm just kind of gonna just keep trying to do my best performances in the jersey.
So tell us a little bit about who you brought over with you here to Krui and who you're hanging out with most of the time when you're in around town.
Yeah, traveling with a really good group of Aussies and one token Kiwi, Safi Vet. We're bunking in together, which has been really fun. And yeah, a few other Aussie boys, 3 from the sunny coast, 2 from the Goldie. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. We're playing a lot of card games and eating a lot of food and doing a lot of surfing. So yeah, can't really complain.
Wow, what a dream life. And thank you so much. Was there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home?
Well, I should really apologise to my little brother because I said he wasn't watching in my last heat and he was watching. So thanks, Charlie, for watching. And yeah, just a shout out to all my support crew back home. Yeah, it's good to feel the love, and yeah, hopefully I can keep it going.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Sophie. Good luck on your next heat.
Thank you.
As we come back to our event, and it has indeed started raining. So the storm did end up coming, and that does not stop our surfers from being out there and competing in these conditions.
Well, that was a good chat with Sophie, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, saying how she has a really great support crew with her is so important in the contest, and it can make or break your heats.
100%.
You know, having knowing that there's that support behind you, and on the beach, everyone cheering on you can always make that little difference for a win or a lose in a heat.
Now, this was my prediction that this squall would come through and then it would turn offshore afterwards. Let's see how close I am, or if I egg on my face again. But yeah, this squall coming in from the right of screen. The rain clouds have been gathering up there on the hills and mountains for about an hour or two now.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the result of that. There's no calling a heat off halfway unless their athletes are in danger. And they're not now, they're just going to get a bit wet.
You know, just a little bit. Not that they're all ready.
All right, let's have a look at this heat number 4 of the round of 16. This will round out this round. And it is Samomo Sato out there in the lead, 4.50. Not far behind her, Mahina Maeda with a 4.07. Shannon is just about half a point. She'll take that first place. Philippa Anderson, kind of in the same boat, half a point, and she'll go to that second position. And Alice Cooper, just a 3.08. And that'll put her in a strong position too. So most girls looking for a second or third wave, and that will make this scoreboard a little bit more interesting.
Yep, I agree. And a little bit of a slow heat. We're already down to almost 12-minute mark, and many of the girls have only caught one wave. So we are going to be seeing some lines come through, hoping for some more action as the rain does come down. It must be tough to see out there.
You've kind of almost got to go into total grommet mode, don't you? Catch anything and find
Yeah.
a section and hit it. Like when you're 12 years old, this was still sick. This was such great fun to serve. So you just got to find anything to stand up on, show off to
Yeah.
your mates, and do a big turn in one section, and that'll
I
probably get
agree.
you through the heat.
I agree. You know, it's all or nothing out there. So the girls will be dealing with a bit of wind and rain as they look for waves. This is looking a little more QS style.
Yeah, have a look at this. This is the girl from Newcastle, as previously explained, Philippa Anderson. A nice little check turn, looking for a bit of a smooth face to hit. This is smoothing up that wave, isn't it, compared
Yep.
to the last few heats? Beautiful drawn out bottom turn and a pretty solid top turn there. Put his foot right on the front so the bumps and lumps didn't take effect. That is experience for you right there. Philippa Anderson's second wave. That should get her in the contention of those top 2 positions, because she wants to progress through to those quarters.
Yes, she's definitely looking to progress through those quarters, as she will be going to South Africa after this for the Challenger Series. As we see the heat replay of our surfer, Philippa Anderson. Great control over her surfboard as she tries to not bog her rail in these turns. And I feel that this was a great way of controlling her surfboard.
She did so well to hang on there.
Yep.
Halfway through that top turn, the board disappeared from under her front foot, and she managed to
Yep.
reconnect with it, although it was up near the sponsor sticker. But she managed to hang on to it. A less experienced surfer probably would have taken a dive there. But Philippa Anderson never giving up, and we love her for it. This is our surfer in green.
As our surfer in green starts off just waiting for a section to hit, you know, also a really low and wide stance to make sure that she doesn't lose her board in these bumps and lumps as the wave stands up and hits it in a really good pockety section. And again, she is not wasting any time after the first wave as she disappears behind the whitewash, but I'm sure pulls off.
Right here, that was Sumomo Sato, looking really solid, low, strong, powerful, and that is the approach you've got to take to get through this dodgy little section of weather that we're experiencing today. Alice Cooper is not going to stand still and let the people run right over her. She's going to go a wave of her own. Looking a bit soupy, looking a bit bumpy, but dealing with it beautifully. Flares those hands. That's about all we can see from the back side of this camera angle. This wave kind of coming into that closeout section. Not sure if she's still on the wave or not. Hopefully we can see her head bump above it. Nope, she pulls off. There we go. 9 minutes left on this one, and we have just had a good looking exchange. Reckon we'll get an accurate update in a minute or two.
As we see our surfer Mahina Maeda going for her second, just an in and out. And Philippa Anderson's last ride came in at a 4.93, pushing her straight into first position in this heat as we're waiting for the last scores of Sumomo Sato, our Japanese surfer, and Elise Cooper. Sumomo Sato only looking for a 0.07 to go into second position. You know, these heats are really tight, and there's not a very big difference between second, third, or fourth usually.
Yeah, no room for unforced errors. They are getting difficult to avoid now with these weather conditions, and playing surface, have a look at it. It's getting pretty ugly out there.
Yep.
We are scheduled to go into the quarters of the men's. We'll see if we go ahead with that or not. I'm sure the lads will be up there talking to the head judge and Will Hayden Smith going, hey, are we really going out in that? They'll probably just point towards the ocean and go, yep, go at it.
Off you go.
I had noticed when I was out there, up the point is quite a smooth wave face, but it's really fast.
No, yeah. So maybe not a great option to try out in your heat.
No, but you look at the quarters there and the caliber of the people in it. Jarvis Earl and Mike Clayton Brown, they could go at the point and go really fast.
I'm counting Reef Hazelwood as well. I think he is a very well surfer. I remember paddling out here on a free surf one day, and I was pretty much at the past the point, and he was next to me. He catches a wave and caught the barrel of the event for me.
Yeah, nice.
Since I've gotten here, I have not seen anyone catch another one like that, and he somehow made it out.
Yeah, super fast. Going through the rest of the surfers, Billy Stedman, another killer surfer. Rio Waida takes on Sol Bailey. That's going to be a blockbuster. This one is not far behind. It's Taj Stokes and Jesse Mendez. So all those surfers in the quarterfinals, there are no passengers, and they can all rip the bag out of it. So I can't wait.
Yes, very exciting stuff. Very, very exciting stuff. We're just waiting. I am sure maybe they will continue into the quarters. I haven't heard anything.
Well, I was sitting with Katut Agus. He goes, I love windy conditions. He goes, you find a smooth face, and the wind, the direction is now, makes the bottom of your board stick to your feet if you're going to the air.
Wow.
All those people we just mentioned are pretty good in the air, especially Reef Hazelwood. Wow.
Yeah.
So, yes, nightmare conditions for some people are not so bad for other.
Maybe for our friends who need to drive the drone, it's not great conditions.
No rhino hating conditions right now.
But maybe if we get lucky, it will stop raining and it will glass off for the rest of the afternoon. Hopefully that is what is going to happen, because I am looking forward to surf this afternoon.
Are you going to go for a wave?
Yes, if it's not like this, I will.
Right on.
But I guess we'll just have to see.
All right, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. It is the Japanese surfer Sumomo Sato out in the lead with a 4.50 and a 5.83. Philippa Anderson not far behind her, a 4.93 and a 3.67, only requiring a 5.41 to take that first position off her.
Yep.
Elise Cooper, 4.38 is not a massive ask. Neither is a 4.54. from Mahina.
Yes, this heat is still in anyone's hands, and as we saw in the last one, it can come down to the last 3 seconds. You never know. It's not over until it's over.
I like it. I think we should adopt that. On to our cliches for this contest. It's on when it's on. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah. As we see the rain coming a little harder down in this afternoon's heat for a round of 16 women's.
Yeah, it's really pumping down now, looking out the window. All the crowd are running for cover.
Yep, I'm sure all the crowd dispersed quite quickly. And, everyone's looking for that little bit of roof anywhere they can. Hopefully this rain will stop soon.
Now what usually happens, there's a rain squall comes in, you've got that one set of waves just before the rain starts coming down. Then it kind of goes flat.
Yeah.
For the duration of the rain.
I agree.
It's kind of where we are now, I think.
Not ideal for our surfers in white and blue. Elise Cooper and Mahina Maeda, they're hoping to get some waves, especially Mahina with priority.
Yeah, the danger woman right now, I reckon, is Philippa Anderson. She has second priority, and she needs like a mid-range score to take that first position. She will be feeling a little bit vulnerable with a 4.38 and a 4.54 to knock her out of contention, but she does have that second priority, so that is a big advantage.
Yep, I agree. So as we see our surfer Philippa Anderson in red, finding a really good looking wave, just hits it off the top, going for a second one, and she finishes this wave and just pulls off.
Got a little bit of news, Giada, and for all the crew online on the broadcast, you can see the rain set in. There's people are scrambling everywhere to get out of the rain. The wind's no good, so there are no men's quarterfinals on today. Is the news? So we've been pumping that up all day to finish out day number 5 here at the Krui Pro, but that's not going to happen. So it will be a 7 o'clock call tomorrow morning, everybody, and allegedly all divisions are on standby for tomorrow. So
perfect.
We have 0 format for tomorrow, but a call will be made at 7, and I'm sure we've got a big day planned, but 100% no men's quarterfinals this afternoon.
All right, so this will be our last heat of the day today. There is our last 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes. You know, the men's quarterfinals was called off due to the rain and conditions.
My advice to you, Giada, is to go back, get your board, because those have been called off, the quarterfinals. It's going to pump this afternoon in about an hour.
Hope so. As soon as the rain stops, I'll be the first one out there.
Yeah, right on. Well, Mark Clift and I might have to have a bit of a debrief over some refreshments in the rain. It's bad news when you can't leave the refreshment stand because of the rain. It can also be lots of fun. It's been a good day. Highlights for me would be our girl in Sophie McCulloch really proving her pedigree by dominating the first heat she was in, then coming from 4th to 1st in the dying seconds. And here goes Mahina. She is 4th. She needs a score to get into that second position. It's a good looking wave. She's got her flow on. She's got her rhythm on. She could pull off a comeback also. Let's hope for the best for her. This girl coached by Ross Williams and looking really solid through that inside section. She's got to ride out. She does. Gives herself the best chance she can to progress to those quarterfinals. 42 seconds remaining, and this is our heat leader, Sumomo Sato. Excuse me. That's not a bad looking wave either. She would like to solidify that first place, but all eyes on our surfer in blue. Has she done enough to garnish that 4.60, or will Philippa Anderson join our surfer from Japan into the quarters? It's been this way all day. It's down to the last 20 seconds, and we still don't know who won this final heat of the day.
As we wait for the last score of blue, here is the replay, only looking for a 4.60. So, Billy, what are your opinions?
That is a bit of a lumpy and slow first turn. She sticks with it. That's nice and solid rail work. We haven't seen much of that for the last 3 heats. Follows it up with this a little check turn and a couple of or that last solid turn there. So, it's going to be touch and go. I'm looking at a production crew and seeing if we can stay with the broadcast until we get that result. They give me the nod, so that's good. We'll see how Maeda go. Waiting for scores. Yes, how good's this?
Oh, let's see as we're waiting, and it does not.
Not enough. So it is Samumu Sato through with Philippa Anderson to the quarterfinals. It's been a great day. Give me one of these high fives, Jada.
Thank you, Billy, for having me.
Wherever you are tuned in around the world, make sure you join us tomorrow. We are going to have the men's quarters. We've got Pro Junior, men and women action coming up. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Stick with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.